Good morning, everyone. My name is Zeliha Saraç, and I will be with you in the nice congress that we're about to hold. This year, we are experiencing the 29th of the series of congresses organized by PERYÖN, Turkish People Management Association. And welcome to the People Management Congress of the year. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have distinguished guests throughout the sessions of the Congress. The People Management Congress has been going on for the last 29 years with the same enthusiasm. You know, throughout the pandemic, the management of human resources has become an important issue in our agenda. Therefore, we believe that this year's Congress is going to be another emphasis. And also, it is another excitement because we're holding the 50th anniversary of the People Management Association of Turkey, PERYÖN. PERYÖN is now discussing about the leadership vision for the world people management. And PERYÖN has been producing information, making research, questioning, contributing to solidarity and professional improvement, providing solutions to the issues. And the target of PERYÖN is to become an important source for all these aspects. Having the pride of this respect, for exactly 50 years, PERYÖN has been contributing to human resources with 4,000 members and almost 2.5 million employees. And we are going to speak about the future begins when we talk. And being positioned as a platform discussing about human people and providing a totally different perspective in people management, starting dialogue, mobilization, has been the new target for PERYÖN in the next 50 years, and emphasizing once again that human resources is another important asset. Therefore, in the 50th year, the new focus point is the human. For the occasion of the People Management Congress, we will be discussing about vagueness, the changing role of HR, and the employee loyalty in the new period, talent management, AI, inclusion, diversity, meaning for the future. We'll be discussing throughout the sessions of the Congress, and we say the future begins when we talk. Now, if you're ready, we are going to bring together our sessions and the participants with a full agenda. I'd like to speak about the details of the Congress. In this year's Congress, there is just one hall, the studio, where I will be introducing all the speakers. The studio that we are making this broadcasting is to hold 18 sessions and 35 speakers in a single hall. Actually, we will be experiencing more than one day in a single day, though. So www.peryoncongre.com will be the internet address of our Congress. Actually, the Congress is no longer dependent on time or venue. So should you miss any of the sessions, you will be able to watch a summary of the Congress on TV December the 25th, and throughout the month you will be able to watch all sessions of the Congress online. Should you like to also follow in English, we'll have the option of English language. Now that there is the Congress, there is also the social media. Social media becomes another important asset when it comes to human management. So with the tag, the future begins when we talk, you can also hashtag our Congress. By the way, the social media names, on Instagram, it's PERYÖN Dernek, on Twitter, PERYÖN Merkez, Facebook, PERYÖN Merkez, and on YouTube, PERYÖN Dernek will be the accounts where you can follow, hashtag, ask questions, post opinions. So it's going to be an interactive way of holding the Congress throughout the day, as we'll be receiving your input. Now we'll start with a video that will be inspiring us all. So the 50th year anniversary video. The future begins when we talk. We believe that, as yesterday, human beings will play a key role, as in the past, as will be quite an active element. On this day that we are going to discuss many aspects, we will concentrate on the fact that the future will begin when human beings talk, and we make it as a motto of the Congress, and we say the future begins when we talk. PERYÖN is 50 years old, more than ever, because with the involvement of young people, we hear young people speaking, so we are going to set the principles not despite of, but with the young people at the age of 50, even younger. Being graduates from the university, I became a member of PERYÖN. We grew together and I learned a lot. I made many friends, and I could keep the pulse of the business life every day. From the committees to the vice president position, I kept on holding different positions. One of the most correct decisions for my personal career also supported the sector. The strength of this unity is really so meaningful. Happy anniversary. Especially the young PERYÖN and the branches have been holding activities with the contributions of volunteers. Actually, these also involve people who are candidates of becoming a member to PERYÖN. This way, we've launched the number of members and corporate members of the association. We want to bring the association to a better place. Actually, it is less than 2 years for the half-life of information now. In this vagueness, actually, agility to learn is going to be the most important sustainability key of the companies. As PERYÖN Academy, we want to appreciate the trends of the future from now, preparing the future HR specialists to the future, to that day when it becomes. Actually, the future is the very moment that you are standing, so you need to start working now. So this is one of the essences of starting PERYÖN, as a bridge to understand each other as the young people and the older generations. Currently, as the young members of the board, we are involved in different working groups of PERYON because we understand that it's never enough to understand each other. It's also important to work together. Therefore, with the team of the PERYON executive board, as the young members, we're making decisions together. So we become the decision makers of the day. So you get to know that I'm not only the future, I am also the day. I am one of the current decision makers. So I don't want to hope anymore. I want to become a part of hope. Now I want to be one of those who brighten up the hope. The contribution of even one person may change a lot. So, with many members, PERYON, with an experience of 50 years, is a good example of what we can achieve under the roof of the civilian society. PERYON means to work together for a better world. From the past to the future, it is indeed a family, and it is an honor to be a member of PERYON. In the last 50 years, PERYON is a rooted non-governmental organization. I think the next 50 years will be more exciting because we are going through such a period that the transformation that we're going through has impacted all of us deeply. Therefore, the norms of the working life will be redefined for the future. I believe that we'll be shaping up the future together. And the interaction of people who have different beliefs and thoughts, I believe, will have a better contribution to the future. Therefore, the motto, "The future begins when we talk," is the right one. For the last 5 decades, PERYON has concentrated its attention in human, from employee management to HR management to the employee experiences. PERYON has had a story of this transition, and it's the very first NGO in its field. Now we are facing a totally different future as we are celebrating the 50th anniversary. As PERYON, we have kicked off a dialogue mobilization, and we believe that the future truly begins when we talk. Happy anniversary, PERYON. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the 50th anniversary of the association. Actually, I'm in charge of the awarding processes in PERYON, and our motto for awarding is every practice caring for human matters. The HR professionals in Turkey have been leading exemplary practices for the world, which makes all of us proud. Altogether, we've been witnessing one age finishing and the next one opening up. As the corporations and individuals, we need to go through a reform, refresh ourselves. As PERYON, we believe in the future begins when we talk. So we need business models and difference-making projects to shape up the future with the academia, with the summit professionals, volunteers, members, and all. An organization as PERYON is really a big one, and I'm really proud to be a part of it. For the last 5 decades, we believe in changing, sharing, and being one. Sustainability has been proven by this non-governmental organization. Therefore, PERYON congresses will keep on focusing on people as our focus point. Happy 50th anniversary. Human is not a source, but an asset. The leaders who can manage this asset well will make a difference. Therefore, we care about our people and we dream about a new future at our 50th anniversary. All leaders and candidates for leaders are expected to come and join us for the next 50th anniversary. Happy 50th anniversary, PERYON. Diversity and inclusion have always been an agenda item on our checklist, especially for youngsters and for women. Our social responsibility projects will continue, and we aim at reducing employment of young people, and also we want to concentrate on women more. We want to create a culture, and it's always going to be on our agenda. In summary, we will keep on doing what we do the best to contribute to the needs of Turkey and to integrate with the rest of the world. We will focus on people with high impact projects, and this is going to be our endeavor for the next 50 years. Throughout the past 25 periods, our colleagues have worked with dedication, sparing their time and heart to the aims of PERYÖN. Distinguished members of the association, volunteers, presidents, boards have contributed to the last 5 decades, and altogether, happy 50th anniversary. The future begins when we talk. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, now we are coming to an important session because we will be hosting the chair of the executive board, and Mrs. Buket Çelebi-Öven, our host, will be with us to deliver the opening remarks with Açıl Sezen, and the floor is yours. Thank you, Zeliha. And as a host, because Bloomberg HT, as you know, has been serving as a host to this Congress, firstly, I'd like to note that it's an honor for all of us to be with you in the occasion of the Congress. It's another honor for me to be involved in the opening session of the Congress with Mrs. Çelebi-Öven. Thank you, and we would like to express our appreciation to your team as Bloomberg HT. It's really extremely an honor for all of us to be with Açıl for the occasion of the opening session. Welcome. You're all welcome to the 29th People Management Congress of PERYON. In a brand new Congress, it's really exciting to be with you once again. It's a unique emotion, and I'd like to let you know about it. In last year's Congress, we had the unlimited access of the online platform. Joining with our courage, really, we were not able to dream on a physical Congress, but this year is even more important for PERYON because we are celebrating our 50th anniversary, and in cooperation with Bloomberg HT, we wanted to provide our Congress free for everyone, because in this period we are trying to learn, all of us. We are trying to try the untried. Therefore, it was quite timely to take the opportunity to organize this Congress and this platform. People have always been in the focus of our association. Particularly for the occasion of the 50th anniversary, we wanted to discuss about the future, starting a mobilization for dialogue in future. We may, I feel like, concentrate on the Congress. How do you think the future begins when we talk? Indeed, we are going through a challenging time, and we're living in Turkey, a developing country, as we are experiencing the volatilities and fluctuations of a developing country. We're absorbing the shocks every day, but it's been such an enormous, incredible time in the last 2 years that the pandemic had to transform the HR leaders into a crisis management leaders. We did our best in trying and learning, doing and failing, and we had to consider sustainability of our individual companies, particularly in the hands of the HR. Countries like Turkey have always been challenging. Pandemic has a bit alleviated. Now the working conditions are challenging. Foreign currency rates are fluctuating. We've been discussing about the minimum wage, and we're up and down in our debates. So I think that we've come to a slightly differentiated point, maybe with the contribution of the pandemic, because human is now becoming more and more in our center of attention. In the past, employees had to convince the employer with the performances and also the capabilities. But today we are standing at the point that the employers are in the position of convincing the employees, because mobility has increased and this transformation has brought all of us to a point of no return. Good summary. We've been going through a big transformation and change. It's been quite wake time. It was kicked off with the start of the pandemic, and indeed, I have to say that it's one of the points of word for in the history of humanity. What happened in a very short period of time? The virus went beyond borders, affecting millions of people, also drifting away the societies and the economies we're living in. Thanks to that, we've also transformed both in our personal lives and our working lives. Remote working has become a possibility. In the past, this was something that we were aspiring and trying to put in our agendas, but the transformation could not be started. But now we had to jump into it beyond our imagination. Digitalization has made things quicker maybe than ever, and digitalization also made technology a matter of survival for companies. The expectations of the employees, on the other hand, have totally changed, as you have truly emphasized. The employees now are realizing how they mean for their companies, and their well-being must be supported by the companies, and they're questioning about it. And once they don't see it happening, big scales of resignations and also position changes are being witnessed. On top of it, social and climatic crises, the flood, the wildfire, these have been on our agenda. Even the people who have never thought about it were pushed into thinking about these unexpected disasters, how the systems were unprepared vis-a-vis these kind of unexpected force majeure conditions. On top of it, there comes the economy, and we're all now looking into the fluctuations and volatility in economy, discussing about minimum wages. We're trying to manage our budgets in a sustainable way. So life, in a nutshell, has changed. Yes, we know we've had to tackle with challenges, but we need to know that it's also an opportunity to change. So it will never be back to the past, and we, in this respect, need to take it as an opportunity for a better future. So I believe that agility, adaptability, and also empathy, solidarity, as well as learning from each other will be the themes of the future. This impetus of learning, I think, really matters. I'm a person who is a lifelong student or learner. So in my life, I have always believed that both individuals and companies will evolve by learning, so as the organizations. There was once the Industrial Revolution, where the priority was on the machines. Then organizational strict structures and hierarchical structures came there for the career opportunities. But now, today, the career plan that you're offering to people or your future proposal are to be equally based on how you satisfy them, how you care about them, how you make them happy, if you want to achieve loyalty of your employees. Therefore, even if it weren't until today, now is the time that the organizations will need to also include in their learning capacity how to please people. From the point of, discussing the robots will be replacing individuals, I think we're back to the point of discussing how important people are. I totally agree with you. Maybe more than ever, we'll need to concentrate on human factor. As we've seen altogether in a crisis time like the pandemic, for the sustainability of the companies, human resources have become an important asset. And during the pandemic, the companies and leaders looked into human resources to try and find answers to their questions. Therefore, for the sustainability of business, HR departments have become a functional key in managing the crises. To interrupt, may I say that we've had some examples such as HR professionals have actually become and got into the shoes of pleasing who are not able to work, because they were accustomed to pleasing, those who are working. But now, as we were locked down in our homes, HR professionals had to please the people who were not actually working. Yes, it was a true transformation, and we've been discussing that the expectations of the employees have shifted. On one side, there were the people who had to work physically in the office or in other workplaces, so you had to safeguard their well-being, taking care of their concerns about the disease. But on the other hand, you had to take care of the people who were working remotely at their homes, who were under the pressure of the weaknesses they had to face. Therefore, HR departments had to manage the process. And in between the lines, I also need to emphasize that the biggest heroes of the pandemic were the employees, the healthcare workers. But we need to remember that for sustainability of business and the companies, HR professionals had to fight in the first front, and they had an extraordinary performance in the extraordinary times. Indeed, for the sustainability of business and for safeguarding the well-being of the employees, their contribution has been enormous. So I'd like to thank them for the big contribution they've been making in the last 2 years. So we need to respect them in the way that they're working. So as you say, in this time of crisis where the human beings are in the center of everything, HR professionals had to go through their self-transformation, designing for the future. 50th anniversary. 50th anniversary means in Turkey, from the perspective of experience, half a century. So it's really a handful of organizations that could reach this maturity. 50-year can also be considered as the age of maturity, but for an organization that has made learning a motto for themselves, it's a young age. Therefore, within the framework of the 50th anniversary, I have to say that your perspective really matters for so much as the person who's leading this organization. What is your perspective, and what does PERYÖN target for the next 50 years? Transformation and change we've been speaking about with you, a major one. This change and transformation has just provided us as human beings a totally new perspective. Therefore, we do believe that the future of human beings will need to be redefined and redesigned. Maybe in this respect, thousands of our members, together with the millions we are touching the lives on, we wanted to lay the ground for a totally new working environment as a mobilization. And 50 years may look as young, but it, on the other hand, is half a century. In this respect, as we've done in the past, we will continue to shape up the future of human beings in interaction. This is a target for all of us, and that's how we've started off. And we say the future begins when we talk, putting the human beings in our focal point. 50-year-old young PERYÖN. 50-year-old young PERYÖN, because we still have a lot to do. we need to continue for another 50 years as a part of the organization and as someone who has been positioned, in proximity to the management. I really am quite proud in this Congress, as we've discussed with the previous TV shows on Bloomberg HD. We need to discuss about the three themes of the Congress, and if you'd like, we can also speak about these themes. We talk, silver lining, and all connected. The theme of the Congress is, of course, the future begins when we talk, as we are going through a mobilization for the future. But why have we selected these three themes? Firstly, we say we talk because we know that the biggest steps in history were taken with people talking in courage. So the dreams will come true only if we talk. Therefore, everyone who are willing to talk are invited kindly to the Congress, because we want to speak about human with courage. And also we need to discuss how inclusion and diversity, with the impact of changing business model and the role of the HR and the transformation of the corporate culture, will be discussed under We Talk. Silver lining. Now, for hoping, we need to start off from some point. And I say, human being is an asset that needs to be admired, because we can survive and we learn how to cope with even the unimaginable conditions. So where do we look into future during the time of the pandemic? Where will the hope lie in the future? Living to work. Maybe beyond that, what is there for us? Being hopeful, and we will be discussing about the employee expectations. The next is all connected. We need to remember that we are tied with invisible ropes. We are living through the same challenges, and we need to go through the same challenges all together, even without us not recognizing. We support each other. Therefore, all connected means we need to speak about our individual roles in the future, this destructive future, and also employee commitment, loyalty, and importance of having them a say will be discussed. We talk in the organizations where we hear talk. Let's see what the Congress will bring and will open as a window in our discussion. Buket Çelebi-Öven, thank you very much, both for this opening session and for organizing this Congress. By the way, I'd like to state that we are quite pleased to be with you all. We have people working in the kitchen, Bloomberg HD, a PERYÖN team, everyone working in the organization of the Congress, plus our sponsors. If it weren't for them, it wouldn't have for us to open the doors of the Congress to everyone free. Welcome, all of you. Let's talk together. Let's design the future together, and then let's act together. You're kindly invited to act together.
So thank you very much, Açıl Sezen, Editor-in-Chief of Bloomberg, and PERYÖN's President Buket Çelebi-Öven. Thank you very much. We applaud you all. You have underlined so important topics. And as they mentioned about the themes, we talk silver lining and all connected. These are going to be the themes of the sessions. After the opening remarks and the welcoming notes, we have two distinguished speakers. Evan Bolsat, President of European Association for People Management, and at the same time Berna Öztünaz, CHRO, Genel Energy and Board Member, will be speaking about what is HR's vision for today and for the future is the title of the session that we will
Thank
have.
you. Well, hello everyone. We're happy and excited to welcome you to PERYÖN Congress. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Thank you for being with us here. Well, Evan, you are the president of HR PERYÖN of Norway, and also you are the president of EAPM, an independent non-profit umbrella body of national HR associations for more than 34 countries now. EAPM covers a broad area in Europe, from the sizable people management organizations like UK's CIPD, like HR Norge in Norway, and Italy's AIPD to smaller ones. Meaning, as EAPM president, you have the binoculars to see all through the people management in Europe. So, from your standpoint, what do you think were the most significant changes in this last couple of years from a people management perspective?
First of all, COVID has affected all of us in different ways, but there is some overall perspective on this. First phase was taking care of people. Tough times for HR department, but they have you have really done a fantastic job in these times. Health and safety has been phase number one. Then COVID didn't last for 1 week, 1 month, half a year. It's still there. I am sent back to home yesterday, or some days ago, because of the outbreak of Omicron in Norway, and it has been repeatedly coming back, and we have better for every time been able to take care of people. We know the drill now. We know the drill. So we have built some kind of work with outside of work, where we can be flexible, where we can adjust life to work and family and so on. So this has been a dramatic change, I think, for individuals, for organizations, and for society. And it's all interlinked. And what I feel during this process is that we have come into a phase where at least some of us, those who are more privileged, we are seeing a more positive outcome of COVID than we maybe understood at the start of it. So my hope is that we are able to use COVID as a trigger for change. I'm 50 plus something, almost 60 in fact when I count. And when I grew up and when I went to school, we heard about McGregor, we heard about Dennis, we heard about all these thought leaders. At the same time, the working environment which we were exposed to was very much that of Frederick Taylor, scientific management, 1890s, 1900, and that kind of stuff. So, and the problem with scientific management was that it was so successful. It was so successful that it continued, and it was built into tariffs, the whole system of the working life. And suddenly, we have really shaken it up. And if we are able now to bring into those ideas, which we have known about for decades, I mentioned MacGregor and all of those guys, I think that we can use COVID as a positive catalyst for change. And I think that dependent on how severely hit countries have been by COVID. Some of them are still down there, really, literally trying to breathe. But others are doing better, and those front runners are probably those you should look to when it comes to life after COVID.
Right. Right. It's very interesting indeed when you said that it could be a trigger for change. Yes, it could be a trigger for change. And also you said you did a good job, and HR is moving to a more center stage indeed. But then there is this question in my mind. We need to be ready to lead this change, isn't it? So what would be your advice to people management professionals on what to prioritize?
We have always discussed whether HR is a profession working within HR,
right,
or whether HR is an integrated element of all leadership within the company. And the answer, I think, is yes. It's both of those things. So I think that looking out, linking HR to the business environment, and to have an outside-in perspective. I mean, Dave Ulrich has been speaking about this for 50 years, I think. Linking HR to the business environment, not only integrating the business into HR, but also the opposite way around. To be brave and say that, listen, we need a people-centric policy. This is business essential. I think that is still the case, and even more after COVID. We know that there are demographics taking place. How long time do you need to produce a 20-year-old person? The answer is 21 years, and we know what is coming. We know what is coming, and we have known that for 10 or 20 years. So, and I mean, we might come back to that, but Turkey is in a privileged situation because you are, like Ireland, one of the youngest populations in Europe,
right.
And this is a fantastic starting point, where others struggle with. People turning into 60s, 70s, and 80s, you have this young engine, which could really be something to capitalize on.
So invest in that, isn't it?
Invest in that.
Invest in that is your advice. All right. Well, I'm going to go back to Turkey, but before that, there is something that I'm really curious about the answer. Well, in EAPM, there are 34 countries at the moment, and I'm sure you see many different focus areas in all of the countries. Naturally, each country has its own plan to build on. But I really wonder, what are the common things for all these countries? Are there common themes that we all focus on, or we all struggling with?
That's fascinating. And as you said, the distance from Turkey to Norway, where I sit, from Macedonia to Spain, those distances are financially, culturally, they are huge distances. At the same time, we did a survey together with the Boston Consulting Group, BCG, some time ago. And some of you might even have participated in that one. Creating people advantage. You will find it on the web. One of the main findings from that survey was that practices are converging. We are becoming more and more the same. Then you might ask the question, why? Why is it like that? And I think that one thought you could put on the table, what is that we are struggling with the same challenges. Another one is that theory is really running around, and we listen to the same speakers and thought leaders. So I think it's important to grasp the underlying idea, but at the same time adapt it to your own environment. the environment in Turkey and Norway, those environments are different, but the underlying ideas might be the same. If we go on with that survey, we tried to find out what are we good at and where are the challenges. And when we looked for what are we good at, you ranked health and safety as number one.
Right.
Employee relations, policy management, and recruitment. Those are classical tasks. That's where we really, really feel at home within HR. Right. But when we looked at what is of future importance, the answers were different. Right. Then it started with people strategy, leadership, behaviors and development, employee engagement, up and reskilling, and strategic workforce planning. And there is a discrepancy between those two. And I think that is also one of the challenges, that most of us, we keep on doing what we're good at.
Right.
And we do not challenge ourselves. And we do not bring in people who might contribute. We know that in the department of the HR department is more important than the HR professional individual. And we know that HR is bigger than the HR department. So, I mean, this also triggers for me a discussion on how do we organize the HR function and what is the HR function? That's a big question. We have 15 minutes, I think.
Yeah, I know.
We need 2 hours for that.
Yeah.
But it's very much about being people-centric. Right. And what also fascinates me is that working together with Boston Consulting Group and McKinsey, they all say the same. These are strategy companies, and they look for people profession. They look for people issues. They try to build people-centric agendas. So I think this is a very, very interesting part of it. And of course, you have also digitalization, AI, and all that.
And I think all this data management and understanding things through data become even more important. And these survey results are really interesting. I think it's a great service to people management to understand what's really going on and where we are. Yeah.
And as you say, the fact base, the core fact base. I used to say that if you want, I'm an economist myself, and if you want to speak with the stereotypical economist, you need to put it into Excel sheet. And to have these facts, these numbers, these predictive analysis, I think that's really, really important and a big step forward for the profession for the years to come. I hope, and we have already done well for so many years on that.
Yeah, I wish we had this 2 hours to talk about it, but well, my last question, Evan. I think you would agree if I say that PERYÖN is one of the senior and active members in the EAPM, and EAPM also enforces the PERYÖN Awards, EAPM Awards, the most prestigious HR awards in Turkey. We're serving together in the board as well, so you know about us. Then how do you see Turkey? What are your observations about Turkey? Any feedback, any insight that you would like to share with us?
First of all, it was a privilege I was able to look through the finalists and the evaluation of the finalists. And it was impressive. It was impressive, really, really, really good. And that comes back to practices are converging, and those who are good in Turkey are absolutely on level with those who are good everywhere. So I mean, that is the professional part of it. I am deeply fascinated by Turkey. I love Turkey. I mean, I have spent so many hours strolling around in Istanbul and feeling the vibe. I mean, it's a very special European country, and we are at the border of Europe, northwest. You are at the border, southeast, and that makes you a bit different, I think. As I mentioned, you have a wonderful capital. And you have Istanbul is a wonderful capital, but you also have this capital of young people. That is something I think most countries would very, very much, we would like to be in your shoes when it comes to this. And I mean, this is a fantastic talent pool. And you will not necessarily have to use those amount of money to take care of the elderly ones relatively, because you have so many young ones. But that must be fueled by education, education, education, and education. If you are not attractive to those youngsters, I mean, Turks are everywhere. And that also means that the young population of Turkey, they have relatives everywhere. And that makes you more vulnerable for them emigrating. We read about Turkey in the newspapers, interest rate policy, currency, and so on, and you are really, really struggling. And those times makes you very, very vulnerable for brain drain. So from outsider, that is really what worries me about Turkey. And we also see that I always talk about trust. There's polarization everywhere. You have more of it seems, in Turkey than most others. And when it comes, if you are going to link this back to HR, for me, trust is very much what you learn at home and what you learn at school and at work. So I think that also puts HR into the core of an agenda of building a trust-based culture. We know that trust is good for individuals. It's good for business. It's a business case, and it's good for society. So I think that if I would highlight something as an outsider looking at Turkey, it's about being attractive country for your talents, and it's about building trust.
Yeah.
So except from that, we are all converging.
Yeah. So you're saying that give a future to your talent and
give a future.
Build on trust. Well, great insights, Evan. Thank you very much. It's been a great pleasure to be with you in here. And this is our 50th anniversary at the same time. And thank you for joining us to celebrate it. Thank you.
Congratulations, and thank you for inviting me, and thank you for investing so much time, you, Berna, and the rest of the organization in the European community. We really, really love to have you there.
Thank you.
So, of course, all of the speakers of the Congress is so important, but now we'll be going to the United States. Especially recently, it is the topic that is uncertainty that we always talk about. How we are going to achieve well-being in such times of uncertainty. Of course, you know very well Barry Schwartz, but I don't want to take too much of your time. So let's give the floor to Barry Schwartz. And so you can
Hello,
start
everyone.
Listening to.
And thank you very much for the extremely kind and generous introduction. I'm really honored to be with you. And what I'm going to try to do in the brief time that I have today is make some suggestions about how it's possible to live well in an extremely uncertain world. This is something I've thought about for many, many years, as I think you'll see, but the pandemic has made it salient in a way that maybe it wasn't before. So let's just get started. So what does it take to make a rational decision? What does it take to make a good decision? There is a theory developed by economists known as the theory of rational choice. And it lays out a kind of model for making good decisions that goes like this. First, ask, what is my goal? Then look out into the world and see what the options are. Look at the options and ask of each of them, will the options allow me to achieve my goal? And finally, choose the best option from the set that's available, the one that will, as economists put it, enable you to maximize your utility. So figure out what you want, look at the world to see what the options are, evaluate the options, and choose the option that will be the best. Now, this seems pretty straightforward. And the question you might ask is, what does this apply to? And I think it applies, as you'll see, to pretty much everything. Does it apply when you're trying to decide what job to take? Or if you're in a job, does it apply when you're trying to decide how aggressive to be, how competitive to be, how outspoken to be, how cooperative to be in that job? Does it apply when you're trying to decide where to go on vacation? Does it apply when you're trying to decide what doctor to consult about an illness, where to eat, and what to order, what movie to stream, where to live, who to marry, whether to get vaccinated, whether to wear a mask, whether to send your kids to school in COVID times? I think the answer to that question is yes, it applies to all of these things and even more. This model for making rational decisions, certainly it applies to financial decisions, but I think it basically is meant to apply to every decision that we face in life. Seek out the options, evaluate the options, and choose the one that has the highest rating. But not so fast. It's a little bit more complicated than that. And what makes it more complicated is that the world we live in is uncertain. The restaurant that we evaluate as the best may be disappointing. The place we decide to go on vacation, it may rain every day while we're there. Your boss may turn out to be a monster. Your romantic partner may snore. You may experience side effects from your vaccine, etc., etc., etc. There are no sure things in life. And so when we are evaluating options, we need to think about the uncertainty that's attached to them. So what rational decision makers do is they calculate not utility from the various options, but expected utility. And all that means is that they take the value of the options that they're predicting or guessing, and they multiply that by the probability, the likelihood that that option will be as good as they think it is. So figure out your goals, consider what the options are, assign each option a value, and then crucially, assign each option a probability that you will actually achieve that value, that the job will be as good as you expect it to be, that the vacation will be as pleasant as you expect it to be, that the restaurant will be as high quality as you expect it to be, and so on. And what you should do is choose the option that has the highest score when you multiply the value of the option by its probability. Again, this makes it more complicated, but still it seems to be manageable. But I want to introduce another wrinkle. There's a distinction that people make, and the language I use to make this distinction is between probabilistic uncertainty on the one hand, uncertainty where you can calculate odds, and radical uncertainty on the other. So to make the point, consider this. Here are two urns. The one on the left, urn A, has 50 red balls and 50 blue balls. You close your eyes, you reach in, you pick out a ball, and if you pick out a red one, you win $10, 10 euros, 10 of whatever your currency is. The one on the right also has 100 balls that are red and blue, but the thing is, you don't know how many of them are red and how many of them are blue. So with urn A, you can say that the probability you will win is 50%, 50-50 chance, like flipping a coin. But what's the probability that you'll win when you pick a ball out of urn B? You have no idea. Urn B could have all blue balls, in which case you have no chance to win. It could have all red balls, in which case you are certain to win, and anything in between. And this urn B, it captures what I have come to call radical uncertainty. We're used to thinking about probabilistic uncertainty when it comes to gambling games. When we play cards, we know what the chances are that we'll draw an ace. When we throw dice, we know what the chances are that we'll roll a 7. When we flip coins, we know that it's 50-50. When we play roulette, we know that it's even money essentially between red and black. We can specify what the odds are. In competitive sports, it's not as neat as it is in gambling games. One football team may be clearly better than the other one. I'm using your term for soccer, not mine. But, injuries can happen. There can be bad calls by the refs, penalty kicks, and so on. And so, as we say often in my country, the reason they play the game is that you can't be certain who's going to win. So even in athletic contests, there's a kind of uncertainty that is more expansive than the uncertainty we face when we're playing gambling games. But even there, although it is more uncertain figuring out who's going to win a football match than it is to figure out whether you're going to get an ace or a 3 on the next draw of a card, even there, the system in athletic events is a closed system. There are many things that might influence the outcome, but not everything in the world is relevant. And so in a closed system, we can easily imagine that we can estimate the probability of one or another outcome, and we can do the utility calculation, the expected utility calculation, probability times value. But what do we do in an open world where almost anything might be relevant? What are the odds of a financial collapse? What do you think people thought the odds were of a financial collapse before it happened almost 15 years ago? What are the odds that we will solve global warming in time? What are the odds of there being a pandemic? What are the odds that your romantic partner will walk away if you point out that he or she is a bit of a slob? What are the odds that your friend will seek help rather than abandoning you if you suggest to her that she's actually got a substance problem and should go to rehab? What are the odds that your boss will fire you or give you a raise if you point out what a bad idea the new product line is? We can say what the odds are, but when we do that, we're essentially just engaging in fantasy. We don't know what the odds are of outcomes of this type when we're trying to deal with uncertainty in an open world. In the open world in which we live, radical uncertainty is everywhere. But we're kind of used to it. We have a false sense of security. We're used to the uncertainty of our interactions with our boss and our romantic partners and, going away on vacation. And so when we say something like there's a 30% chance this is going to be a wonderful meal, we actually think we can estimate that it's a 30% chance. So we're used to this uncertainty and we just cope with it. And then along comes the pandemic. and our security about the uncertain world is completely shattered. Because now we can't fool ourselves into thinking that we can really attach odds, probabilities to the various outcomes that matter. And the question is, what can we do to make good decisions in the face of this kind of radical uncertainty? So I have made a distinction in some of my work between approaching decisions with the aim of maximizing, getting the best possible result, and satisficing, getting a good enough result. People who are trying to maximize will look at all the options they can, calculate the likely value and probability of each one, and then choose the one that gives them the highest expected utility. Satisficing people will not do that. They will figure out how good something has to be good enough, and then they'll go and look until they find something that meets their standards, and then they'll stop looking. So we've done a bunch of research on this distinction. Different people are more like maximizing in their decisions, and others are more like satisficing in their decisions. So we did one study of college seniors, graduating students who were looking for jobs. And we tracked them and studied them over the course of their senior year in university. And we were interested in how hard they thought the decision was, how well they did in making a decision about what job to take, and how they felt about how well they did. And here's what we found. Among people who are maximizers, they considered more options, they wanted more options, and they did better. They got jobs that provided a 20% higher starting salary than satisficers, $7,000 more a year in starting salary. But they were also more pessimistic, more anxious, more stressed, more worried, more tired, more overwhelmed, more depressed, more regretful, and more disappointed than satisficers. And they were less content, optimistic, elated, excited, and happy. In other words, they did better, but they felt worse. And what this led me to think is that maybe looking for the best, being a maximizer, is not a good strategy. It isn't even a good strategy in a world that isn't radically uncertain, but it's a terrible strategy in a world that is radically uncertain, which is the world in which we live in. So what do? What we do is we become satisficers, seeking good enough outcomes in a radically uncertain world. And our focus, instead of on how much utility we'll get out of whatever decision we make, is on how robust each of the options are to this kind of uncertainty. What does it even mean to maximize, to try to maximize, when you can't specify what the probabilities of various outcomes are? What does it mean to maximize when it comes to wearing a mask, staying out of large crowds, getting vaccinated? We can't attach probabilities to outcomes in domains like this. What does it mean to try to maximize when we're deciding whether it's safe to send our kids back to school or to have them study at home remotely? Instead of trying to get the best outcome, we should be asking a different question: which option will give us a good enough outcome under the widest set of future states of the world, under the widest set of future circumstances? In other words, what we should be asking is which option will be most robust and most resilient, given that we really don't know what the future is going to look like. And so a term that I have come to use as the right strategy for being happy or satisfied in a highly uncertain world is robust satisficing. what alternative will give me a good enough result under the widest set of future states of the world. That's what I think is the objective, should be the objective. So what a robust satisficer does in business or investing, instead of asking what will maximize return, this person asks, what strategy will produce a good enough return under the widest set of future states of the world? In choosing a job or a vacation or pretty much anything else, instead of asking what is the best X, ask what X will be good enough under the widest set of future circumstances. What restaurant will be good enough where no matter what I order? What vacation will be good enough no matter what the weather? And I think in a radically uncertain world, this is, even in a not so radically uncertain world, this is the right strategy to be following. But in the world as it has become and been made apparent to us in COVID, it is unquestionably the right strategy. So the task then is for each of us to figure out in each domain where we have decisions to make, how good an outcome has to be in order for it to be good enough. And as I said, this is the right strategy to follow in general, but it is particularly important to follow this strategy when the world we live in is radically uncertain. And the world we live in really is radically uncertain. So another way of thinking about this, and I'm going to sort of wrap up now, another way of thinking about this is that there's a kind of trade-off that we make between freedom and security. Security, if your aim is security, then you pay attention to how robust and resilient an option is given the uncertainty of the world we live in. If, however, your focus is on freedom, you want as many options as possible so that you can look at them all and find the one that will give you the best possible result. This embrace of freedom is a kind of optimistic view that the world isn't so uncertain, that I kind of know what's going on and what will happen tomorrow, and that I can then look at the options I face and choose the alternative that will give me the best result. What we have seen in the last couple of years is what a mistake it is to neglect security in the service of freedom. There was a huge amount of concern about supply chain vulnerability when COVID first hit and people couldn't get adequate supplies of oxygen and intubation equipment and protective equipment and so on. Nobody, even the richest of countries, had adequate storehouses of those materials. Why not? Because it seemed like a waste to have warehouses full of stuff that you would have no occasion to use. So instead, you operate lean and mean, trusting that if an emergency arises, you'll be able to get what you need. And then the emergency does arise, and lo and behold, you're not able to get what you need. We neglected robustness and resilience in the service of speed, efficiency, and profitability. And what I'm suggesting is that what the pandemic should be teaching us is that we should worry a little bit less about efficiency and a little bit more about security. That we should be paying attention to how we can take out insurance against the uncertainties that we face in the world. This was always, I think, the right strategy, but it was easy to forget that it was or ignore that it was the right strategy when we lived in this illusion that the world that we faced was a predictable world. Instead, we need to be taking out insurance policies against uncertainty. And so I'll close with this. Here's a parent fish and a baby fish in a little fish bowl, and the caption reads, "You can be anything you want to be, no limits." And when I first saw this cartoon, my reaction was, oh, this parent fish is a fool. That fishbowl is nothing but limits. I mean, what can you do inside that fishbowl? There doesn't seem to be much room for sort of being the kind of fish you want to be. And so if you can imagine a human fishbowl that really restricts us, most of us would be dissatisfied living in such a fishbowl because it doesn't provide us with the kinds of options that we think we need in order to live satisfying and happy lives. That was my first reaction. This parent fish is a fool. But then I started thinking, what happens if the fishbowl is shattered? Now, the baby fish can do anything, go anywhere, be anything. But the problem is that when the fishbowl is shattered, almost all of the things that can happen to that baby fish are bad, in fact, catastrophic. That baby fish needs the fishbowl, needs the protection, needs the security. And the question is, how can I live a good enough life, a satisfying life, within the security provided by the fishbowl? Human beings are not fish. Human beings need more in their fish bowls than these fish need. But I have come to believe we all need a fish bowl. And living life in the absence of a fish bowl, in the absence of constraints, is essentially an impossible task. We haven't appreciated that because we have taken the security of our fish bowls for granted. The pandemic shattered the fish bowl. And now more and more of us are eager for somehow to have that fishbowl be reconstructed so that we can put one foot in front of the other and have some assurance that if we behave rationally and sensibly, we'll get the things in life that matter to us and our well-being and happiness. So the lesson I've taken from the pandemic is how true this cartoon is as a characterization of what we need in life. And the challenge we face, and I wish I could answer this, but I can't, is what needs to be inside our fish bowls so that we can all live decent lives. Perhaps you all know the answer to this question. Alas, I do not. Thank you very much for listening.
So we have listened to Barry Schwartz, and he will underline topics that we would ever consider. You know, we're just going through a major transformation, and it's an ongoing process. Of course, corporate culture is so important. And in particular, during these times, it is of significance. Even we can say it is among the top priorities of the businesses. In times of uncertainty and transformation, where is corporate culture evolving will be discussed by Chief Human Resources Officer of Şişecam. Şengül Arslan is together with us. Hello, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Ms. Saraj. Distinguished guests, I would like to welcome you all to PERYON People Management Congress. This PERYON is one of the major non-governmental organizations in our country, and especially how important the people in it has, at the same time industry contributes a lot to employment, and Şişecam is one of the leading companies. In 1935 it was given the task for the glass industry as given by our great leader Atatürk, and now we have sales over 150 countries and over 20,000 of employment. So we have quite a deeply rooted corporate culture, highly qualified human resources that we have, and therefore one of the major indicators in that area. Of course, as we all know, we're just going through some challenging times, things that we never thought about, we never imagined, and we're just trying to shape for the future. And of course, the theme of today is the future begins when people talk. So we have very distinguished professionals, and we'll have the chance to listen to them. And in this session, with the, in particular, acceleration of the corporate transformation, where we are going, where the corporate culture is evolving. Of course, the corporate culture and the corporate structures, and discussing about this, I think we have to start with the pandemics. Over 280 million cases and 5.5 million as a death toll, and the disease is actually changing it is form through some variants. We lost the beloved ones, we actually had to stay away from them, and it touches to our social lives, the education of the children, and we actually had to go through so many challenges. Actually, the history of humanity continues to survive with uncertainties. Therefore, it is very difficult to predict about the future. And according to the surveys, especially looking at the pandemics, there is a change, and there are millions of people in the world, and they're just trying to understand how they live, how they work, and how they are just going to keep the balance. In the United States, in Europe, there are so many people who are unemployed right now, and these are actually the indications of structural and psychological changes. And I think what keeps us so busy in our minds is actually the quest for meaning. Of course, there is a common trauma, and the individuals at the same time have different expectations from the other people and the corporates, and we're just trying to be much more responsible for our planet. Just fighting against a joint problem, a collective problem, is actually makes consolidation, helping each other, sacrifice, devotion, courage, and trying to have a quick learning process. These are some of the reactions. It is from education to vaccination. Even so many things happen that we never thought we would ever do. This is quite a didactic process to us. Also, it has an impact on the choices and the actions of the people. Maybe it is just going to take us through the enlightenment. If, for example, future begins when people talk, then it means that whatever we brought from the past to present is not only adaptation to technology, or is not only limited to the hybrid working models. It means that we're just waiting for a new future to hatch. Especially for the last 2 to 3 decades, a lot of changes occur, and especially so many the X and the Y generation at the same time is trying to build a better future for the Z generation. But what we need more is hope. As for corporate culture, it is actually a co-learning process. people in a group are sharing the information and learning together. That's the definition that we can make. There could be, for example, some external factors, external threats, but also helps for the internal cohesion of the group. Therefore, the societies in particular are all accumulating their memories and experiences and trying to get together among a common goal. Therefore, it starts with the common corporate memory. They have the values that they adopt. And actually, glass has a feature of more than 5,000 years, and Şişecam has this legacy. It is at the same time internalized with the Republic. And Şişecam has a great corporate culture, and there are so many values, and we are proud of the values that we represent. Especially last year, we had a merger, and we actually are quoted at the stock exchange, and therefore, we're just going through some deeply rooted transformations, and there are so many technological investments that we perform in 14 countries. At the same time, with 15 different trade unions, we have collective bargaining agreements, and therefore it's always about respect to the people and the environment as the core values of Şişecam. From United States to India, is even, for example, there are some differences in these geographies, but we have employees everywhere. In doing so, we are just trying to cooperate, and together with all our stakeholders, we're trying to be sensitive. We have a just and fair approach, and transparent as well. Corporate culture is composed of what and how it can change. Culture is also dynamic, and in an environment that everything is changing so fast, looking at the corporate from today to the future, especially there are so many factors that affects us. For example, the raison d'etre of the company, the organizational structure, the products, the customers, the markets that we approach, competition. These are some of the factors that I can list. Of course, there are macro developments that affect the entire world. At the same time, we are affected from this. Therefore, the corporate culture is changing. Corporate culture is at the same time shaping the future of the company. There are demographic and social changes. In 2025, the Y generation will cover 70% of the employment, and right now 4 generations are working at the same time. There is rapid urbanization and changing consumption, and therefore, again, more than 70% of the people will be living in the cities by 2070, and at the same time, majority of the professions at the same time will be automatically performed in the future. Therefore, there is going to be division of labor between people and the algorithms. Together with the COVID, there are also changes in economic balances worldwide. As we know, there is a climate change that is a major issue of the planet. This also affects all the economies and will continue to affect all the corporates. In terms of qualified workforce, at the same time, there is actually unemployment, at the same time, unregistered economy and employment, and also there is no fair distribution of income. And with the diversity of specialties, there is the need for more qualified people. And as we all know, at the same time that people are, for example, quitting their jobs and looking for better jobs, which also contributes to employment. According to the surveys, almost half of the people working are trying to quit their jobs, and 4 out of, again, 6 people would not actually saying that they would like to get back to full-time office work, otherwise they will quit. So I think pandemics is on the top of this, and it resulted in a major change, a permanent change, especially after the Industrial Revolution, then the discovery of the internet, the digital transformation, and now we're just going through the hybrid era. There are so many hybrid models like remote working and trying to have online communication, and majority of the things we thought that everything would go back to normal as usual, but this is not correct. And these types of models are not actually weakening the culture of a corporate. Once people start working remotely, and there is also a change, but that's actually has some positive implications as a change. Hybrid working models in particular, and the corporates that are hiring this model, in terms of loyalty, it is observed to be more, and they are much more motivated. These are all the macro developments and the trends worldwide recently, and this actually will have some major implications on the corporate culture. Maybe we can speak about three pillars about the workplace and workforce of the future. What are the expectations from the qualifications and the changing organizational models and structures? Now, the changing workplace and workforce, starting with that concept. In terms of the future of the workplace, I think majority of the professions will be changing and will be automated. There will be artificial intelligence or virtual reality. At the same time, job description will be a part of this, and the jobs will be divided between people and the algorithms. Flexible working is something that is always underlined, but now maybe there is a change in the definition. Flexibility was only by time and space in the past, but now we have a wider approach. Who is going to perform what, for what time, where? All these factors are important in the definition. And the work itself, the task itself, is also flexible. And there are some critical competencies and qualifications now. There is actually a project-based approach. So it's a flexible workforce that we are speaking about. As for the future of the workplace, it is a digital workplace already introduced in our world, and that's the transformation we are speaking about. From office to workplace, we're just focusing on people-oriented approach. So people, I would say, is now at the core of the work life. It is either the work or the workplace itself is hybrid. So by people-oriented approach, now we actually have more competencies, but it is important to have a fair and egalitarian approach to everyone. At the same time, equal opportunities and flexibility is important, and having, for example, a work design that is much more collaborative, more visibility, maybe rather than more visibility, to have actually an empathy-based performance management, that the performance is measured through deliverables. And again, as for expectations from the talents, again, there will be talent gain, and that's going to be a new challenge for corporates. Innovation, creativity, problem solving, adaptability. These are the competencies that are much more on the forefront. So the talents are changing all the time. So as to close the gap, it is very important actually to develop more talents, and investment on talent is much more important than ever. I think the task of the corporates is that we are living in an uncertain world, so there's a need for digital skills and to have an agile workforce, and to make the educational background training for this, especially for new skills and talents. Lifelong learning is so important. It should be deployed everywhere, and the already existing resources must be used for developing new skills. And traditional training, and for example, is from 3 days to 36 days in terms of building a skill and competency. So it's very important to keep the training programs updated all the time. There are certain challenges of the workforce, and there's also the loss of talent. There is a need for some alternative resources, maybe freelancers, and recruitment from the international arena. These are the new concepts. Therefore, especially some of the factors, I believe, is just moot to keep the new balance, and therefore corporate belonging is also important, and especially for employee or the well-being programs are important. Now, evolving organizational structures. You know, especially in nature, what survives is actually the one that has the highest adaptability. Therefore, flexibility and adaptability of the organizations are so important. And organizational agility is of critical importance. For example, organizations just like a setup of a machine is not possible to be customer focused, but you need a dynamic organization, just like a living organism. The requirements are changing all the time. It's important to actually have the competencies required all the time. Therefore, at the same time, the value chain must be introduced to the system. Now, the corporates are face to face with all these changes. How about the leadership and culture? How is it's going to evolve? The workplace and work of the future, the new models and organizational structures. Of course, the expectations are changing from the leaders. There is the need to be much more inclusive, and there is the need to have an approach that is improving the quality of life, at the same time looking for employers that will give an answer to the quest for the raison d'etre. In particular, inspirational approaches are important. There is more expectation for this. Physical, social, or emotional contexts are important for the workers' well-being. Corporate social responsibility at the same time is a part of the corporate culture, and there must be the transfer of value from the corporates to the stakeholders all the time. The conditions, their loyalty to work, and because 4 separate generations are working at the same time, so the leaders must be and must inspire all the 4 generations. It is agile, and that is important. So from the leaders, we want them to be pioneers on all aspects of change, and they actually have to manage not only the differences, but at the same time to hear the differences. We're speaking about, for example, nothing physical is being used, and we're working at a distance, and that's actually the new working model. It could be either a freelancer or so, but there is actually the responsibility of the leaders to distribute and the value. So performance assessment has also changed, especially from, for example, use of the area to the sitting position, rather than, for example, physical performance criteria. We are no more talking about the traditional workplaces. So now there's the digital workplaces, about the online meetings and the virtual reality-based orientation and training programs that we have now. Of course, with the free, working environment, there will be some different values that will be introduced. Of course, there will be common values, and at the same time, business models and principles. Each corporate, at the same time, would like to recruit the people that adopt to their values, but maybe there is going to be the work-based approach. So people will be hired as a freelancer for a specific project. For example, rather than being at the office between certain working hours, will no more be a performance criteria. For example, thinking that it is a must is actually not possible. But now, thinking that it is there is no need at all for being physically present is another thing. Therefore, it is having a digital workplace, working in synchronization, or, for example, working at different places, but collaborating with each other is important. What is important here is to have a structure and to invest on the infrastructure that will meet the new requirements. For the last 1.5 to 2 years, there's actually the wave of change, and it affects the individuals, the corporates, the nations. It is our learning capacity that helps humanity to come so far. We have so many capabilities. On the top of this, there is a generation that has the will to change the world. So at the same time, we have the other generations together. That's a unique opportunity that we have all the generations all together. We should not miss the opportunity. There are certain requirements and needs of the workers and the employees, and I believe that we have to be open-minded for this, and we will actually build the future by learning from each other. Agility, high adaptability, these are very important for the success of the future. We actually should not fight against the waves of change, but rather use it and make use of it and turn it into the courage and the agility to do so. Each industry has its unique challenges, so we have got a lot to learn from each other. I know that it is mostly the need for common sense and hope, looking at the messages coming for the Congress. So I'm sure that the feedback from your side will be very helpful for us to shape for the future. As we also mentioned, the future begins when people talk, so I wish for the good health to all our participants.
Thank you very much for emphasizing all these important topics. The participants and the speakers are also highlighting quite important points. Some caught my attention: empathy, sympathy, and bonding leadership, use of digitalization, being free of time and venue, rather, being freer in working in the future. So our speakers have all been emphasizing these words. Now we will have a wonderful panel session, and here we will be speaking what diversity and inclusion truly mean, whether these are true concepts, because we are going through times which pretending would not suffice. So will the companies have realistic targets for them? Are they consistent in their targets? And we will be discussing all these aspects in the next session. Well, we are going to continue with people in our focal point. As you have seen, what do diversity and inclusion really mean? Is this a realistic objective? And we will be speaking about examples, good and bad examples at the same time. And I will be turning to our panelists. The moderator is Funda Kalemci, is the global leader for diversity and inclusion. Ayşem Sargun is the president of International Investors Association and country representative for Boeing Turkey. Kerim Türe, founder and CEO of Modanisa.com. Levent Kömür, Media Joe general manager, and I will leave the floor to the moderator. But we are curious about the debate in the panel. Looking forward to that. It's your turn. Thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to congratulate PERYÖN for the 50th anniversary, and thank you very much for being with us. And we'll be speaking about a topic that is dear to my heart, diversity and inclusion, with the women's movement and awareness in terms of a disability-free world. We've been talking about diversity and inclusion, but as business unit, we don't have it a lot in many of the companies. One of the things that people are getting surprised, and I get to answer their question when people ask me, what is your job? And I'm most of the time being confused by actually social responsibility projects. Also, although diversity and inclusion requires that impact in social responsibility, the real aim is to improve the human resources processes of corporations, and without any consideration of any disability, gender, sexual orientation, age, and to provide equal opportunities for all. We've already presented our panelists, and with our panelists we'll be speaking about the essential requirements of the HR in the 21st century, namely diversity and inclusion, will be discussed in the session. I'd like to ask the very first question to all the panelists. Many studies show quite clearly that diversity of our manpower is increasing efficiency in the outcomes. And it shows that the profitability of the companies having equal number of women in management is 50% higher than those who do not. We are aware of it, and we, know that it's not something that is good to have, but that is essential. So I'd like to turn to you and ask you, so as to increase diversity and inclusion in your individual companies, what kind of examples can you present to us? Thank you, Funda, for the kind introduction, and would like to thank PERYÖN for the invitation. That is a topic that is dear to my heart as well. As a woman, I've been involved in these kind of priorities for many years, and people tell me you've been working in the men-intensive sectors, and how did you manage, and which sector isn't that way? I asked them. So as much as possible, I've been trying to overcome these differences. Not ignoring, but trying to overcome would be the right term to use. I've been developing methods maybe to overcome these problems. So what you say is important. It's not just about speaking of diversity, but rather it's time to speak of how we can trigger diversity. Similar practices are present in our companies. We have source groups working on diversity, women, disabled, minorities, LGBT. All different groups are being involved, and we are trying to do our best to raise awareness, visibility, career support, mentorship to these groups as well. I think for all global companies, these are standard practice, but maybe in practice, what we are trying to make as a difference is, and aviation truly is a sector where women would dream less of being involved in. Let me just put it that way. So I think we believe in the importance of communication. For the time ahead of us, the biggest initiative maybe is Ask, Talk, and Listen initiative. We are trying to also put it in all domains of the company. This is about raising our voices out loud in different segments and including diversity. We want to pull our employees to a more inclusive environment to change the culture step by step. I truly believe in this change because for many years, in wherever I go, it's really easy to feel different and to be cross with these differences. But we need to bring those people around these differences, and I believe the true inclusiveness is about that difference being finding place in the companies. So diversity is an easy target, but on the other hand, inclusion is a harder target to measure, and it takes a longer time as the cultures are changing and it goes beyond time. Therefore, I believe that in terms of inclusion, I believe that common targets or maybe shared communication is extremely important, where we will be able to identify our direction together. So lastly, I'd like to emphasize that, at least from the perspective of women, diversity and inclusion require something what women want. According to my observations, what women want is a true implementation of diversity and inclusion. Inclusion in particular. If we are given equality, we never say that we need positive discrimination. We will find our way, believe me, as women. So with this attitude, we want to go as being treated as professionals. I think us and all who believe in this diversity, all different groups, want to come to the right point due to right reasons, and not barely, I mean, naming it as diversity, I wouldn't feel good, and I don't think any of us would feel good if we are given this kind of a privilege. And that's all for me right now, and would like to leave the floor to the rest of the panel. Thank you, Ayşem. Levent Kömür, can I turn to you and can we continue with your inputs? Firstly, I'd like to continue from where Ayşem has stopped. Actually, generally, when it comes to diversity and inclusion, what is being asked mostly is whether we are opening the door for everyone if there is anyone left outside. But the true question is whether the people inside can be truly themselves. It's not about the doors, opening them, or just keeping people out. It's rather about the air that you're breathing inside, or maybe creating the atmosphere where people can be truly themselves. From that perspective, you would take quite a distance in the debate. As Ayşem Sargın has rightfully emphasized, there are many standard practices already out there in the global companies, and I have to say that for the sake of sustainability, sustainability meaning sustainability of business, diversity and inclusion have instantaneously been prioritized. Why? Because uncertainty is, I think, the biggest barrier before sustainability. And so as to take down or beat off uncertainty, maybe to manage uncertainty, you need two things: empathy and perspective, which also pave the way for diversity and inclusion. That is the reason for why many companies have taken diversity and inclusion in their agendas to manage uncertainty better. And that is actually, as you have correctly emphasized, we get better business outcomes. So what do we do differently maybe in particular in our roof based on all these criteria? I can say that number one, we have a project justice map. Actually, a certain group of people from our employees get together with the management, and there is just one question that we ask them. Currently, do you see any unfair practice in your company? Because diversity and inclusion all boil down to equality of opportunities. If that lacks, it means that there is unfairness. So we try to map ourselves in terms of our fairness, where we identify the points of interest for us. Secondly, maybe one thing that we're doing differently is in terms of recruitments. We're speaking about figures, maybe we can turn to recruitments. There are two things that I'm interested in, the gender equality in promotions and gender distribution in resignations. Because if you have created a correct atmosphere where people can be truly themselves, it means that they can keep on, they can, stay with us. So the promotions mean that it's fair, but otherwise it means that you would just pick that up in your resignation ratios. These are the two criteria that we look at very much. Third, our sector, as Aishem said, which sector is not male dominant? Ours is truly male dominant, and this is something that we try to stand up against. There is no single job that is only for men. So we need to stay away from that mentality, and we try to make our job more appealing for women as well. At that point, we're really striving. So maybe this is what I can say for an answer to this question. Thank you very much, Levent Kömür. Quite well-established points, but one maybe link to the next, before I give the floor to the next panelist. Diversity is to give a place, a seat on the table. Inclusion is about giving a say in the table. So, Kerem Türe, what would you say? What does Moda Nisa do about it? But you need to tune. Yeah. We hear you now clearly. As actually the very reason that Moda Nisa was established is diversity and inclusion. We've said that no matter what the faith of the women are, all women do deserve being elegant. So in the respect of the conservative fashion, it was just a bunch of, maybe a handful of fashion brands interested in faith or clothing. We say diversity, and the aim is to create diversity for all. And we started with the range of our products for diversity. Around the same time, we wanted to look into our diversity inside. On one side, with the options that we are offering to ladies, we want women to be self-confident, to be included in life. But on the other hand, in our own working environment, we want to provide diversity for female employees. Maybe there is one tier up to that, although it may look as two political polarizations. We want to bring together women side by side, regardless of their political opinions. So we have two perspectives of diversity per se. The second thing that we have been doing under our roof, by the way, 53% of our employees is women. 1 out of every 4 members to the executive board is women. And one more thing, if you're a woman, there is a glass ceiling, upon you that, as we all know, as Mr. Levent has clearly emphasized, we are counteracting against it and we are to beat it up. But if you're a Muslim and you're wearing hijab, then this glass ceiling doubles up. There is a double tier or 2-layered glass ceiling. So we have a project all around the world. By the way, we're selling to 130 countries. We are the exporter champion in London and Dubai and in Istanbul. We have had offices and as people from 17 nations are working in our head office, and what we are doing is to try and overcome the double glass. So we have a project, namely breaking the double glass ceiling project. It's called, so we are aiming at bringing in conservative women into business life. So we need to improve social fingerprint of women, and it's our main job to accompany women in that journey. Maybe the second thing I can emphasize about it is we want to embrace differences so that we can orient towards a single target, and I believe that we've been quite successful about it. I mean, there is no discrimination to everyone, whether somebody is wearing the hijab and the other is not, and somebody has tattoos. There is the meditation room plus the prayer room in our company, so for different colleagues. So when you just put them on top of each other, as a good example, I can say that we aim at also improving diversity and also attracting conservative women into the working life. And we are trying to take the lead in this respect. So for the first round, that's all I can say. Thank you very much, Kerem Türe. All fair points, and thank you for this contribution, particularly from the perspective of diversity. Maybe more importantly, in terms of inclusion, what I always say is, if inclusion is reserved for a given group, it no longer is inclusion. So what you're offering as a company really matters a lot, and your reflections inside the company provides an extra value. Now, let's just change gears. And let me say that the biggest barrier before inclusion is the prejudices. All of you emphasized it, and we do not have a singular identity. I'm a woman, but at the same time a mother, at the same time a wife, at the same time a sister, so on and so forth. We have different identities. From that perspective, from different identities, have you ever been discriminated for the sole reason that you are different? Again, would like to start off with Mrs. Sargan, because I would assume that we are the two mostly discriminated, individuals in this panel. Thank you, Funda. Yeah, I agree with you. All due respect to the two gentlemen here, I have to say that for more than 30 years, I've been employed in men-intensive or male-dominant sectors. And I agree with you to the fact that the biggest barrier before inclusion is the prejudices. Just an anecdote: when I first started Boeing as the GM, I was on a journey, and I met a journalist there, who I have to say is a reputable person in this field, and just gone through all my CV. Have you done this, that? What exactly were you transferred to this, there? And finally asked, how could you come up to this level? And it's really upsetting. I deserved it, I've had a career path all through the years, really working intensively in different, industries. And so I'm sure about where I'm standing. People were sure about my appointment to this position, but there are outsiders who are questioning still. And I told him, let's just put away my CV, and I am the general manager of this company. And just, would you like this kind of a communication with me? Or shall we take a look at our commonalities and speak on it as well? And I really had to try a lot, keep myself not saying other things. So prejudices can sometimes be voiced out, and some will just gossip and will exclude you. There are many other ways of exclusion. the international resources has just given this example. Men speak of football all the time, keeping women outside. I'm okay with it. I mean, but you know, there are different dimensions to consider as well. So I tell to myself always, it's our responsibility as well. We're excluded, and let other people jump in and do things. And we keep saying what the companies are doing, but I think it's the women themselves to be there to ask for more inclusion. I think we have. Every morning I wake up to this. I'm into this, and that person, that journalist, is just one person, but I meet you know, hundreds of others, and all the time you try and you must prove yourself. You have to be the best in what you do. Be the best so that people cannot ask you how come you there, especially in new promotions, in new, you know, recruitments. You come across with this discrimination more, but you need to hold the ropes in your hands. This is not only for you but for future generations as well, for your successors. I mean, maybe a different diversity, you know, group should, I think, be there as a successor of me. And if you ask me, the top important thing is correct communication to overcome these prejudices. As the previous panelists have already mentioned, if you look at it only from the professional empathy, maybe joint targets, I mean, not starting maybe quarrels about differences. If you become the site to take steps for the target, people will start keeping your back. It'll take time and patience, but as we are moving towards the time where people will be also racing with robots, I think it's a pity that we are still speaking about these diversity issues, and I think we need to come to our senses all together and with all our responsibilities, hopefully.
Thank you very much. I totally agree with you, but I would like to share an anecdote of mine. It's not only about being a woman. We can be face to face with prejudices from all sides. I'm working with 85 countries, 85 different countries, and I'm all the time, just like I'm doing right now, talking to people through my screen. The camera is all open. It was 2 weeks ago. I was invited to a panel in the US, and they did not know that I am in Turkey, because as a global leader, they thought that I am in the United States. And during the prep site, they found out that I'm from Turkey, and saying that, wow, you have a great internet connection. That's what they told me. I was shocked because I did not have any answer to give. It's okay, we're working globally, and you cannot be so clear about this, but it's about being different or putting different labels. We can come across with this anywhere. So my question is to Kerim Ture right now, especially while working globally. Have you ever experienced that you are stigmatized with a different label? Can you hear me? Now we can hear you. Now, this is actually a topic that I have a lot of things to say. I was muted, I'm sorry for that. Actually, as Moda Nisa, we're just selling clothes. But unfortunately, this way of clothing is also a symbol of a political phenomenon as well. And as this is the case, prejudice is something that comes from all sides to us. In our company, we have tennis court, basketball court, also volleyball. We have a barbecue area where people actually can have barbecue party all together. And then we have actually colleagues wearing scarves and not wearing scarves inside, working together quite naturally in their natural working environment. At the same time, we have multinational employees. But on the other hand, I mean, once I tell people, would you please come and work for Moda Nisa? majority of the people responded with a prejudice. Modernism, I'm not sure. I mean, although they cannot explicitly express what they are saying, but as they have already put a label on me, I can feel it, I can understand it. So this actually label is something that I know so well, but I've been through it because as Moda Nisa, we are champion of e-export. We are sending products for 30 countries, and we have very invaluable employees working with us. And especially those working with us also get a great know-how. And therefore, great people have joined us from the very first day. So this is the first thing. Political polarization is something that is feeding these prejudices. My second thing, this time from the investment side. Now, we are a fashion company, but on the other hand, talking to the investors at the same time, we are at a fashion side. 4 or 5 years ago, is it Muslim fashion? What is going to be your, for example, trend color next year? Is it going to be black? And they laughed at me. There were such people in saying Muslim fashion. And therefore, it was all about the prejudices, but we got through them somehow, gradually, in the course of time, but we continue to progress. I mean, I can talk more, 10 minutes, so you have to stop me. Of course, not stopping you, no doubt about it. We actually have to talk more about this because representation is important. Just take the photo of your country and take the photo of your company. Can you possibly observe representation of your country in your company or not? Therefore, I totally value and recognize actually your efforts. Maybe we should actually have another time. With regards to representation, can I say something? I mean, 65% of the people in Turkey are wearing scarves. Since 2013, in our universities, our women students can study and they can be graduated from universities. So, therefore, we have to ask ourselves the question. Let's assume that you have a CV on your table, a good background, but there's no photo. And then you invited the candidate and she's wearing a scarf. How would you feel? What would you do? I mean, no need for this. I think how you feel is so important about telling what you actually think about your prejudice. I think normalization is something that we need, and I believe we all assume huge responsibility. All the professionals in this panel assume huge responsibility in that full representation. Thank you very much, Kerim. I totally agree with you. Maybe this actually should be on the table as an open-ended question. Let's actually not ask the panelists an answer to this question because we have very little time, but we all should think about it. Just a couple of minutes left. That's the question. The cultural diversity. We're living in a country with so comprehensive, wide, immense cultural diversity. And especially, you all address to different audiences, different target groups. So, how it is reflected in the diversity and inclusion policy of your company. Levent Kömür, I would like to start with you. So it's alcoholic spirits that you produce. So it's different from the other panels. So how is your diversity vision in your company? Now in Turkey, if you're speaking about diversity and inclusion in Turkey, you have a lot to do. I think it is, you have to give an answer regardless of the industry that you represent. I mean, you cannot say that these are the issues that are only specific to your own industry. This is not the case. In terms of the D&I, what motivates us the most? What actually triggers us to move one step forward as an opportunity, I would say, is woman representation in our sales team. Because eventually, especially for this industry, because of the working hours, because of the places that they visit for business purposes, there are so many absurd prejudices people have, and we are dealing with these. And by the way, the prejudices are not only specific to the external world, but also to the internals of the company as well. The topic that we underline the most is that. But other than this, regardless of the industry that you belong, you in your introduction mentioned about the diversity of the territories that we have. Yes, maybe for if the end I is actually a country, it would be the Anatolia, because for hundreds of centuries it was all about cohabitation, coexistence, and people all live together. But I think we forgot about this recently. There is an example that I give all the time in terms of diversity and inclusion, and in the form of a suggestion for the future. Every single individual working, living in this country should actually wake up the famous Turkish movie Hababam Sınıfı, because I think the entire actually class from that movie was actually a fan of Fenerbahçe. That was the only commonality, the football team that they are fan to. Other than this, it was a totally diverse class. So we have to wake up that class again. Thank you very much. Is there anything additional you would like to add, Ms. Sargan? It is time to take action about what you're saying. What is the world that we are just going to face with? I mean, we cannot overcome this, the future, without the support of each other. And on behalf of my company, I would like to speak. I feel a bit unique, and actually I was lucky. Okay, I was successful, I was prepared, but lucky at the same time. Because before the start of the initiatives for DNI 6 years ago, and they actually were mostly appointing someone from American national, and mostly men that they appoint, and someone with actually a defense background. For the first time, as a woman and as a Turkish woman, I was appointed. It was a courage for the first time. And they only focused on the performance, on my performance. And the first time that I actually brought up the issue of women, we just wanted to make sure that we recruit the best. And we also should spend our best efforts to be the best. It is not only a couple of goals, targets set by the companies. If we really actually would like to have the right, we should be prepared for this. I mean, also for young girls in particular, it's so important. I think we have to encourage young girls and young women to work also in male-dominant industries. That's a huge responsibility on our shoulder. I think that's what we should do. I think it will be step by step, but somehow we'll succeed in doing so. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Ayşem Sargan. Thank you all for joining us. We actually go beyond time. It's a great topic. As Kerim Türes stated, I think I also can talk for hours and hours about this. Maybe we should talk about it later in another occasion. But of course, as Ayşem said, what we wish for is to take action for this. One by one, I would like to thank to all the panelists, and especially our industry is also a male-dominant industry, and in particular, I, as a woman anchor, would like to express my best wishes to all of you, and I hope that we all will be successful. So, of course, the inclusion is important, but now we'll move on to another topic together. This topic is the one that is discussed the most during the pandemics, which I will tell you about it later. So we underline the pandemics and hybrid working, but as we actually discuss in the press and the business world have about in particular the benefits during the pandemic and hybrid working. I think everyone wonders a lot about this. CMO of Ticket Restaurant Eden Red, Zeynep Ege Dura, and Talent and Rewards leader of Willis Towers Watson Turkey, Ümit Duman. So the floor is yours, and I really wonder about the continuity of benefits. We are also curious about this, and it's actually quite a dynamic process that we go through, both as a country and as the world. According to the recent surveys, the companies in general, especially for well-being and especially they actually started to revise the benefits based on well-being. And 4 out of 5 companies are saying that they will be focusing on this topic, and half of the companies do not have a strategy on the table. And those that have a strategy are saying that we will go through this. In the previous session, we discussed about inclusion, which is so important for benefits. It's a part of diversity. And we are still addressing to a narrow workforce. This is a critical point. And of course, remote working, hybrid working. So these all affected our lives. So these are the main themes that we have. So probably in 2 years' time, the corporates will pay a lot of attention to diversity and flexibility as well. So I'd like to actually give the floor to you. To what extent diversity achieved, in your opinion, in terms of Ticket Restaurant and also your stakeholders, and about the benefits, and what do you expect? By the way, once again, I would like to say hello and thank you for your question. Once we said benefits, of course, in particular, as you all know, benefits is actually an important part in terms of the food. And therefore, it's even, I can say, the red line. And especially after the pandemic, because people actually are saying the biggest thing in their mind, it's okay, now I'm actually going to work from home, but will I still have the chance to get actually also some benefit for my so I'm, for example, normally when people are physically coming to the company, to the workplace, for example, there is already food served and for the food allowance. So later, people understand that that's not the case. In March 10, 2020, there's a regulation on remote working, and there's a clear expression there saying that an employee continues to work for you, regardless of working remotely or not. It's actually a right already gained. therefore, whatever the working environment is, that you actually have to provide for this. So this is a reference to diversity. Why? Because as you all know, you have to continue with your meal allowance. Of course, you can actually go further. For example, when you go to your workplace, you actually consume the electricity there. You have actual expenses for the heating, for internet connection. So the companies started to think that, oh, so I have to act differently. And companies started to think in that way, and therefore they started to work on the allowances to be granted to the employees, which was a good thing, and we actually observed it in our figures. And but there is a need to raise more awareness on this topic. Why? Actually, there are so many awarenesses that we have to raise. For example, this food allowance card is actually something, an interesting system, but a system that we cannot introduce well. I would like to actually give a break in here. This, for example, food allowance card actually has a meaning for the employer because it is addressed to a specific requirement. But for the employee, it could have any other implication. For the benefits, for example, we are saying that there is not only what you get physically, but also the effect of that benefit on you. I mean, it's not head to head. I mean, the positive effect and the cost effect. And what do you think these types of benefits, what do they mean for the employee? I mean, if it actually has an effect on the employee, but even further than that. And with WAS University, we again had an impact analysis. And on that impact analysis, we observed that for the companies, it is 6,500 Turkish liras per employee, and there is a tax exemption as well. So they have a saving at one side. So we put it on the saving side. That's what the meal pass means for the companies. I mean, one person, 6,500 times 10. If they have 10 employees, it would make 65,000 Turkish liras. So it's actually advantageous to be small size then from this perspective, because you actually have more. Yes, the magnitude of the exemption. It's also freedom for the employee, freedom of choice for the meal to pick. At the survey at WAS University, that is what is we looked at this. Especially the companies that give meal pass, it increases the performance of the employees by 10%. I can share the survey results with you. I will use it. So the impact of meal pass is beyond that. Why? Because that's actually access to the restaurants. And we also bring a turnover to the restaurants. It's also an additional impact, a positive impact on the restaurants to increase their turnover. So 200,000 people of an employment that we are speaking about. So it also has a positive impact on the restaurants. And according to the very same survey again, research again, it also reduces unregistered economy by 20%. So it's good for the company, for the employees, for the restaurants. On the top of this, it's also is good for the state, a contribution on the state. But as I told you, we have to raise more awareness on this. Looking at the total workforce, the labor market in Turkey, what is the percentage of the companies using this benefit, and what should be the percentage? Now, 17 out of 100 companies have a contract with all meal pass companies. In Europe, it is 30%, so we have got a long way to go. But I think that's also something to do with us. This tax exemption issue is not well explained. Or, I don't know, maybe there are certain barriers that we cannot overcome. What I mean is that there is actually, from the payroll, I mean, when you compare it, giving a certain amount of money in cash from the payroll, it is exempt by 15% from the income tax. And Social Security premium, 15% for an exemption, both from the employees' side and employers, 22.5%. So that's how we get to 6,500 Turkish liras. It also is also good for the employees. Now back to the food index. In 2021, the Edernet made a survey in 25 countries. The meal pass is not a meal pass anymore. 74% of the employees are saying that meal pass is something that helps me increase my level of well-being. It is only in Turkey or in 25 countries? No, only for Turkey. So 74 saying that, yes, it improves my well-being. I have a friend and for example, he never uses his meal pass, and then he confessed that I went to a market. I mean, he said, I'm using my meal pass for market. So he addressed his meal pass to another requirement. So that's also another benefit. Yes, right. Yes, it is actually much more important for the employees in terms of efficiency, but at the same time helps for the well-being as well. For the market shopping, it can be used, as we know. The meal pass, I also use it in markets, in market shopping, which is good. In terms of diversity, what we should expect. And I think our working life is evolving into hybrid working models. So in Turkey, I think meal pass would provide more flexibility. Therefore, there will be more penetration. I think looking at how people fix meal issue in Turkey, it is actually mostly catering. They work with the catering companies. But I think there's actually a shift now towards the meal pass, I guess. They either will use only meal pass, or at the same time they will be working a hybrid form. They will take the service of both. So yes, it is the health and well-being of the employee. Maybe designing menus specific for each employee. That's actually the dream that I share. Even maybe, for example, delivering the meal to the spot of the employee. That's actually the reason why. That's the concept underlying meal pass. And they said our employees should actually eat healthy food and good meal, and so it also will be good for the restaurant. So we also will have a contribution to the economy of the restaurants. That was the underlying vision for the initial introduction of the meal pass system. And also the companies at the time said, so, but we would like to have a tax exemption for this. And the state said, okay. In 1992, it was introduced in Turkey. In 1995, tax exemption brought to the system. So Ticket Restaurant Edenred has been in the Turkish market since then. It would guide. I think just a couple of minutes left, I guess. Now, especially your plans and projects for the future. Maybe you can give some hints, your projections for the future. Of course, it is mostly saving, our motto. And Ticket Restaurant Edenred, yes, it's okay, as known as a meal pass company, but we also provide saving on other sides. For example, fuel. We also have another product, and in the vehicle identification system, we have financial mediation. So the discount that we receive is also given as a benefit to the companies for the fuel. So you started with the well-being. Therefore, we have gift cards, for example. I think that's also a nice benefit. Of course, by using different exemptions, rather than besides meal pass, there's a ticket complement, as we call, some gift cards, for example, which will be used in fashion or for technology products, and at the same time for market shopping. So we are marketing such products as well, which contribute significantly to the productivity of the employees, especially looking abroad for the mental health of the employees. There are several different services that are delivered from different platforms. Thank you very much. I enjoyed the talk a lot. I learned a lot. So for the next session, that's the end. For this session, thank you for listening to us.
And we keep on going as the speakers so far have emphasized different details. We're just moving on to another topic. Everything is changing in the world, and particularly as indicated by Achil Sezen in the opening session, HR leaders have become crisis management leaders because it's really a critical job to do people management. So the HR is getting an active role in the management of the new period. What does the sector think about this? And our panelists will be discussing about the details. Edith Türkmenoğlu, independent member of the BOD, author, strategic management advisor. Olcay Yılmaz Nomak, human resources and industrial relations at Migros. Dinçer Güleyin, Mercer Turkey GM, and Güran Gökyer from Nurus. And it's your turn. Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to be a part of the 50th Anniversary Congress. I've witnessed different evolutions of the association. Would like to congratulate all colleagues. In this session, we'll be speaking about new leadership and the role of HR in the new period. Human resources has been going through the renaissance of the business life. The change that we have been expecting so far has already arrived with the pandemic. Now let's concentrate on office life and how the new models of working has evolved. We know that there are some new skills, KPIs and smart targets are getting from moving away from the process to the target. And also we are talking about working time limitations, and also venue limitations are taking off. So there is nothing right or wrong about it, and we're learning together. Our panelists will provide different insights with different data from different fields. So I'd like to start from Dinçer Güleyin. I've been referring to your Turkey reports a lot in my personal, professional life as well. Can you just give us an insight about the trends having an impact on the HR? What are your observations? It's my pleasure to do so. It's a broad topic and it would probably take hours to speak about it, but in a nutshell, I can say that the period that we've been going through has just changed our focus from corporations to individuals. Many companies have reviewed their orbits and redirected their attention. I think there is a two-way challenge that we need to face to meet the expectations and needs of our employees and to lead the change for the future. Maybe more than ever, the companies are building empathy and trying to become inclusive leaders. uh, Putting technology and people in a balance, I think, is an incredible priority. As a matter of fact, before this period, almost all of the companies, I have to say 98% of the companies, were aware that they were going through a transformation, and their primary objective was to recruit the skills and talents that their profession required. And yet, with the pandemic, there have been major changes in the HR plans of the companies. And with this change, I can say that the global talent survey we carried out on a global scale provides the fact that in Turkey 55% of the companies put number one line to create a critical talent pool, so as to prepare for that, to refresh the existing capabilities and to include new ones. Plus, talent and learning ecosystems need to be broadened, was indicated by the second emphasis. And the third one I care about most is by 48% people want to redefine flexibility. In that respect, the new skill enrollment or refreshment targets of the companies also decided by 48% to increase the funding to this objective. So therefore, together with technological acceleration, development of our employees, their adaptation to the new world will be enhanced undoubtedly. There we need organizational sustainability. Probably they will have a lot of contribution to the national economy. Taking a look at the results of the survey, we obviously do see that the Turkish companies, or the companies in Turkey, were very quick in putting this item on their agenda. They're still taking quick action. We can say that the company is providing a broader range of skills, will be leading in front of their competition, and they will probably be on the forefront in this respect. Employee experience, together with, of course, this radical change process after the pandemic. So according to the survey, 83% of the companies in Turkey indicate that flexible working models would have the highest impact on the employee experience, clarifying that this has been the most challenging item in their human resources plans for the future. So enhancing the experience, I think, in this process is going to be a top priority amongst our responsibilities. The survey will link it somehow to experience. High energy employees are more resilient. They have higher likelihood of staying in the same organization, and they're more willing to get put on board more skills. Therefore, the well-motivated, dynamic employee process is quite critical. So the employee experiencing should be considered as a critical priority. Those companies who put this experience above all would succeed, because flexibility is not a benefit but rather is considered as an expectation. Transition to more flexibility is not to give maybe more benefit to the young people, but at the same time to those people, maybe to more experienced employees who will need to spare more time to their families. Therefore, almost every job will become flexible to a certain extent, and the future jobs will be more flowable. This can be how we can provide it in a nutshell. So, with the changing values are also important. Under that heading, the expectations of the employees. What is the definition of flexibility? We keep saying flexibility, but is it merely remote working or beyond that? Maybe in the second round. Thank you very much, Dinçer Güleyin. As you've said, it's really a broad topic and it's not something to be discussed quickly. Inner processes or maybe engagement. We can all speak about these issues and maybe in the second round if we have time spared. But it is true that 98% of the companies are going through a change which is included in their future plans. One of the companies who have a successful management of that is Migros, and we have Mrs. Olcay Yılmaz Nomak from the HR and Industrial Relations. We are going through the renaissance of HR. How has the role of HR changed, and can you continue from where Dinçer stopped? Thank you. Sure. Actually, Renaissance analogy is quite a proper one because before the pandemic, I'm sure that you've experienced it quite a lot, we were all discussing about major changes, and as to why change is necessary, it was actually the number one challenge to create a consensus. But the global experience we've had has already shown us how inevitable change is, not only in a from time to time scale, but I think change is in our agenda all the time without any further need for any convincing. With the pandemic, the normal even is considered as the new normal. Therefore, with this evolving context, of course, it will be again the people in our focus, from culture to organization to employee engagement and experiencing. I think in all domains we need resilient, flexible and agile structure, which should be the primary responsibility of the HR. If you're speaking about change, we need to actually harmonize the corporate culture, leadership styles, and our way of considering leadership capabilities that will bring success to us. In this respect, at Migros, as you've said, with the new approach in detail management, actually, we are concentrating on the uniqueness of our employees together with strategic priorities of Migros. And the leadership team of Migros has already been designed. Within the success profile, there is the agile management, flexibility maybe more than ever, innovative perspective or similar capabilities, I think, will have a priority. Another style of change is if it is a competitive edge if you're to create it. In the corporate culture of Migros, innovation is a milestone already. In the time of the pandemic, we designed an in corporate actually initiative that we've started as the HR. We've set up 15 new teams. With the agile working methods, we've just implemented them quite quickly. What are included? Fintech project, the first supermarket automate 24/7 self-service store, and ready meal deliveries, Pizza Migo product. I mean, these are some of the projects that we've started within the program. Why to emphasize them? Because it's both about cultural change and for talent recognition that we have done to also support the innovation culture. And taking a look at the 2021 turnover, it's provided 1 billion TL of an additional contribution, which I think is a good example example to the changing role of HR. So in summary, in the renaissance of HR, it's the role that we as the HR professionals should undertake, in my opinion, is to contribute to a sustainable achievement in our corporations, how we can support them, how we can provide an endurable, flexible, agile structure, and of course in this journey, how we can support satisfaction and engagement of our employees. I think these are the 5 top priorities for us: culture, leadership and climate, agile organization, innovation culture, and employee engagement and development. These actually are giving strategic opportunities to HR professionals. I think it will be quite an interesting climate to work in, and let's enjoy the renaissance. Olcay, I think we're changing wheels on the way. We are running quite fast and we have to be quick, but at the same time we need to get adapted to the new changing conditions with new budget plans. As the car is running full speed, we need to change wheels, and we don't know for sure if it's a car and if we're going on a track, because the ground is changing, the path and the curves, everything, the car, the entire context may change. So therefore the adaptability of us, to change is a strategic priority for the HR departments. I think this is really the correct role for us to undertake. Thank you, that's right. Güran Gökyay from Nurus, the chair of the BOD of Nurus. For many years, Mr. Gökyay, you have been speaking about a new spirit of doing business. For the last 15 years, I do read and see the reports of your company, change and the working environment. You've been emphasizing it. Obviously, the pandemic accelerated, but how do you see the working venues and the business office intermingled? Well, how do you see the future? I would like to congratulate you about the Renaissance, because early 2000s we had a motto, motivation design, as Nurus, and back in those days people didn't understand how we were designing motivation. Is it with the furniture? But it was the renaming of the working environment. And we could see that the change is about to come. Here from Industry 4.0, I think we're changing gears to People 4.0, not only in the management level, but also as the owner of a 95-year-old industrial company. I have to say that after all these opportunities of observing economy, I have to say that there is not a single correct path for everyone. Everyone would have their own way. Flexible, 3 days home, 2 days shared office. Full office, full home office. The balances will depend on the company itself. But I think a priority is about the chain value and the value proposition to the employees. At the start of the pandemic, we were all locked in our homes. As you would appreciate, we started looking into our working environment at home. At that point, we understood, all the people started realizing that ergonomics really matters. This has already been a priority for us, and since 2016 we've been discussing about the wellness, well-being. It's not only about a physical well-being, but at the same time a mental well-being. But coming to the physical well-being, which is our field of specialization, ergonomics, we've seen really matters. And there, the support that is given to the employee is really a valuable one. the change of the venue becomes important in the sense that the companies will start concentrating on the evolution of the individuals together with the evolution of the corporate culture. And as emphasized before me, on the side of the learner company, if you stay away totally from the physical environment, there is this question mark as to how we can settle our way of working, or if and when there is the hybrid approach, how it will function. I think to me, it's rather like a GPS management. Maybe agile management has been far exceeded. Probably there are people asking you a lot. I mean, put yourselves in the shoes of an advisor or a consultant. What kind of different demands come from the offices? And what is the direction of the employee quest? In the past, the office density was more or less at 60-65%. Now, probably it's going to be at the level of 40%. So we need a smarter way of using the offices, where the users will be given some facilities. This is number one. Secondly, in the past, there were 7 or 8 domains within the working space at the office. Now this has evolved into 24, 25 functions, the most important one being the shared spaces or the functional spaces. Of course, the manager office concept has also emerged because on one side there is this didactic way of working, but rather there is a shift to a more collaborative one, which I have to say that the classical manager room definition has undergone some kind of a redefinition. This has become an upper level to bridging to the employee space. So this change has been quite swift. Speaking for Turkey in particular, I think people have a good adaptation to this change, and the HR departments as well as the senior management of the companies have a very good adaptation to this fact. This I like very much because the Western countries are more classical in embracing the change, but we have a better and a quicker adaptation in Turkey. And it's really good to see the change happening. So we are changing quite quickly, just remembering the times that I've started my career. Probably the same is true for you. Where we were working was not that important. I mean, it didn't matter too much if it were a round table or not. But now, everything is about an employee experience. And within all the departments of the company, people consider the workspace management, which is good news if you ask me. So for many years, we've been speaking about concepts which are now evolving, developing, growing, and giving us a role to play. The climate, employee climate that has transformed into satisfaction. Now speaking about engagement, loyalty. In the past it was labor safety, security, and everything became well-being, and now wellness. And witnessing all this happening through the eye of the HR is really pleasing. Olcay, turning to you once again. Our audiences, HR professionals, and people are asking me, going a bit to a lower level. Yes, you have explained us how you're managing change. As the top HR management, what do you have in your to-do list on the table? What is on your agenda concretely?
Thank you very much. Now, concretely, I would say, as Migros family, we are 50,000. I'm speaking about a family of 50,000 members. And it is actually the sacred 3 month. of the last 3 months, especially for operational purposes, we name it. The new minimum wage, and there will be the new pay balances, and so the new year targets again will be communicated to all the employees, and then we will have, of course, our celebrations in particular. We should never actually avoid them, and we will have the new targets. This is the operational side of it, but on our agenda, especially, it is the initiatives they already started, and they are ongoing. And of course, we also will just design projects for this. For example, some entrepreneurship projects. I have sponsorship. For example, a project that has got nothing to do with human resources, but three professionals will be working there. And therefore, leadership. Again, the program for the leaders of the future, they also will be communicated to different levels, and therefore all the initiatives that I am telling you about, they all have their own execution plans, and they'll be on our agenda. Of course, there are so many initiatives under each execution plan. There will be task-based several projects that we have, and as the HR professionals, we also learned how to do so. At the same time, innovation is so important for our own processes. As F5 is the refresh for screening for refreshing the screen. F5 projects that we have, and we have completed the 2021 projects, and now for 2022, which new projects and new processes we'll be working on. And we also have to revise our own processes. So we will have, again, mixed teams. And so people are no more in their own task, but they assume different tasks. These are the agile working groups, and there will be several projects that they will be assuming new roles, and soon they also will be deployed. I don't know if I can answer your question, but that's all I can say. It's actually good work. I'm even tired in saying so. So good luck in fulfilling them all. So, of course, I really wonder about, for example, maybe as a spoiler, you can tell us what you're doing. We just started to design projects here, so it will be reflected on the reports. What would you say, Gülay, on this? Of course, together with the minimum gross wage, how we will do the pay raises, and how corporates will act upon it according to the newly set minimum wage. As a team, we are just working so quickly together with PERYÖN, by the way, and we've just started for research, and in 29 December, our plan is actually to share with this. But of course, this is actually the hot topic on the agenda right now. That's the reason why I mention it. But other than that, especially with regards to talent requirements, we have a lot on our agenda. With regards to new graduates, we have so many things to do. We will continue to work on this. And also in Turkey is the global talent trends survey that we are having in Turkey as well. There will be the new version of this. That's all for catching up the agenda, especially for focusing on the future, and especially something that we base everything on science. And in particular, it is there are so many priorities, so many challenges that we have, especially in terms of bringing new talents according to the evolving talent requirements for our employees. I think that's directly or indirectly an important topic of this session, mobilizing experience. And we're just trying to produce some contents that are touching these titles. Of course, we'll continue to follow you all, and thank you very much for your contribution. So we're saying that the employees are on the stage. That is the renaissance of the human resources. I'm sure this is actually the case for all our colleagues. We're so excited as a part of this career. So people are on the stage. So professionals like us at the same time, now it is the time for them to do their best. I wish to join you from the studio today, but I joined the ceremony for the again Sezai's funeral. Men, women, we're all actors and actresses. We just take the stage each time that we should be on the stage, and everyone is on the stage when their time comes. So this is the new era. They're saying the future begins when people talk. So I think it is once more that we have to remind you. And thank you very much to the distinguished panelists once again. Touched upon so important topics, especially it means that action starts with one step forward. So the HR professionals at the same time are working hard on this, and that's what we understand out of this panel. We'll have a lunch break for 30 minutes, and after that we'll connect to the United States. We have a very distinguished speaker, and so I hope to see you again.
İlk kuruluş yıllarımızda arkadaşlarımızın yazıhanelerinde toplantı yaparak kurulduk. Rıhtım Caddesi'nde Özdemir Aktan'ın yazıhanesi, Kahan'da Rafet Altan'ın yazıhanesi, Philips'te Turgut Yazgan'ın yeri. Daha sonra fabrika gezileri koordine ettik. Fabrika gezilerinde artık ihtiyaç şekil almaya başladı. Meslekte hangi yeteneklere sahip olmanız lazım?
Kurumsal yapılarda bırakın dernekleri, Türkiye'de şirketlerde 50. yılı gören şirket o kadar azken ülkemizde bir derneğin aslında çalkantılı dönemler de geçirip bugüne gelmesi ve bir nevi stabilize bir şekilde misyonuna devam etmesi çok alkışlanacak bir olay. Emeği geçen bugüne kadar bütün arkadaşlarımın alkışlanması lazım.
PERYÖN'ü her yıl binli sayılarda insanın beraber olduğu, bir araya geldiği ulusal kongreler yapan, her şubesinde yani her bölgesel sorumluluk alanında her yıl en az bir konferans yapan, birden çok gelişim programı tasarlayan ve sunan bir sivil toplum örgütü haline getirmiştik. Üye bazımız çok genişlemişti. 3000'lerin üzerine çıktığını hatırlıyorum. Yine bu üye bazımızın içindeki kadın oranı çok ciddi artmıştı. %70'leri bulduğunu hatırlıyorum. Ve böylece aslında hem içeride hem dışarıda insan kaynakları yönetimi alanında söz sahibi bir sivil toplum örgütü olduk.
PERYÖN 1971'den beri hayatımızda. Sürdürülebilirlik kavramının başarıyla hayata devam etme kavramının ne kadar önemli olduğunu hepimiz biliyoruz. PERYÖN bu anlamda hayatımızın içinde ve 50. yılını kutlamak üzere. Benim PERYÖN'le ilişkime baktığımda, PERYÖN'le bahsettiğim bu süreç içerisinde 2010-2012 döneminde PERYÖN'ün ilk kadın başkanı olarak hayatımı sürdürdüm.
İnanıyorum ki benim bu 10 yıl boyunca PERYÖN'e katkımdan çok daha büyük katkıyı PERYÖN bana mesleki ve kişisel olarak bulunmuştur. Bütün bu görevleri yaparken büyük bir gurur duydum. İnanıyorum ki meslek örgütleri sadece o mesleğin gelişimine değil, ülkenin demokrasisi için de çok önemlidir. Dolayısıyla yarım asırlık bir derneğimizin olması hepimiz için gurur vesilesi. Başarılarının artarak devam edeceğinden şüphem yok, kutlarım.
2002 yılında genç yetenek olarak katıldığım PERYÖN ailesinde 2014 yılında başkan seçildim. Aynı zamanda Dünya İnsan Yönetimi Federasyonu'nun kongrelerden sorumlu yönetim kurulu üyesi olarak görev yaptım. Başkanlık döneminde odak alanlarımızı kadın liderliği geliştirme, genç istihdamı arttırma ve KOBİ'lerde insan yönetimini geliştirme olarak belirledik.
PERYÖN'ün tarihinde ilk olan bir dünya kongresini gerçekleştirdik. Yine PERYÖN'ün tarihinde ilk olan insan yönetimi ödüllerinin projesini yazdık ve hayata geçirdik.
İnanıyoruz ki insan dün olduğu gibi gelecekte de kurumların başarısında varlığıyla, motivasyonuyla ve sahiplendiğiyle etkili olacak. Pek çok şey tartıştığımız bugün de geleceğin eğer insan konuşursa başlayacağını biliyoruz. Bunu sloganlaştırdık. PERYÖN'de sloganlaştırdık. Dedik ki gelecek insan konuşunca başlar.
PERYÖN bu yıl 50 yaşında daha da genç. Çünkü PERYÖN'de PERYÖN genç temsilcilerinin katılımıyla gençleri dinleyen, gençleri anlayan, gençler için değil, gençlerle birlikte insan yönetimine dair prensipler oluşturan bir yapı içerisindeyiz. 50. yaşında daha genç PERYÖN'le hepinizi sevgiyle selamlıyorum.
Üniversiteden mezun olup neredeyse işe başlar başlamaz PERYÖN'e üye oldum. Biz birlikte büyüdük hem de her anlamda. Ne çok şey öğrendim, nasıl dostlar kazandım. İş dünyasının ve alanımın sürekli nabzını tutabildim. Komitelerden başkan yardımcılığı düzeyine kadar keyifle, huzurla görev yaptım. Yapmaya da devam ediyorum. Kişisel kariyerimiz için aldığımız en doğru kararlardan biri sektörümüz için, ülkemiz için değer katmamıza da destek oldu. Bu birlikteliğin gücü anlatılamayacak kadar değerli. Nice yıllara.
Bizler PERYÖN'ün özellikle genç PERYÖN ve şubelerde yaptığımız aktivitelerde gönüllüler diye bahsettiğimiz PERYÖN'ün üye olma adayı içerisinde bulunan PERYÖN gönüllüleriyle beraber PERYÖN'ün hem üye sayısını hem kurumsal üye sayısını daha da arttırıp daha da iyi yerlere gelmesini sağlamaya çalışıyoruz.
Bu kadar hızlı değişimin olduğu, bilginin yarılanma ömrünün 2 yılın altına döndüğü, belirsizliğin yüksek olduğu bir dönemde öğrenme çevikliği şirketlerin en önemli sürdürülebilirlik aracı. Biz de PERYÖN Akademi olarak geleceğin trendlerini şimdiden anlayıp şimdiden iş hayatındaki liderleri, İK'cıları o yöne hazırlamak en önemli misyonumuz.
Gelecek sizden yarın değil, bugün. Tam da şu anda çalışma bekler. PERYÖN Genç'in kuruluş amaçlarından biri de buydu aslında. Şu anda iş hayatında bulunan iki ayrı kuşağın birbirini anlayabilmesi için oluşturulan bu proje zamanla Genç Yönetim Kurulu'na evrildi. Şu anda biz de PERYÖN Genç Yönetim Kurulu üyeleri olarak PERYÖN'ün çeşitli çalışma gruplarının içerisinde yer alıyoruz. Çünkü şunu anladık, sadece birbirini anlamak yetmez. Birbirini beslemek, birlikte çalışmak da çok önemli. Biz PERYÖN Yönetim Kurulu ekibiyle beraber Genç Yönetim Kurulu üyeleri olarak birlikte karar veriyoruz. Bugünün karar vericileri oluyoruz. O zaman işte şunu anlıyorsunuz. Ben sadece gelecek değilim. Ben aynı zamanda bugünün karar vericilerinden biriyim çünkü. Ben artık umut etmek istemiyorum. Ben artık umudun bir parçası olmak istiyorum. Ben umudu parlatanlardan olmak istiyorum.
Bir tek insanın inancının ve çabasının bile çok şeyi değiştirebileceğine inanıyorum. PERYÖN binlerce gönüllüsüyle, dokunduğu milyonlarla ve 50 yılı aşkın zamandır yarattığı katkıyla gönüllü çalışmanın, sivil toplum çabasının neler başarabildiğinin en güzel örneklerindendir. PERYÖN, daha iyi bir dünya için çaba harcamaya inanan insanların kurduğu, geçmişten geleceğe uzanan bir ailedir ve PERYÖN'ün üyesi olmak gurur verir.
Son 50 yılında çalışma hayatına liderlik eden, köklü bir sivil toplum kuruluşu olan PERYÖN'ün ikinci 50 yılı bence çok daha heyecan verici olacak. Çünkü öyle bir dönemden geçiyoruz ki, dijitalleşme ve buna bağlı olarak yaşadığımız transformasyon hepimizi gerçekten derinden etkiliyor. Çalışma hayatındaki var olan kabulleri, normları tekrardan sorguladığımız bir dönemden geçiyoruz. Geleceği birlikte şekillendireceğimize inanıyoruz. Farklı düşünen bireylerin birbirleriyle etkileşiminin, birbirleriyle diyaloğunun çok daha önemli olacağına inanıyoruz. Bu yüzden de gelecek insan konuşursa başlar mottosuyla yola çıkıyoruz.
PERYÖN'ün 50 yıldır odağında insan var. Personel yönetiminden insan kaynakları yönetimine, insan kaynakları yönetiminden de çalışan deneyimine geçişin hikayesidir PERYÖN. ve alanında ilk ve en büyük sivil toplum örgütü. Şimdi bambaşka bir gelecekle karşı karşıyayız. 50. yılımızı kutlarken PERYÖN olarak bir diyalog seferberliği başlattık ve inanıyoruz ki gelecek insan konuşursa başlar. Nice 50 yıllara PERYÖN.
Öncelikle PERYÖN'ün 50. yılını tüm PERYÖN üyeleri ve iş dünyası adına kutluyorum. PERYÖN'de ödül sürecinden sorumluyum. Ödül mottomuz insana ve insanın yaşam kalitesini arttırmaya yönelik her uygulama değerlidir ve öne çıkmaya hak eder. Türkiye'deki insan yönetimi profesyonelleri dünyaya örnek olacak uygulamalara önderlik ediyorlar. Bu hepimiz için büyük bir gurur kaynağı.
Hep beraber bir çağın kapanışına, yeni bir çağın açılmasına tanıklık ediyoruz. Kurumlar olarak da, bireyler olarak da yenilenmemiz gerekiyor. Reform yapmamız gerekiyor. Ve biz de PERYÖN olarak gelecek insan konuşursa başlar dedik. Geleceği şekillendirecek çalışma modellerine ve fark yaratacak projelere odaklandık. Akademisiyle, dergisiyle, zirvesiyle, profesyonelleriyle, gönüllüleriyle PERYÖN gibi bir kurumun nefer olmaktan mutluluk duyuyorum.
PERYÖN kongreleri tam 29 yıldır paylaşmayı, gelişmeyi ve değişmeyi isteyen gönülleri bir araya getiriyor. 50. yılını kutlayan, sürdürülebilirliğini ispatlamış bir sivil toplum kuruluşu olarak PERYÖN kongrelerde insanı diyaloglarımızla konuşmaya devam edeceğiz. 50. yılın kutlu olsun PERYÖN.
İnsan bir kaynak değil, değerdir ve bu değeri iyi yönetebilen liderler fark yaratırlar. Bu yüzden PERYÖN olarak insana değer veriyor ve Türkiye PERYÖN'ün 50. yılında yeni bir geleceğin hayalini kuruyoruz. Bu vizyondaki tüm lider ve genç lider adaylarını geleceğe yön vermek için aramıza bekliyor, ilkelerimize sahip çıkmalarını istiyoruz. PERYÖN'ümüzün 50. yılı kutlu olsun.
Çeşitlilik ve kapsayıcılık her zaman PERYÖN'ün gündeminde oldu. Özellikle dezavantajlı grup olan gençlere ve kadınlara yönelik sosyal sorumluluk projelerimiz devam edecek. Genç ve kadın işsizliğinin azaltılmasına yönelik de bir STK olarak neler yapabileceğimize odaklanmaya devam edeceğiz. Öğrenen organizasyonlar ve öğrenme içerikliğini destekleyen bir kültür yaratmak daima odağımızda olacak. Özetle iyi yaptıklarımızı yapmaya devam ederek Türkiye'nin ihtiyaçlarını ve dünya ile bütünleşmenin fırsatlarını gözetiyor, gelecek ve insana odaklanıyor ve etkisi yüksek projeler sunmaya bir ekip olarak gayret ediyoruz. Bizden önceki 25 dönem boyunca özveriyle çalışan, gönüllü bir şekilde kalplerini, zamanlarını ve emeklerini PERYÖN'e adayan, çok değerli başkan, yönetim üyeleri, dernek çalışanları ve gönüllü olarak çalışma gruplarında çalışan üyelerimizin çok önemli katkıları var. 50. yılımız hep birlikte kutlu olsun.
İlk kuruluş yıllarımızda arkadaşlarımızın yazıhanelerinde toplantı yaparak kurulduk. Rıhtım Caddesi'nde Özdemir Aktan'ın yazıhanesi, Kahan'da Rafet Altan'ın yazıhanesi, Philips'te Turgut Yazgan'ın yeri. Daha sonra fabrika gezileri koordine ettik. Fabrika gezilerinde artık ihtiyaç şekil almaya başladı. Meslekte hangi yeteneklere sahip olmanız lazım?
Kurumsal yapılarda bırakın dernekleri, Türkiye'de şirketlerde 50. yılı gören şirket o kadar azken ülkemizde bir derneğin aslında çalkantılı dönemler de geçirip bugüne gelmesi ve bir nevi stabilize bir şekilde misyonuna devam etmesi çok alkışlanacak bir olay. Emeği geçen bugüne kadar bütün arkadaşlarımın alkışlanması lazım.
PERYÖN'ü her yıl binli sayılarda insanın beraber olduğu, bir araya geldiği ulusal kongreler yapan, her şubesinde yani her bölgesel sorumluluk alanında her yıl en az bir konferans yapan, birden çok gelişim programı tasarlayan ve sunan bir sivil toplum örgütü haline getirmiştik. Üye bazımız çok genişlemişti. 3000'lerin üzerine çıktığını hatırlıyorum. Yine bu üye bazımızın içindeki kadın oranı çok ciddi artmıştı. %70'leri bulduğunu hatırlıyorum. Ve böylece aslında hem içeride hem dışarıda insan kaynakları yönetimi alanında söz sahibi bir sivil toplum örgütü olduk.
PERYÖN 1971'den beri hayatımızda. Sürdürülebilirlik kavramının başarıyla hayata devam etme kavramının ne kadar önemli olduğunu hepimiz biliyoruz. PERYÖN bu anlamda hayatımızın içinde ve 50. yılını kutlamak üzere. Benim PERYÖN'le ilişkime baktığımda, PERYÖN'le bahsettiğim bu süreç içerisinde 2010-2012 döneminde PERYÖN'ün ilk kadın başkanı olarak hayatımı sürdürdüm.
İnanıyorum ki benim bu 10 yıl boyunca PERYÖN'e katkımdan çok daha büyük katkıyı PERYÖN bana mesleki ve kişisel olarak bulunmuştur. Bütün bu görevleri yaparken büyük bir gurur duydum. İnanıyorum ki meslek örgütleri sadece o mesleğin gelişimine değil, ülkenin demokrasisi için de çok önemlidir. Dolayısıyla yarım asırlık bir derneğimizin olması hepimiz için gurur vesilesi. Başarılarının artarak devam edeceğinden şüphem yok, kutlarım.
2002 yılında genç yetenek olarak katıldığım PERYON ailesinde 2014 yılında başkan seçildim. Aynı zamanda Dünya İnsan Yönetimi Federasyonu'nun kongrelerden sorumlu yönetim kurulu üyesi olarak görev yaptım. Başkanlık döneminde odak alanlarımızı kadın liderliği geliştirme, genç istihdamı arttırma ve KOBİ'lerde insan yönetimini geliştirme olarak belirledik.
PERYON'un tarihinde ilk olan bir dünya kongresini gerçekleştirdik. Yine PERYON'un tarihinde ilk olan insan yönetimi ödüllerinin projesini yazdık ve hayata geçirdik.
İnanıyoruz ki insan dün olduğu gibi gelecekte de kurumların başarısında varlığıyla, motivasyonuyla ve sahiplendiğiyle etkili olacak. Pek çok şey tartıştığımız bugün de geleceğin eğer insan konuşursa başlayacağını biliyoruz. Bunu sloganlaştırdık. PERYÖN'de sloganlaştırdık. Dedik ki gelecek insan konuşunca başlar.
PERYON bu yıl 50 yaşında daha da genç. Çünkü PERYON'de PERYON genç temsilcilerinin katılımıyla gençleri dinleyen, gençleri anlayan, gençler için değil, gençlerle birlikte insan yönetimine dair prensipler oluşturan bir yapı içerisindeyiz. 50. yaşında daha genç PERYÖN'le hepinizi sevgiyle selamlıyorum.
Üniversiteden mezun olup neredeyse işe başlar başlamaz PERYÖN'e üye oldum. Biz birlikte büyüdük hem de her anlamda. Ne çok şey öğrendim, nasıl dostlar kazandım. İş dünyasının ve alanımın sürekli nabzını tutabildim. Komitelerden başkan yardımcılığı düzeyine kadar keyifle, huzurla görev yaptım. Yapmaya da devam ediyorum. Kişisel kariyerimiz için aldığımız en doğru kararlardan biri sektörümüz için, ülkemiz için değer katmamıza da destek oldu. Bu birlikteliğin gücü anlatılamayacak kadar değerli. Nice yıllara.
Bizler PERYÖN'ün özellikle genç PERYÖN ve şubelerde yaptığımız aktivitelerde gönüllüler diye bahsettiğimiz PERYÖN'e üye olma adayı içerisinde bulunan PERYÖN gönüllüleriyle beraber PERYÖN'ün hem üye sayısını hem kurumsal üye sayısını daha da arttırıp daha da iyi yerlere gelmesini sağlamaya çalışıyoruz.
Bu kadar hızlı değişimin olduğu, bilginin yarılanma ömrünün 2 yılın altına döndüğü, belirsizliğin yüksek olduğu bir dönemde öğrenme çevikliği şirketlerin en önemli sürdürülebilirlik aracı. Biz de PERYÖN Akademi olarak geleceğin trendlerini şimdiden anlayıp şimdiden iş hayatındaki liderleri, İK'cıları o yöne hazırlamak en önemli misyonumuz.
Gelecek sizden yarın değil, bugün. Tam da şu anda çalışma bekler. PERYÖN Genç'in kuruluş amaçlarından biri de buydu aslında. Şu anda iş hayatında bulunan iki ayrı kuşağın birbirini anlayabilmesi için oluşturulan bu proje zamanla Genç Yönetim Kurulu'na evrildi. Şu anda biz de PERYÖN Genç Yönetim Kurulu üyeleri olarak PERYÖN'ün çeşitli çalışma gruplarının içerisinde yer alıyoruz. Çünkü şunu anladık, sadece birbirini anlamak yetmez. Birbirini beslemek, birlikte çalışmak da çok önemli. Biz PERYÖN Yönetim Kurulu ekibiyle beraber Genç Yönetim Kurulu üyeleri olarak birlikte karar veriyoruz. Bugünün karar vericileri oluyoruz. O zaman işte şunu anlıyorsunuz. Ben sadece gelecek değilim. Ben aynı zamanda bugünün karar vericilerinden biriyim çünkü. Ben artık umut etmek istemiyorum. Ben artık umudun bir parçası olmak istiyorum. Ben umudu parlatanlardan olmak istiyorum.
Bir tek insanın inancının ve çabasının bile çok şeyi değiştirebileceğine inanıyorum. PERYÖN binlerce gönüllüsüyle, dokunduğu milyonlarla ve 50 yılı aşkın zamandır yarattığı katkıyla gönüllü çalışmanın, sivil toplum çabasının neler başarabildiğinin en güzel örneklerindendir. PERYÖN, daha iyi bir dünya için çaba harcamaya inanan insanların kurduğu, geçmişten geleceğe uzanan bir ailedir ve PERYÖN'ün üyesi olmak gurur verir.
Son 50 yılında çalışma hayatına liderlik eden köklü bir sivil toplum kuruluşu olan PERYÖN'ün ikinci 50 yılı bence çok daha heyecan verici olacak. Çünkü öyle bir dönemden geçiyoruz ki dijitalleşme ve buna bağlı olarak yaşadığımız transformasyon hepimizi gerçekten derinden etkiliyor. Çalışma hayatındaki var olan kabulleri, normları tekrardan sorguladığımız bir dönemden geçiyoruz. Geleceği birlikte şekillendireceğimize inanıyoruz. Farklı düşünen bireylerin birbirleriyle etkileşiminin, birbirleriyle diyaloğunun çok daha önemli olacağına inanıyoruz. Bu yüzden de gelecek insan konuşursa başlar mottosuyla yola çıkıyoruz.
PERYÖN'ün 50 yıldır odağında insan var. Personel yönetiminden insan kaynakları yönetimine, insan kaynakları yönetiminden de çalışan deneyimine geçişin hikayesidir PERYÖN. Ve alanında ilk ve en büyük sivil toplum örgütü. Şimdi bambaşka bir gelecekle karşı karşıyayız. 50. yılımızı kutlarken PERYÖN olarak bir diyalog seferberliği başlattık. Ve inanıyoruz ki gelecek insan konuşursa başlar. Nice 50 yıllara PERYÖN.
Öncelikle PERYÖN'ün 50. yılını tüm PERYÖN üyeleri ve iş dünyası adına kutluyorum. PERYÖN'de ödül sürecinden sorumluyum. Ödül mottomuz, insana ve insanın yaşam kalitesini arttırmaya yönelik her uygulama değerlidir ve öne çıkmaya hak eder. Türkiye'deki insan yönetimi profesyonelleri dünyaya örnek olacak uygulamalara önderlik ediyorlar. Bu hepimiz için büyük bir gurur kaynağı.
Hep beraber bir çağın kapanışına, yeni bir çağın açılmasına tanıklık ediyoruz. Kurumlar olarak da, bireyler olarak da yenilenmemiz gerekiyor. Reform yapmamız gerekiyor. Ve biz de PERYÖN olarak gelecek insan konuşursa başlar dedik. Geleceği şekillendirecek çalışma modellerine ve fark yaratacak projelere odaklandık. Akademisiyle, dergisiyle, zirvesiyle, profesyonelleriyle, gönüllüleriyle PERYÖN gibi bir kurumun neferi olmaktan mutluluk duyuyorum.
PERYÖN kongreleri tam 29 yıldır paylaşmayı, gelişmeyi ve değişmeyi isteyen gönülleri bir araya getiriyor. 50. yılını kutlayan, sürdürülebilirliğini ispatlamış bir sivil toplum kuruluşu olarak PERYÖN kongrelerde insanı diyaloglarımızla konuşmaya devam edeceğiz. 50. yılın kutlu olsun PERYÖN.
İnsan bir kaynak değil, değerdir ve bu değeri iyi yönetebilen liderler fark yaratırlar. Bu yüzden PERYON olarak insana değer veriyor ve Türkiye PERYON'un 50. yılında yeni bir geleceğin hayalini kuruyoruz. Bu vizyondaki tüm lider ve genç lider adaylarını geleceğe yön vermek için aramıza bekliyor, ilkelerimize sahip çıkmalarını istiyoruz. PERYON'umuzun 50. yılı kutlu olsun.
Çeşitlilik ve kapsayıcılık her zaman PERYON'un gündeminde oldu. Özellikle dezavantajlı grup olan gençlere ve kadınlara yönelik sosyal sorumluluk projelerimiz devam edecek. Genç ve kadın işsizliğinin azaltılmasına yönelik de bir STK olarak neler yapabileceğimize odaklanmaya devam edeceğiz. Öğrenen organizasyonlar ve öğrenme çevikliğini destekleyen bir kültür yaratmak daima odağımızda olacak. Özetle iyi yaptıklarımızı yapmaya devam ederek Türkiye'nin ihtiyaçlarını ve dünya ile bütünleşmenin fırsatlarını gözetiyor, gelecek ve insana odaklanıyor ve etkisi yüksek projeler sunmaya bir ekip olarak gayret ediyoruz. Bizden önceki 25 dönem boyunca özveriyle çalışan, gönüllü bir şekilde kalplerini, zamanlarını ve emeklerini PERYÖN'e adayan çok değerli başkan, yönetim üyeleri, dernek çalışanları ve gönüllü olarak çalışma gruplarında çalışan üyelerimizin çok önemli katkıları var. 50. yılımız hep birlikte kutlu olsun.
We continue. Before the break, I told you that we will now move to the United States, a very important topic. You know, what we have seen is actually all about hope. Now, in the streamlining for the silver lining, what we're going to speak about is to be aware of and to take action. The question to the business world is what we've been aware of so far and about which topics we start taking actions. This awareness is so important, especially in the last 2 years. It is actually better to say has raised a lot of awareness. And now we actually have a speaker, which I know you are looking forward to hear, from the World Economic Forum, from Davos, from different articles, from the books that you know him pretty well, about the change of human and the effect on the work life. And what should be changed in the models that the companies are working so as to catch up with the change. And the floor is for...
Thank you very much for that introduction. Hi, everyone. Ravin J. Suthasan. Thank you for the opportunity to spend some time with you and talk about how the world of work is evolving. I'd like to share some of the context that we're all operating in, share with you some frameworks as to that may be helpful in helping you navigate this new world of work, and maybe end with a couple of case studies and stories about how we're seeing organizations transform. And also, as I do that, I'll give you a sneak preview into my upcoming book called Work Without Jobs that will be published by MIT Press in March of next year. So as we look at the world of work, what we've seen, and I think we can all resonate with this, is a pretty significant reset that has been brought about by the pandemic. Satya Nadella said in June of last year, right at the height of the pandemic, that we've seen a 2-year trend in digitalization get realized in about 2 months. I think the impact on the future of work over the last 20 months has been far more profound. I think it's more like a 5 or a 10-year trend that has been accelerated and captured in this time period. And the reason for that is it's not just digitalization that shapes the future of work. It's not just automation and technology. It is this other force called the democratization of work, our growing ability to decouple work from its traditional boundaries of space, time, and structure. And the combination of those two forces is what I believe to be really accelerating the future of work. COVID didn't make the future of work happen. It created the fuel that has accelerated it. And with that, as you can see on this slide, a pretty significant pivot in the response of companies and countries as it relates to how they sort of run their quote unquote business or run the country. I think or run an organization from this exclusive focus on largely growth, efficiency, and return to increasingly a consideration for the resilience of the entity, the flexibility to pivot as different threats emerge, and the agility to be able to respond. And underlying this pivot are 5 things that we've observed. One is a growing focus on a portfolio-based approach to work. And what I mean by that is the ability to recognize threats as they emerge and the ability to rapidly and in agile fashion shift from one work option to another. So to shift work from being done by employees on site to potentially being done by automation or by gig talent off-site. The pivot from outsourcing to onshoring, as we've seen the disruption in supply chains. The second key principle is the agility to flow talent to work seamlessly. In most organizations today, we have a one-to-one relationship between a job and between a person and a job. And the job is the currency through which work is done. Increasingly, what we're seeing is companies connecting talent to work in much more agile fashions. In the United States, during the pandemic, Bank of America shifted 3,000 employees from their head office to their contact centers to deal with the influx of customer calls as a result of the CARES Act. That was a major change for a very large enterprise, and it created the opportunity to create visibility or have visibility into the skills of the workforce and understand who could do these jobs, who could do this work better, who could potentially take on other bodies of work. We'll talk more about that in a second. The third dimension from a leadership perspective is how do we increase the decision-making from the edges of the enterprise? Not just the center, but the edges of the enterprise where these threats like the pandemic are spotted, where innovation is at a premium, where operational efficiency is paramount. So recognizing that we need leaders on the front lines and on the edges to have the same capabilities, the same frameworks, and the same insights to make decisions just like leaders at the corporate center. The fourth dimension is thinking beyond ourselves. We saw during the pandemic some great examples of companies collaborating. In Germany, we saw McDonald's sharing its employees with Aldi, the retailer, as demand for McDonald's products declined and demand for Aldi's increased. We saw in Sweden and Denmark, SAS, the airline, sharing its flight attendants and cabin crew who had basic emergency and medical training with the healthcare sector to support their response to the pandemic. And so thinking about how we share work and talent and skills beyond the company's boundaries. And then the fifth dimension to this is the pivot to what's been called Web 3.0 or otherwise called the metaverse. I think the transition we've seen in how we work in the last 20 months is going to pale in comparison to the opportunities we're going to see that come about from the metaverse. Much has been made about the metaverse and its impact on the social parts of our lives. I think the impact on our professional lives and how we work, how we learn, and how we lead organizations is going to be much more significant as we look at the convergence of physical, virtual, and augmented reality in a shared online space. So 5 pretty significant changes that we have seen initiated during the pandemic, but are going to continue for the foreseeable future. I think for business leaders, one of the biggest challenges is this dichotomy. We know that every time we have a shock to the global economy, we see the workforce pivot from its traditional focus on growth and opportunity to a quest for certainty and stability. This is a really human instinct. But for companies, private companies, it's very difficult to promise certainty and stability. The best we can do is the promise of clarity for how the world is changing and the promise of continued relevance of the workforce for that changing world. Now, much has been made about remote working and hybrid ways of working, but the future of work is more than just where and when work is done. Certainly, that's very important. And certainly, we've seen a massive change in that. I often say, I think the genie is out of the bottle on flexible working and remote work, because as much as certain leaders would like to go back to the way things were before the pandemic, that's just not going to happen. And we need to respond in much more agile fashion and meet our talent where they are, not force them to comply with our terms. But it's more than just where and when. It's also how is work being done? How do we organize that work? What's the role of enabling technology? What is the work? This notion of job sharing and work sharing has become an increasingly important consideration for many organizations. Who's doing the work? The employee versus the gig worker versus AI versus robotic process automation. And then the last dimension, which, as we all know, has become incredibly important to all of us, is why am I working? I realize as I've gone through this pandemic, there is much more to life than my obsession with work. What is your mission as an organization? And can I connect to that mission? Does that mission align with my own sense of values and the mark I want to leave on this planet? So all 6 of these dimensions are what are in play, if you will, when we think about the future of work. As I sort of step back and look at these changes, this pivot I talked about, the factors at play with the future of work, I do think there is a great reset that we're in the middle of. And the 2 most pivotal questions that each of us as individuals and business leaders is going to have to answer are on this page. Firstly, how will we redesign work to enable talent to flow to it as seamlessly as possible, while enabling its perpetual reinvention so that that talent can stay relevant as the world changes, as the organization changes, as the work changes? Secondly, how will we re-envision the talent experience so that we meet all the people, all the talent, where they are and on their terms? So if someone's looking for flexibility, if someone's looking for a different location, how do we meet them on their terms as opposed to force them to comply with ours, force them to be in the office 8 hours a day on fixed pay and benefits in a fixed location and working in the way we tell them, versus what we saw on the previous page of actually connecting with people increasingly on their terms. This is a pretty massive change for most organizations, and particularly for HR functions, because so much of HR's legacy has been about to ensure the silent running of the enterprise and ensuring that people fit the work experience that the organization espouses, as opposed to creating a talent experience that meets all the talent on their terms individually. So I think these are going to be the two most pivotal challenges we have to face. And I want to share with you a couple of frameworks that I hope will be helpful in helping you answer and respond to these opportunities. Now, at the heart of much of what we're saying is this pivot from the traditional one-to-one relationship between a degree, a person, and a job or a position, to the many-to-many, between many different ways to acquire skills, and skills enabling technical domain, and the many different ways in which work can be done. Could be a job, could be a gig, could be an assignment, a project, many different ways in which work can be done. And what we see is, as we go from left to right, this pivot in not just the infrastructure that underpins the way this one-to-one relationship has traditionally happened, but also the role of technology. Technology is there primarily to support people and jobs. And as we move to the right, what we see is an ecosystem that is much more open, because the skills could come from anywhere. They could come from within the company, they could come from outside the company. And what we see are a variety of opportunities for people to acquire experiences, to acquire new skills, to supply those skills. And we start to see automation becoming a work partner to substitute, to augment, and to help transform the work. And as we shift from left to right, what we see is an increasing set of opportunities for people to connect to work through a variety of different means and a variety of different work relationships. So I'd like to share a couple of frameworks to help you navigate this shifting work relationship from jobs to skills. The first of these is a framework that my co-authors, John, David, and I developed actually back in 2015. And it's funny because the book has kind of experienced a bit of a resurgence as some of the ideas have become really visible during this pandemic. So let me walk you through these three continuums. The first is the assignment. The second is the work. The second is how the work is organized. And the third is the value exchange between talent and the enterprise. And on the left is where we've been for about 130 years of the world of work. Work done in jobs, those jobs collected at a point and space in time, and employment being the dominant relationship. The resulting organization is pretty self-contained, tending to be quite insulated in terms of the movement of work and talent across functional boundaries, let alone the organizational boundary. And the value exchange looks very different, quite permanent in that we all get pay and benefits when we join the company and we keep them until we leave. Collective and consistent in the sense that we all get the same things, the only difference being some people get larger helpings than others, and quite traditional in its emphasis on pay, benefits, and the work environment as the heart of that employee experience. The far right is this new world of work, where work is increasingly broken up into tasks and activities. Those tasks and activities are dispersed over space and time. Think about our experience during COVID. We quickly realized that we could work anywhere and all the time. And now, as a result, we have a set of virtual or market relationships that kick in. The relationship with the employee working at home, or the relationship with the gig worker. The resulting organization looks very different. More movement of talent and work across the functional boundaries within the company. More movement of talent and work across the organizational boundary as gig workers engage with the company, as AI and robotics vendors engage with the company. As a result, the organization has more of a collaborative DNA about it. And the value exchange looks, again, very different, much more impermanent, much closer matching between when value and cost are realized and incurred. much more individualized and differentiated, I think all HR leaders understood that the work experience is very, very individual and deeply personal. The only difference the last 20 months was it became visible and was laid bare on Zoom. We got to look into our colleagues' homes. We got to look into their lives away from work. And we saw how differently that work was being experienced. And as a result, the trade-offs that we are all making are much more imaginative. The trade-offs between employment and stability for flexibility and opportunity. And so the left side is characterized by pay and benefits and the work environment as the heart of the employee experience. The heart of this new talent experience is, I believe, anchored in flexibility for me to engage with you as an organization on my terms, and the promise, your promise to me, that I will continually be relevant for this changing world, your promise to keep upskilling and reskilling me. And I think for many organizations and business leaders and HR leaders, the opportunity is to figure out what needs to stay on the left for a variety of reasons. What's already on the right, what's moving to the right, and where can we potentially, and this is the win-win, capture, for want of a better phrase, the stability and security of the left and ally that with the agility and innovation and creativity that comes from the right. Now, against this framework from 2015, in our second book, in our fourth book that John and I are writing that will be published in May by MIT called Work Without Jobs, is kind of a framework that builds on that other framework. It essentially lays out three ways in which we're seeing organizations today and tomorrow connect talent to work. Let me walk you through these and I'll give you some examples. On the left is where we have been. It's similar to the left side of the earlier framework, where talent continues to work, and it continues to work in fixed roles. And there are good reasons for that. There's a convenient volume of work. There's enough work to justify, an employee in a job. In some industries, financial services, potentially healthcare, potentially pharmaceuticals, there are compliance and control reasons. And the infrastructure that supports that, the technology is your traditional ERP system, SuccessFactors, Workday, because the job is the currency of work. The job is the organizing construct for not just how work is done, but how talent is managed. And workforce planning is primarily focused on this notion of people, headcount, and positions. Now, as we go one click to the right, people are still in jobs, but they have the agility to apply their skills in other parts of the organization and the agility to acquire new skills by taking on assignments and projects in other parts of the organization. So it's hybrid, not in the sense of hybrid remote work versus on-site. It's hybrid in that people are bound to a job, but they have the opportunity to flow to projects and assignments elsewhere. And this is where we start to see the currency of work shift from just being jobs to being jobs and skills. It's why the enterprise systems need to shift from just ERP systems to also talent marketplaces. Because talent marketplaces, these internal marketplaces, are what helps talent deploy their skills to new work and to search for opportunities to develop new skills. And workforce planning becomes a little bit more interesting. It's based on people as well as skills. One great example of an organization that does this well is Unilever, with its implementation of the Gloat internal marketplace. Unilever through the pandemic has done an outstanding job of getting talent to take on assignments, projects, and engagements outside of their home countries, outside of their functions, as ways of both applying their skills to other areas of need, as well as acquiring new skills. One click to the right, and this is where we see work ultimately going, is this notion of talent fully flowing to work. And what I mean by that is you might have employees who are part of your company, but they are not bound up in one job. They are part of a particular, maybe a shared services organization, and they are able to flow from project to project. So one specific example is a very large insurance company that put all of their data scientists and analytical talent into a cloud-based global shared services construct. And that talent now flows to projects in claims, in underwriting, in India, in Singapore, in the United States. So they are completely boundless in terms of what projects and assignments they take. And the marketplace is what helps this company manage an environment where the skills are the currency of work. And so the marketplace helps determine what skills people have, what skills are they acquiring, what new skills are being demanded by the organization, what is their interest, where they're passionate, what is their availability to take on work. And every minute is continuously matching talent to new work opportunities to ensure they both are productive and they continue to develop their skills. So the enabling technology is where we see the marketplace becoming the underpinning for work, because skills are the currency of work and the marketplace is what enables that currency to be actioned. And workforce planning becomes much more about task and skill planning. And so I think for business leaders, the opportunity is to figure out how we navigate from left to right. And for HR, the significant opportunity is how we help the organization make that shift. And it's such a key part of how we see the role of HR evolving from being a steward of employment on the left to increasingly being a steward of work on the right. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to have spent some time with you. I hope these ideas, these frameworks, and these examples are helpful. And I wish you all the best. Thank you.
So now in Silver Lining, we will have CEO of Kariyer.net, Fatih Uysal. You know him pretty well, making so good surveys as Kariyer.net, so we understand what is going on in employment and so. And without taking too much of your time, I would like to give the floor to Fatih Uysal. Hello again. First of all, I would like to once again congratulate 50th anniversary of PERYÖN. We're just going through a great day, but we're also going through some difficult times, especially in the last 3 years. It's all so foggy all around. Rules are changing. So, Quo Vadis, where are we off to? Is going to be the title of the talk, and there are 6 different trends that I would like to underline that is shaping the work life, starting with the first, that is the Great Resignation. I'm sure you have heard about these 2 words. That's a trend starting from the United States. Great Resignation, like the perfect storm, and also called. Of course, whether this perfect storm will touch Turkey or what is going to happen. Why it is called, first of all, Great Resignation? Because the figures are so high. Only in October in the United States, 4.2 million people resigned. And 39 million is the number of the people that resigned voluntarily, and 40% is the number of the people that are planning to resign in the upcoming 2 to 6 months. 36% of the people are actually abandoned to seek for jobs. And it turned into such a trend that it has reflections on the social media. For example, quit my job, hashtag. At TikTok, looking at the content, it is 197 million views, which is quite big. At Reddit, anti-work, another forum, more than 500,000 people. Since October, new members joined. Therefore, this actually is a trend that turned into a phenomenon. Whether it will be received by Turkey or not, as Kariyer.net, most of the time we have several surveys so as to understand employee satisfaction and to know about work life. We first ask whether you are satisfied with your job, and we observe that it's not actually too high. Only 30% said I'm satisfied, and this figure is decreasing when compared to yesterday. Whether you're planning to take action about your dissatisfaction, and it is quite high. 7 people out of 10 people are saying that in the upcoming 6 months I will resign. And therefore it means that we also will receive the perfect storm on Turkish territories. Why we actually have this great resignation, why we're speaking about the perfect storm. I think the very first thing, the main reason is the pandemics and the side effects of the pandemics. And another thing is actually, as maybe you have never heard about the Turkish version, but this is you only live once, YOLO. You only live once. And of course, pandemics affected a lot, but I think it's mostly affected when compared to the economic crisis. It's all about the quest for raison d'être of life. I mean, the search for meaning. People started to question everything, and it's all like whether I'm just going to continue to work as such as usual, like previous. That's one of the questions people are trying to find an answer to. I think the employees are saying that from now on, I would like to make the rules of how I am going to work, for how long, where. I want to have a say on this. And in February, on the New York Times, there is an article published, and one executive is saying that, and the upcoming period will be moving to a model that is mostly designed by the employees. So it is going to be not the employer, but the employer to set the rules of working. Therefore, we are redefining actually the model. What type of a model are we talking about? Of course, working conditions are changing. As you all know, there are so many companies that have actually moved to some different models, but it's actually in the form of an earthquake. Also, the work days are changing. For example, in a country like the United Arab Emirates, a country that's actually having a different holiday. As you all know, again, it is Saturday and Sunday. From now on, the weekend would be Saturday and Sunday. So they actually transformed into 4.5 days of working and 4.5 days of working. Maybe this is going to be one of the trends that you will observe in the future. And the conditions are so available for this, because looking at the history, this 8 hours of working, 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week, this actually started after another depression. And in 1999 in France, the working model that we now have started. In 1999, what is important is that right after World War I. And therefore, it was again another depression period. And it is, of course, with the requirement from the employees, the workers, it is 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week. So in a way, I think because of maybe not the world war, but because of a health crisis, the working model will be changing, as we know from the other cases we present. What else is changing? The fourth trend is that the office is far, it's at a distance, just like in the said in a Turkish song. So it is the hybrid work model, flexible work model applicable in so many places, because what she is saying that we'll be physically present at the office, then something happens, then back to home. Because of the new variant, because of the Omicron, this actually affected the decision of several companies for back to office, and 66% of the employers globally decided to postpone their decision for back to work. And in Turkey, again, for the HR leaders, we asked whether in 2022 you'll be start working at the office, and we observed that for 71% also in 2022 people will continue work at distance. 14% are saying that it's going to be completely flexible working. 71 is saying that rotationally on volunteering basis they will start to back to work model. It means that at least in 2022 the trend will continue. Now, this is the pandemics. There are nice things about flexible working hours, but how about the disadvantages? This is loneliness, the feeling of loneliness. Again, according to the researchers worldwide, there is an increase in the sense and feeling of loneliness. Before COVID-19, as you know, majority of us thought that it's nice to work remotely. It's been 3 years so far. But especially we have not yet fully experienced the effect of distance working to social life and socialization, especially in the single young generation. This sense of feeling of loneliness is felt more intensely. I guess the HR professionals should actually find a solution in the upcoming future to this. And the last trend is that, which is very close to the pandemics, that is the talent migration. Unfortunately, also, as we observe in Turkey, we started to work flexibly. We started to work remotely from our homes, and this actually turned into an opportunity for the talents, in particular IT, for example. IT in particular is actually much more again aggressive about working at a distance, and especially in the field of informatics IT, there is actually difficulty in finding talents for the open positions. 79% of those saying. And only in the United States until 2030, if they cannot find candidates, IT candidates, then there is going to be a loss of 162 billion US dollars worth of a loss of income annually, only in the United States. It means that many countries are trying to seek for talent from the other countries. Of course, it is also reflected on us, and the talents in Turkey are also willing to work abroad. With BCG, we had a global survey, and these are the results of the Turkey. And among the young people, the desire to work abroad is 57% in the young and 61% in those with high good level of education. So I mean, so many people are saying that if I can find the proper job, then I would go work abroad. And I think it is something that will happen in the near future, and a problem that we should find a solution to in the near future, so as to prevent any talent migration abroad and to keep the talent in the country. Of course, as career.net, what we are doing in terms of solutions, of course, it's very difficult to have access to talent. Everyone is hunting for talents. The models have changed. The corporates in particular are in need of better explaining themselves. And to do so, we have an employer brand agency under our umbrella, especially for the target group, the young people, IT candidates, to better explain ourselves and to discuss more about our company. That's a solution that we have found. And as I told you, it is mostly the IT and technology. the most problem. There is techcarrier.net. That's a new startup. The goal of the startup is actually to help raise IT candidates, talent candidates. We have Hackathon, hiring challenge, different programs that we have, and trying to contribute for the IT. Of course, it is not only enough to find the candidate. What is important is to make a proper assessment of the candidate and do the proper testing. And Coensio, for a startup Coensio, we invested. Therefore, the technology talent will be better tested by way of Coensio. You can use tools of Coensio. And lastly, of course, as it is much more difficult to find the talent, there is the migration of the talent. And of course, so as to overcome this turnover, they have to be quick. So there is a practical candidate service that we have in terms of, again, positioning the talents. We're trying to help. And as I told you, it is all this foggy area, all like a chaos in the pandemics. And as Career.net, we're just trying to find and offer you some solutions. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish for a successful Congress.
Okay, we move on. When it comes to HR transformation, human people will be in the center of our discussion. We will digitalize, and there used to be some concerns about digitalization, as you remember. And after the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, there has been a quicker transition to digitalization. For the last 2 years, we've been asking our guests how the digital transformation will take place, and people will be in the center of this transformation. How will the enterprises transform themselves is a really key question. We've been trying to find an answer to this question because this has been the case or the crises that we were not prepared for. So the answer to this question is being sought not only in Turkey but in the rest of the world. And even we can say that the process after the digital transformation is now being discussed throughout the Congress. Our participants have discussed and emphasized the fact that people are getting to find an awareness or some meaning in their life. On one side, looking around the globe, half of the people are not satisfied with their jobs. There are people looking for new jobs, getting resigned, who also want to find meaning for their lives. Therefore, the point that we're standing right now is about coping with the digital transformation. But how can we transform? Because, we are maybe more than ever at a critical point. How will the enterprises also monitor and manage this digital transformation? Trying to find an answer to these questions, we'll get connected to Rajiv Jayaraman, and we'll be speaking about clearing
Thank you so much for the introduction. Hello and welcome to this session on clearing the digital blur as part of Future Begins When We Start Talking. My name is Rajiv Jayaraman and I'm the founder and CEO of Knowlescape. Knowlescape as an organization is an experiential learning technology company helping organizations and leaders become future ready through experiential learning. And this is the title of the book that I'm going to talk about today. It's called Clearing the Digital Blur. And there I am presenting the first copy of the book to Marshall Goldsmith a couple of years ago. Now, before I go ahead and introduce the idea of digital blur to you, I want to demystify what digital actually means. We so casually use this word, we throw this around quite so often. It is useful to define this properly before we move ahead in this presentation. So what is digital? Digital is not a thing. If we say that I have Facebook presence, I have Instagram presence, and I have introduced a mobile app, or I have implemented a new platform inside my organization, does that make us digital? The answer is no. You're just digitized. But what makes us digital is it is the way of doing things. By obviously leveraging technology to create exceptional customer experience, if we become agile and we unlock new value through data, experience, agility, and unlocking value through data. So those are the three pillars that we need to focus on when we think about digital. Once again, creating exceptional customer experience. Here, the word customer is quite loosely used. It can be your employees, it can be your partners, but the key word here is stellar experience. Second is becoming agile. Today, with rapid changes that are happening around us, organizations have to become agile in the way they do things. And unlocking new value using data is essentially the source of new value creation. How do we make use of data, derive new insights, develop new products, and come up with newer business models? That's essentially what we are seeing in the digital world around us. So 2 to 3 years ago, when I was in the process of writing my book, this is one quote that stood out for me. Digital is the main reason why just over half of the companies on the Fortune 500 list have disappeared from this list since the year 2000. This was by Pierre Nanterme, former CEO of Accenture. Now, if you actually look at this quote, more than half of the companies on the Fortune 500 list disappearing. That's more than 250 companies disappearing. That's unusual. In a given period of time, let's say over 20 years, maybe 30 companies, 40, 50 companies may become redundant. But here we are talking about 250 companies losing their plot. Now, a company doesn't become a Fortune 500 organization just overnight. They have the deepest pockets. They have the best management in town. They have a great brand name, global presence, you name it. Despite having all of these advantages, this digital juggernaut basically made them redundant. If none of these factors could save these organizations, the question is, what really can? What really happened here? That's what I try to unravel in the book, Clearing the Digital Blur. So my research on this book revealed that some of the lines that we're used to from the industrial age, these lines have started blurring away or disappearing away. Now the question is, what sort of lines are these? Let's find out. Here, the word blur really stands for 4 different dimensions. It's an acronym that stands for boundaryless organizations. Now let me spend a minute on each of these dimensions. Now, boundaryless organization is a phenomenon where the organizational boundaries are blurring, be it the boundary that separates the organization from the inside versus the outside, or the boundaries that separate the different functions within the organization. These lines are blurring away. Now, in the industrial age, these lines were thick. They were carefully separating inside from the outside, and different functional silos that used to exist earlier, these lines are now giving way to more network, more fluid kind of an organization. Now think about it. How many rooms does Airbnb actually own? 0. How many cabs does Uber actually own? 0. Even the core business model, the core products that they are using in their business model doesn't belong to them. It actually is outside the organization. Now, the key here is then to operate in a way that you are boundaryless. There is no boundary to where your organization can go. So that's the first element, where the organizational boundary is blurring away. The second one is limitless digitization, where the line between physical, digital, and the biological is blurring away. There's so much unlimited intelligence around us. So everything is becoming about data and automation. Here, the line between physical and digital and biological, that's blurring. Unbounded innovation is where the industry boundary is blurring away. Now, because of different technologies converging today, the companies find their industries getting disrupted. Now, if you think about Amazon or Google, what industry are they really part of? A more pertinent question will be, what industry are they not part of, right? So they've really followed the customer, not really boxing themselves inside a small industry segment. So that's unbounded innovation. Go beyond your industry definition. And R in blur is relentless iteration. This is all about rapid changes that are happening. Here, the time dimension is blurring. The line that separates the now, new, and the next. All of that is blurring away. So that's essentially the concept of blur. Now, obviously, different industries get impacted by blur differently. Banking industry, for example, completely blurred away, right? Boundaryless, limitless, unbounded, and relentless. That's what banking has become. Some other industries, maybe some manufacturing industries, are not so blurred as banking, but it's happening more rapidly than we thought. Now, the question is, what can we all do as leaders? If blur is the reality, what should be a strategic response to blur? Now, when the organization is becoming boundaryless, it's important to start thinking of our business as an ecosystem. In the industrial age, we used to think of our industry or a company as a machine, right? Where there are inputs, processing, and there are outputs. But in the digital age, that model is no longer valid. In fact, that model has been replaced by an ecosystem model, right? Where the organization is operating more like an organism, right? So that's ecosystem as strategy. Limitless digitization is all about data as strategy. How can we use data in a way that it can give us strategic breakthroughs? Unbounded innovation is design as strategy. How can we design better customer experiences that will promote unbounded innovation? And relentless iteration is all about agility as strategy. How can we be agile, not just at a project management level, but also at a strategy level? Obviously, all of this means something for leadership, doesn't it? Boundaryless organization calls for a networked form of leader, where somebody is a leader not just because of the seat he or she is sitting on, but really they are able to leverage the power of networks, both internally and external to the organization. Limitless digitization, they say 90% of world's information was created in the last 2 years, right? In this kind of environment, we need leaders to be sense-making, connecting the dots, creating new insights. Unbounded innovation calls for design leadership, the ability to create great experiences for customers, partners, employees alike. And relentless iteration calls for agile leadership. So these are the 4 leadership personas that are needed for organizations to do well in the blur-related world. Now, reimagining culture. We spoke about strategy, we spoke about leadership. Now, what about culture? Without culture, none of these things would actually be sustainable. Now, boundaryless organization calls for an open peering and sharing culture where everything is open and interconnected. Limitless digitization calls for a data-enabled culture where decision-making incorporates data. Unbounded innovation requires a diverse and inclusive culture, not just from an HR agenda perspective, but also because operating in a network, in an ecosystem, calls for the ability to include diverse sets of stakeholders. And finally, relentless iteration calls for fail fast, learn fast kind of a culture, right? Without any of these changes being made at a cultural level, organizations may not get ahead too far in the digital transformation journey. Now, we've been researching on this for the last 4 years, and digital blur as a concept has been used widely across organizations, countries, and industries. Now, the blur concept that I spoke about has different dimensions. One, it impacts platforms. The second one impacts products. The third one impacts people. The fourth one on processes. What we have done so far is we have taken this blur concept and derived mindsets, the 4 key mindsets that employees, managers, leaders need to develop in their organization, and the related skill sets that need to be developed. So digital blur is sort of the governing framework we use to help organizations become future ready. Now, different organizations could have different starting points. Some of them may be digital rookies, others could be digital masters. The idea is to start off a transformation process depending on what the starting point is and what the end state is for the organization. Now, while we are doing this, there are 4 different maturity levels we can think of. One, organizations typically start with knowing digital, where the question is, what is digital? The second is doing. How do I incorporate that knowledge in my daily work? The third is becoming digital, which is more about leadership, culture, transformation, championing, and finally being digital, which is digital DNA at the core of the organization. So there are structured learning interventions that can be brought in to help organizations develop these capabilities in a very gradual manner. So one thing I want to highlight is, while it's great that organizations are now ready for becoming future ready and leaders are looking at newer models of leading, what is essential is the methodology of learning as well. We firmly believe that simulations and experiential learning is a critical aspect of for leaders to basically unlearn and relearn new skills. So these simulations allow for leaders to get into an immersive experience, take decisions, get an analytical report which talks about the different competencies they have, right? So this can effectively accelerate the learning process for organizations and leaders. So that brings me to the close of my talk. I want to leave you with this quote: to experience is to learn, everything else is just information. Being a cheerleader for experiential learning, I encourage you all to become great learners in this digital era. Please feel free to connect with me at Rajiv Jeraman at Knowlescape. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Really appreciate this. Thank you.
Okay, we continue with the session Silver Lining, and next is a panel. I'd like to introduce the moderator, Group Director of MEXT, Efe Erdem, will be moderating. And what are we going to speak about? Actually, this is going to be the functional needs and organizational needs of the enterprises within the transformation process. It's critical, and we'll have valuable speakers. Technology and Innovation Director of Fraunhofer, Mr. Tony Drescher, will be with us, and from HPI Academy, Training Director, Dr. Stephen Ney, and founding partner of Twizzr, Mr. Ongun Demirler. And leaving the floor to you, gentlemen. Thank you very much for the nice introduction. I'd like to welcome all the participants, all the audience who's been following us on the online platform. We are going to discuss about a critical topic, innovation. In the innovation journey of the enterprises, we'll be discussing about the organizational needs, why these needs emerged. Three valuable representatives of the ecosystem will be elaborating on how they're addressing these needs. And would like to first thank MEXT, and we're extremely honored to undertake the moderation of the session because PERYÖN and MEXT have been long-standing collaborators. About 50 years ago, we've started collaborating together. I'd like to congratulate the association for the successful works they've been carrying out in the last 5 decades. Now today, as MEXT, the reason that we're present in this platform is that this is a 62-year-old framework or umbrella organization, and it's not just the way that we're working in the classical labor union way, but we are trying to address the needs of the enterprises from different corners. Last year in August 22, we have kicked off the largest actually skill center, MEXT. The aim is to provide the industrial enterprises of Turkey to prepare them to the needs of Industry 4.0, also to provide new capabilities to the people. And when doing that within 2020, we not only addressed the technology needs, but at the same time tried to address their organizational needs, kicking off a series of new projects. I will be speaking about that during our talk in this session. We'll have 3 valuable panelists in this session, all of them in our ecosystem. We've been collaborating their enterprises, organizations. I'd like to welcome all of them, Tony Drescher and Stephen Ney. Thank you very much for sparing time in the Christmas holiday time, and thank you for that. Now, there will be 2 rounds of questions. In the first round, we will be concentrating on the change. What kind of organizational change needs do you see in the process? This is my first question. What is the reason these needs are emerging? What are your observations on the field? And then in the second round, we'll ask you specifically about your own enterprises, what you've been doing to tackle those problems, how you're helping. So in the second round, we'll be elaborating on how. Tony Drescher, can we start with you? Fraunhofer Institute, as you know, is the largest institute for implementation in Europe and particularly in Germany. One of the creators of Industry 4.0 has a big contribution to this field. And together with Tony, within our collaboration under MEXT, we've been running very nice projects on the field. My first question to you, Tony, is both in Germany and Turkey, when you take a look at the companies, the enterprises working in the field, what kind of change needs do you see? And particularly speaking for the organizational way and in the R&D and the HR, the companies are feeling the need for transformation. What is your observation in the field?
Thank you very much for this honor to be part of the session today. Thank you to my friends Efe and our great cooperation partners of MEXT and MES who made this possible today, this as a starting point. I think that we are living in a so-called VUCA world. You know that already: volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity are the main driving factors today. So we see a lot of technical changes. On the one hand side, as it was already pointed out, we are a huge applied research organization with 30,000 people and a lot of scientists. So we have see a lot of technical changes coming up, disrupting the classical way how we do things today. And not only with the digitalization in Industry 4.0, and also for artificial intelligence, blockchains we are using in different applications, as well as sustainability, which will be one of the leading factor in our understanding in the future if it comes to new applications, to new innovations. And all that has to be grasped by the people. And you have to understand that this time and the speed, how the new technologies come up, they are coming with the combination of new work, how we cooperate today in a very digital way as we do it right now, in a very uncertain environment, which is especially coming to the pandemic situation, not easy to come together, understand each other, and do partnerships. And I think that is what we have to teach the people. And it all starts with the purpose. I think that it is more than ever necessary that we explain our people what is the future purpose, why we do things we do, and what is the big picture behind that they understand what could be their role in this, how to participate, how to get involved. And of course, the new work, the technologies we have to drive, they require new fundamentals for flexibility, flexibility in role models, flexibility in time models. And I think that is the main needs the people have, and we have to take them along. And, you know, we are a big scientific organization. We have a lot of technologies and methodologies, of course, but at the end of the day, we are talking about people. And especially in an intercultural communication and intercultural cooperation, it's very essential to understand each other, to understand the local requirement, as we do that here together with MES, where we have a very pioneering role in Industry 4.0 in Turkey. And we really value that. And we have to take the people along onto the journey to tomorrow.
This, in the second round, will go into more specifics about how you help companies in Germany and also in Turkey through our cooperation. With that, I would like to move on to Dr. Stephen Ney, who's leading the HPI Academy. And HPI is one of the world-class organizations which is promoting the use of design thinking in not only for training purposes, but in innovating things, in coming up with new solutions. And I would like to, first of all, ask the question, in your observations you're making in the field by engaging with various companies, why do you think they see a need to change themselves, also from organizational perspective, when they try to increase their level of creativity and flexibility? And to that, in that respect, how do you think design thinking helps them?
I keep forgetting to hit the mute button. I'm terribly sorry. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you for the question. Yes, just one or two words about the HPI. The HPI is an IT institute in Potsdam. The HPI Academy sort of operationalizes what the innovation in teaching, in design thinking, and in digital engineering. We operationalize that for the professional world. So one of the things that we're seeing, as Tony rightly pointed out, is that we live in a VUCA world, and that means that the challenges that firms or organizations in general, it's not just enterprises, it's also public sector firms, it's organizations in the tertiary sector, it's international organizations. And the problems that these organizations face are so-called wicked problems. That means they're extremely complex and they're extremely uncertain. And with that we all face, and Tony pointed that out, is sustainability or climate change, but also global supply chains, as we saw with, as we've seen the last 2 years with the COVID crisis. Global supply chains are highly complex, and that makes them fairly fragile and vulnerable. So firms face these complex problems, and the issue with dealing with complex problems is that we cannot take if we talk from an organizational point of view, we cannot use the very effective forms of vertical organization, of, if you will, top-down or hierarchy, that were developed in the Industrial Revolution to deal with those problems. We cannot use them to deal with these complex problems. So what we really need, and firms are seeing this increasingly, what we really need is we need organizations capable of dealing with both complexity and uncertainty. And one way of dealing with complexity, of course, is what people in a university context call multidisciplinarity. So complex problems are best solved by taking experts, if you will, or taking knowledge from different fields and applying it to that particular challenge. And increasingly, this is what organizations are seeing. But increasingly, that's not what traditional organizations are very good at. Traditional organizations are organized along the lines of expertise. So the challenge here is how to get traditional organizations, how to rejig traditional organizations that they can effectively respond to wicked problems. And one way of doing that, of course, there are many ways, but one way of doing that is design thinking. Design thinking is there's, if you will, 3 aspects of design thinking that are very important. One aspect is that it is radically user and customer centered. So basically, in order to understand and deal with problems, you have to go out and understand user and customer needs. The second thing is that it operates on what is called a double diamond model. So it operates, it's a model that investigates problems very deeply and tries to leverage a multidisciplinary knowledge before moving on to solutions. And the third is the so-called build, measure, learn idea. So that basically you test solutions, you prototype them, you become very flexible in your solutions by rapidly testing them and adapting them to needs. This is a very fundamentally different way of operating, and the HBI Academy, through their different trainings, but also through very, very standardized trainings and customized trainings, provides people with the skills, but not only the skills, the modern word for it is mindsets, but it's not only the practices, it's also different ways of thinking and different ways of approaching complex problems. So yes, that's what we try and do. And increasingly increasingly organizations are seeing the need to move away from rigid structures to more flexible structures, but it is rather difficult. But these are very profound changes. It basically is a profound change from an authority model, a vertical model of decision making, to a more horizontal model of decision making, which means that you empower and provide more autonomy to small teams. And it is that sort of transition that at the HBI we're trying to support with training in terms of skills and in terms of mindsets.
Thank you for this brilliantly sharp answer, and hopefully going forward we will be together promoting the adoption of this methodology in the wider Turkish industry. Bundan sonra Ongun Demirler, sevgili Ongun Demirler'e geçmek istiyorum. Kendisi Twiser girişiminin kurucu ortağı. Çok önemli vizyoner bir işe imza atıyor ve yeni nesil performans yönetimi sistemini en etkili dijital şekilde, hatta yapay zekayı da kullanarak hayata geçiriyor. Neden bunu bir ihtiyaç olarak tespit ettiniz? Sonuçta her girişimin çıkış noktası bir ihtiyaç. Siz de belli ki şirketlerde bunu gördünüz, bu ihtiyacı gördünüz.
And what was your very observation in the field about these new style organizational needs? Sure. Actually, Dr. Ney has already provided us a very good explanation of the way that we've started, because now we are doing more complicated work in more complex markets. So as to be successful, we need to concentrate on our people. Team. This is all that we've been highlighting. The importance of the team, and the organization is growing. Our colleagues, our teammates are, at the end of the day, people. So we need to touch on our people. We need solutions who would be bridging between the organization and the people. So in a sense, we need to appreciate it, because it will give, at the end of the day, the spirit of the organization. There is a big change going on. Number one is digital transformation. That is now a must. Actually, in the retail business, in the manufacturing, there are huge impacts. We don't even need to talk on it, but even the pharmacy around the corner is trying to digitalize. Actually, now we are working in a hybrid way. Remote working, hybrid working conditions is now inevitable. Even performance management is now based on the hybrid way of working. Research has shown that both in Turkey and around the globe, Y and Z generations constitute more than 65% of the employees, but their perception of the world, their way of doing business is quite different. So there are two more trends that I do observe in terms of performance management. Number one is actually we have to embrace the Great Resignation movement in 2022. And the companies will have to consider how to deal with it. They should invest in improving employee engagement. Actually, it is really very difficult to find the employees who would make a difference. Actually, we do have difficulty there. Hopefully, amongst the audience, there are truly such people, and so we try and find these people, and we want to make sure that they stay long enough so they will really find meaning in our framework, in our structure. So the HR function, maybe more than ever, has become a very strategic division, because the HR will have a direct impact on the productivity of the employees by proper management, by proper assignment, and they will have a direct impact on the business outcomes. In addition to that, there is another thing that is the transformation, agile transformation. Now the companies are willing to be more agile and faster. Maybe in a way they have to be, because any humble organization will not have any survival chance in the market that is evolving at a high pace. Therefore, agile transformation must be based on more transparent, dependable, and adaptable, updatable systems according to the market conditions. We have to have a clear-cut organizational structure. All these together, when combined with an agile approach, will make sure that the company will grow not only in the local markets, but also in the global markets. That's all I can say as a summary. Thank you.
We are completing the first round of questions. I think the concepts basic concepts we touched on included things like partnership, embracing partnerships in this complex and uncertain world, the need for increasing flexibility for the overall organization, the need for embracing a experimentation culture with trying out new things, learning fast, giving autonomy to smaller teams, and lastly we touched on the need for assessing performance on a much more dynamic level by using those modern methods like objective and key results, as Ongun mentioned. And Ongun also highlighted the importance of agility. And Tony, as you are going into the field and talking to companies in their digital transformation and innovation journeys, how do you help them identify their prioritization needs, what they should be doing, and specifically with regards to organizational change? How do you measure it? Are there any specific methods you use? From our conversations, I do know that you are using things like Agile Maturity Index, for example. How does that work in practice? Can you elaborate a little bit more on this one?
Yeah, thank you, Efe. Well, first of all, let me point out that we have so far in Turkey accomplished over 60 different assessments with 60 different companies together with our close partners, MES, who actually have a great environment where we can actually teach to people how they have to go into the future. The assessment there shows that, and the studies show that there's a good, let's say, story first and a good point first. In our understanding, the Turkish people are very agile in their heart, and they are very agile in how they do the things. Basically, we have taught them over the last years, the last centuries, how they have to work in structures, in silos, as we call them. And as it was already pointed out by Stephen, we have to focus more on the value of the customer. And this value of the customer is determined by the priority he or she has, and we have to understand that. And that's the main tricky point here, because if you look in our classical forms of doing innovations and doing production, we are very in rigid forms of structures, as we already heard. That's what we have to some extent break, but in some extent leave, because we should give the imaginations to the people that anything and everything changes. They need anchor points, what we have to give them. So now let me give you some examples, what is very essential for me. So first of all, we have to give the people a clear understanding that they don't get confused. You know, we have so many things like sustainability, technologies like blockchains and digitalization, 3D printing, and whatever you can call them. And we have to give them a clear picture how those things are interacting in the future. So they need a clear vision and a very clear understanding how to drive that forward, and that is not just the next big thing we are running behind, that this all goes together. And in our understanding, it is very essential that we have a clear understanding where sustainability will be in the future, that digitalization will give us the tools to basically drive sustainability, and that artificial intelligence will kind of be our assistance system to be more effective to the customer needs. So that is the basic understanding we have to teach to people, we have to do in capability building programs. Now, if we come to agility, there's also one big mistake in my understanding. So we all talk about this, that we need more agility, we need more team, we need more customer orientation, more value, people or concentration, and we have to do things in increments to give a certain feeling how the development and the production will look like. But what we see in our observations is that we just call this agile initiatives, and we just take some of those things as mechanisms out of the concept. But in that cherry picking, we sometimes lose the basic concept. And I want to give you 3 examples here, which maybe show you that we have to teach the people and also the organizations, especially our leadership, how they have to change in the future. First thing, the classical organization and establishment are very much used to drive 5 to 7 projects or even more at the same time. Yeah. And even if you look at people today in R&D and production, they have a lot of different topics to take care of, a lot of different projects. Agility focuses on one project. So you do much more focus at the same time. So this is what we have to, in terms of resource allocation, a very dedicated topic for HR as well, together with the leadership, how we can enable our people to focus 100% on projects, doing it, let's say, in a more rough time, and then do the next project. And not jumping between different projects, which is always, even for machines, we would have a machine utilization of 80%, and we give some, let's say, maintenance time to machines. We don't give that to the people. And that's one certain thing we have to focus on, how we can improve our resource allocation and management of resources in the organizations. The second point is decision power. In most of the classical organizations, we have, let's say, distributed decision power by matrix organizations, line functions, and whatever. And the biggest challenge is that agility brings in projects where we basically lose this decision power to the team, and we transfer it to the team. And this is exactly how it feels for the leadership. The leadership thinks, okay, now I'm losing decision power, and they can just do whatever they want. No, that's not the case. The basic is here that with more decision power in the team, they have to take the responsibility, but also take the decisions to go forward. And at the end of the day, they can be much more versatile, more speedy with that approach. That's the number one point we see in a challenge to the classical organizations, that leadership is not accepting at all that they lose the decision power. And maybe one last example here, what we also see in the Agility Maturity Index, what we do there, we have the very much individual-driven target agreements we do in the organizations. And I think there we have to find a way how we measure the team, how they are successful, how fast they are, how much work they can do, and how much value they have as an output. I think that needs to not be measured on an individual level, but on a team level. And I think there we have a lot to do to combine agile organizations and classical organizations. But we should tell the people that not agility is the next big thing. Just agility will go hand in hand with the classical organizations, that they don't get frustrated by adding always new things, by adding always new structures. But we have to tell them there's a big picture, as I was stating in the very beginning, in terms of content, and also new organization styles and classical organizations go hand in hand to each other. Those maturity assessments we have done in a lot of companies, with classical and also very known companies like BSH, Hilti, and Netsch. We are working basically together on agility, and we have found out that we have to understand first what is agility, and then we have to find stepwise the way forward, how to take different of those mechanisms with us and combine it with the classical organization forms. And that is not easy.
Thank you, Tony. I mean, a couple of takeaway points for me and for our audience I would summarize. So first of all, the good news is it is beautifully captured on the screen as well, your observation about Turkish organizations. So by almost naturally, we are inclined to be agile, but also critical takeaway message was that we need to break silos, as the agile doctrine says, and we need to be collaborating with each other within an organization much more effectively to reap the benefits of digital transformation projects and increase our responsiveness. Thank you for the valuable insights. And Stephen, so for our audience, I think it would be highly valuable if you could make it a little bit more concrete for them in terms of what it means to embrace design thinking methodology. I think we keep always saying the best way of learning it is doing it. And we are jointly trying to certify some design thinking coaches who will be assisting organizations in their efforts. But can you describe the journey of a company which gradually starts with trainings, as you said. HPI Academy provides very valuable trainings. And how does the organization over time learn how to work in a proficient way with design thinking? How does this journey look like?
So first, I'm going to give you an evasive answer. I'm a social scientist by training, so I'll give you an evasive answer. There is no one journey, of course, but and as Tony pointed out, every journey is very different. Every firm is different. They have different starting points. The challenges are different. So in a way, when we come to a company, we try and sort of adopt our own principles that we're trying to teach. And one is, of course, being customer and user-centric. So we have to really figure out what the team does, what the company needs or what the organization needs. That said, you can argue at a fairly general level that design thinking affects, and I won't just say design thinking. Design thinking is people have a very clear idea of what design is, but in reality, it is a rather loose collection of ideas and methods. And in a way, I would say that design thinking is part of the larger family of agile methods that Tony was referring to. Programming or Scrum or design thinking. I'm not saying they're all similar. They all have very distinct differences, but in a way, they have very similar impacts on an organization. And they impact on three distinct levels. And one level is, the first level is, of course, the level of organization, the organizational level. If you implement design thinking, what you see at the organizational level is that it cuts out autonomous spaces or spaces in which teams work in an autonomous way and use different modes of accountability that they would have done in a more vertically organized structure. The second is it changes organizations at the level of ideas. So not only are I mentioned customer centricity, so one key element is to teach people to do design thinking, teach design thinking teams to go out and very critically engage with their users, which may or may not be customers. There's a slight difference between user and customer, but with their customers and users, and try to build empathy and really understand what the challenges are for people out there, for their users or users of their products or users of their services, and then redefine and redesign those things from that basis of empathy. So what you get is you get, if you use design thinking and if you apply design thinking, you get an infusion of different viewpoints and perspectives into the organization, into the design process, or into the production process, or whatever, the problem-solving process. So you get an infusion of a multitude of different ideas. Add to that, of course, that you have created teams, these organizational spaces that work autonomously, and that encourages people in the organization to apply themselves in a completely different way than if they just worked along their job description. In a design thinking team, we encourage people to we speak of T-shaped people. A T-shaped person is someone who not only has sort of the stem of the T, is the expertise that someone brings, the formal expertise, while the bar of the T is sort of the other knowledge and other practices that people bring into a team. So T-shaped people, we encourage people to be the entire person, if you will, rather than just the specialist for what is in the job description. And that in itself, creates a much larger multitude of ideas, of perspectives that one can leverage, or that one can leverage. And the third thing is, of course, that design thinking really affects the practices. It affects the way people do things. So it affects the way people organize, it affects the way people understand the world because they're exchanging, and it affects the way people do things. So what would the usual journey be like? Generally, it certainly isn't one of flicking a switch. So I had a short stint in industry, and one of our clients in industry was a large beer producer, a large brewer, who had said, oh, from 1st of April 2019, we are agile. So from the 31st of March, they weren't agile, and the 1st of April, they were. And obviously, that didn't work quite that way. And this is what, when we introduce design thinking, this is a long process. And it's a process that Tony has described rather well. So what we try and do is we try and create pockets of if you will, islands or spaces within organization in which these different structures and which these different ideas and different practices are trained, are honed, are applied to these complex challenges. And what we're trying to do is we try and create these islands, if you will, or create these spaces and move outwards from those spaces. And a really important point, Tony mentioned a really important point, is that along that journey, you said agile doctrine. Along that journey, the organization needs to learn what methods and what approaches and what mindsets are important to them. Yeah. So every implementation we've had so far, of design thinking or of whatever you want to call it, agility, everyone we've accompanied, every successful one has adopted the generic design thinking model or the generic agile model and has fused it with their classic models to create something new that works for that company. So the basic stages, if you will, of this journey at a very high level would be that you acquire, the design thinking agile knowledge, that the practices, that you learn the generic code, if you will. Then you adapt that. So you find ways of docking those things with your classic, with your organizational culture, of course, changing that organizational culture and docking it with the classic organizational things that you want to keep. And then you need to so it's acquire, adapt, and then you need to apply it in the wide sense. That means you need to spread it through the organization. That is a very generic, high level journey that organizations can take, and of course it will vary from organization to organization.
Thank you, Stephen. I think this was a very helpful and beautiful portrayal of the journey. And one sentence I would like to pick from this is that whilst design thinking sounds very abstract to an average person, it actually means something about doing. So I think this was something I picked up from. And it's not about remaining at abstract level. It's very much changing, driving change by doing things on the ground.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for this. And Ongun, maybe a couple of sentences before we wrap up our conversation. Türkçeden devam edecek olursak, OKR sistemini hayata geçirirken bir şirkete ilk...
So in an organization, once you are introduced to a company, how do you actually introduce it, especially in this system? What is actually making it operational? What we are doing is that, as you mentioned, this is actually a process, and which one is good. So it is actually varies from one company culture to the other. And therefore, we first have to introduce the system. And then we, at the same time, try to do something inside, in particular, inside the organizations, and try to make sure that they actually introduce certain systems with the OKR software. But of course, in a department
Organization-wide, they have to make sure that they understand the significance of the OKR. And as it's taken in operation, we stay with them in some intervals. We make some OKR maturity assessments with them. We check the impacts on the business outcomes and what if they have received relevant OKRs, if the corporate culture is going well. And we try and make sure that everything is on track. I mean, people would think that it takes quite a long time as we keep on telling them about it, but within 3-4 weeks, everything is finished about the OKR planning, coach training. IT part takes like 3-4 days, sometimes even shorter. Great. So the take-home message is to implement the OKR system, we also get into an agile process. It's not very complicated. It's not pushing the boundaries very much, so it can be implemented in an agile way. So the agility of your own team and the skills of the team members really play a key role. I'd like to thank distinguished panelists for their contribution in this session. They all provided us important insights as a part of our discussion, and they are our ecosystem stakeholders within the framework of our projects under the umbrella of MEXT. We've touched upon to Industry 4.0 and the investments that we need to make on people. People and technology, okay, are important components, but also we need to consider organizational needs. We've spoken of agility, new generation performance systems, and design thinking. Altogether, we've got the inputs of our distinguished panelists, and again, altogether we'll keep on contributing to the Turkish industry. Thank you for staying with us, and Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you very much. It's been a very good session. And especially we've heard Tony Drescher into the way that Turks are doing business quite agile and from the bottom of their heart. It's very nice. Jumping from there, we'll get into happiness. Happiness, do you think, can become a business model? What are we seeking since 9:30 in the morning? We've been speaking about quality HR, importance of people, how people management matters for the future. So happiness should be an inevitable component there. Probably we need to focus more on as how people are looking for a meaning in their life, followed by happiness. Okay, can we say that happiness makes a business model? Melis Abacıoğlu and Jen Lim will be taking the floor in a minute. Yes, the question, does happiness make a business model? And what is the concept of well-being? Is it a new management tool? And what is the path to follow? What we need to know. The session will be on Beyond Happiness and employee well-being, CEO of Delivering Happiness, and top seller author Jen Lim, and the founder of Wellbe's Mrs. Melis Abacıoğlu will be speaking about happiness in the
Perfect.
panel.
Thank you. Hi, Jen. How are you?
Hello, Elise. Doing well. How are you?
Good. Where are you based?
I'm here in Northern California. I'm actually not at home right now. I'm at a friend's house. I came here for Thanksgiving and I haven't left because it's so nice and it's out in the middle of the woods, so it's nice and peaceful for a little bit.
It looks like it, and it's very sunny out there.
Yes, there's tons of sun out here, and there's like a river right down the side of the street, so it's pretty, very pretty.
Sounds so good. Beautiful. So before further ado, let's. I mean, there was a wonderful introduction about you, but you know, outside voices never do justice to the real person. So can you tell us a little bit about you, about Jen Lim, and like what brought you here, your story? Let's start with that.
Sure. Yeah, I guess I would start when how I got into this field of, you know, running a company called Delivering Happiness and now writing a book called Beyond Happiness. So the backstory behind that is that I actually started in tech. I graduated from UC Berkeley, and I graduated with an Asian American Studies degree, which freaked out my parents because I was supposed to be a doctor and I clearly was not on that path. So I had to prove them that I could be successful still. So luckily for me, the internet was born. I became an internet consultant at KPMG, and the dot-com boomed, as you know, a lot of people know this story. So money, title, status was very easy at that time. But of course, we also know the dot-com busted, and I lost everything pretty much. But I also lost other things all within a year. So not just getting laid off, 9/11 happened here in the States, and my dad was diagnosed with stage 3 colon cancer. So all that happening within a pretty short time frame made me realize I was chasing the wrong things, and the money, title, status didn't really mean that much to me anymore. So I decided to shift gears, and I became an independent consultant, probably because I didn't want to get fired ever again. So I just became my own boss. But that's when I met my co-founder, Tony Hsieh. So Tony was just becoming CEO of Zappos, Zappos.com at that time, back in '99. And as that company grew, which is an online retailer of shoes and et cetera now, I grew with it. So essentially did a bunch of projects and eventually ended up doing their culture and culture books. And things were going really well. And the company was growing. The goal was to have to hit $1 billion within 10 years, and they did it within 9. They got acquired by Amazon for $1.2 billion. And so, you know, success story, but not overnight. Definitely took a lot of time. But then Tony got an offer from a publisher for the book Delivering Happiness, and he asked if I wanted to be a part of it. I said, sure, why not? I thought, check this project off the list. And lo and behold, there was demand for happiness in the world. The book did really well, and we decided to evolve into a company. So I've been running that since 2010, so it's been 11 years now. And it's been remarkable to see what scientific happiness can do, not just for your people, your employees, but for your profits and your sustainability of a company. And that kind of evolved into the new book, Beyond Happiness, which just got launched in October.
Oh my God. Okay. I have so many questions, but I'll just ask two. What do your parents think about it now? That it took. And the second one, can you tell us a little bit more, just a tiny bit more about the success story of Zappos? Because with the audience that is listening to you today, right now, it might not be very familiar. So just maybe a couple of numbers and why it was so successful.
Sure. Yeah. So what my mom thinks now is like she finally knows that I have a job, because as a consultant, it didn't really register to her that that's a job. She's like, no, who's the company you're working for? I'm like, I'm working for myself. She's like, that's not a job. But anyway, now she knows I have a job. But the Zappos story is kind of one of those early e-commerce companies back in the dot-com days that just did things very differently. Selling shoes online was sort of this bizarre, how could you be successful selling shoes online? But what they did was that they did all these different ideas like free return shipping, refund policy, full year, breaking down all the barriers of what why people wouldn't buy shoes online. So through that model, they're able to grow, as I mentioned earlier, from, you know, $0 to $1 billion in less than the goal of 10 years. They did it in 9 years. And they did it while focusing on people. And that was a big deal at the time because culture wasn't really a buzzword yet, but it was the notion of, hey, if we can actually prioritize our people, make sure they're happy, customers are happier too, and therefore will be more profitable business. And yeah, fast forward to when Amazon bought them, I think it was over 10 years now, at 1.2 billion. So it was a really interesting story of how doing things a little differently and focusing on people can actually be really successful.
Okay, coming now, fast forwarding to your book. So
Okay.
what was Beyond Happiness?
Yeah,
I mean, that's the name of the book. But what does it mean to you? You know, like what's the concept behind that?
Yeah, you know, this was such an interesting journey with the book because I was supposed to write it. I started writing it February 2020. So this is before everything happened in 2020.
Oh, wow.
So the original outline was about the stats, the stories, the success stories of, you know, governments, hospitals, companies, obviously using these principles about scientific happiness and being successful. So that's what I started writing. But every time a new headline came up, COVID, you know, global recession and social unrest, and ultimately for me, I'm just so everyone knows, my co-founder passed away, Tony, at the end of 2020. So as you can imagine, every time something like big happened, I had to throw away a few pages, and start again. So I eventually ended at Beyond Happiness because what I was seeing and observing through that time, especially, was that people started questioning, what does happiness actually even mean anymore? Mm-hmm. And so what I wanted to highlight, and this all, you know, is connected to organizational change, but we wanted to highlight that we all have our highs, and that's, you know, helps define our happiness, but we all have our lows too. And that if we can actually look into those moments of highs and lows for companies and individuals, we can actually understand what does it take to make us sustainably happy or successful? What values are that we need to put in place? What people do we need to put in place? Those kind of questions are that much at least easier, even when the change of the world is happening so rapidly and unpredictably around us. So Beyond Happiness for me was to expand the conversation, to revisit and question maybe what happiness meant for us before 2020 and how much we've changed over the couple of years. I think you've heard about the Great Resignation that's happening here in the US.
Yeah.
It's the highest levels of people leaving their job, millions of people leaving a month, and in a recession and uncertainty. It's really mind-boggling. And I think it's an indicator that people had time to self-reflect and go inward and understand and ask themselves, what do I really want to how do I really want to spend my time? So that's where I was trying to broaden the conversation of what Beyond Happiness means and bring that into organization as well.
So what are the stepping stones, you know, the you know, of what it means to live beyond happiness, you know, like what are some of the, you know, bullet points there that you can give us a glimpse of?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, and the subtitle contains the word authentic in there because I think we can all be authentic leaders no matter what role or title that we have. So that's step number one. And one of the chapters is called Start with the Me, because our model is me, we, community, and how they're all interconnected. Me being obviously the individual, we being the teams that we have, the company that we run or are a part of, and the community of customers, partners, vendors, and really society at large. So number one is starting with the me is actually doing the work to understand ourselves first. And you'll hear me saying purpose and values repeatedly because it really is the foundational way that we implement our services, is to ask ourselves, what truly is my personal purpose? What are my personal values? For me, it's like freedom, relationships, authenticity. So by being able to define that first, and then you define it for the company or your team. And then if you do that, you have these ability to compare them side by side. How do I align myself to that of the company? And that's when you see the magic happens, because that's when people don't only kind of show up for the paycheck. They're actually showing up because they're living a very purposeful life that's aligned with who they are authentically as a person. So that's what I would start. Number one, purpose, values, identifying them, actually defining behaviors out of the values. Otherwise, they're just meaningless words on your wall.
Amazing. And can you give us maybe a couple of examples into how we can integrate these these methods into our personal and work lives?
Yeah, for sure. So I'm going to name, knowing you're in Turkey, I'll name a couple examples. One of them is in Egypt. And I mean, just like, so that you know, it's not just an American-based thing or a Western-based thing. And another one that you might be familiar with, it's a coffee company in Seattle called Starbucks. So the first one, you might have heard of them. So Mountain View in Egypt is a construction, real estate development, architecture firm. And what they wanted to do is they wanted to increase their happiness, because part of their saying of their brand was, we want to build happiness, but they didn't know how to live it. So they started with themselves first and created a culture, what I've been talking about, where they instilled and defined their purpose. What are their values? And they actually saw the productivity increase. They saw the engagement increase because people were showing up to work fundamentally happier. And the ways you do that is you increase a sense of freedom and autonomy. You increase a sense of progress that they're learning and developing, and you increase connectedness and a sense of meaningful connections between your coworkers. So when they saw the success of that, they decided to actually, since they're an architecture firm, redesign their whole headquarters around their purpose and values. So they would have a gratitude room, or a mind room, or a spiritual room, or things that would just remind people that this is what we're here for. And when they saw the results of that, they started actually expanding it to their customers, essentially their residents. And so basically they started designing and redesigning their plans for their residential and commercial developments around these elements of scientific happiness. So you can see this ripple effect. And now their residents are happier, the customers are happier. And then they decided to actually teach other companies in Egypt these principles, these methods around happiness. And so they created Delivering Happiness of Egypt to be able to share that message and make it successful for them too. So I just love that story, just because it's a realization, like when you start with yourself, being true to that, and it ripples out in a way that happiness can be contagious. So that's one in Egypt. And the other one is Starbucks. I just really have high respect for what they did during COVID. Everyone was suffering. Everyone was having a really horrible time. But with them, they're a retail store. They had to shut down all their, cafes, and their public company, and they're hemorrhaging revenue, and they were in triage, mode of what to do in this state. And what they did was pretty miraculous, because they not only decided to figure out what the practical things to do, but they realized they weren't necessarily living their mission, their purpose, which is to inspire the human spirit, one cup, one person, one neighborhood at a time. So the fact that the whole leadership team was able to reflect within themselves and say, are we living with that mission statement, or could we do better? And they said, we can do better. So they took and reinvested quite a bit of sums of money that I can't say into programs for people. So now they have a people positive program, and into the planet. So they have a planet positive program as well. So I thought that was really, when we're talking about happiness and humanity in this current state, for those companies that are making the hard decisions, not to just triage, knowing things are still very unpredictable, but actually reinvest what's most important, which are people, and to them also as well, the planet that we live on.
Amazing stories. Okay. Maybe one more question on, you already shared 2 examples of companies that prioritize happiness and thrived. And especially, I'm not sure if these companies are escaping the great resignation that you just talked about in the beginning of this fireside chat. If like, can you give an example of a company that did this and actually escaped this trend of great resignation, and how?
Yeah, I mean, definitely Mountain View of Egypt, and Starbucks was following, that sense of happiness and humanity to be successful. But I guess another example that I would think about, or that comes to mind, is a company called Gravity, and they're based out of Seattle as well, ironically. But they were known for the CEO doing crazy things. And one of the crazy things he did years ago was that he created a universal salary for all employees. So no matter what role you had, it started around $70,000. And he did that based on a study of, after you go above 70,000, there was a study that said you won't be happier. Actually, the more you make, you might increase your odds of being unhappier. So he did that. It was very controversial. But during COVID, he, the company wasn't doing well, and he was about to lay off, people and actually reduce salaries. But he took it upon himself, like, is that me living my purpose? Is that living our Gravity's purpose? And he said no. And what he did instead of the layoffs was that he had an all hands meeting, and he asked everyone for their opinion, for their input. And this was about, I think, 100, 120 people company. So it's a mid-size. And so what happened was pretty incredible, because people actually volunteered to say, no, I'll take a pay cut. I want everyone to stay. So I'll take it upon myself because I can afford it. So everyone ended up, because they worked together, ended up staying and weathered, the worst of the pandemic. And then once things started picking up again, they just saw that they didn't have to suffer from great resignation, because people stayed, number one, to begin with, and then it started growing again. So the company is actually still growing even during this very uncertain time. So I really love what they did there by prioritizing people and their purpose.
One of the final questions. So you, again, talked about great resignation, and we're seeing, signs of that in Europe as well. What do you think people are looking for in terms of happiness after COVID? Please.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think there's several things that are the reasons why we're seeing people, like, well, what I said earlier, it was not necessarily just the great resignation, it's the great awareness of having that time to reflect. So they're wanting that flexibility, the fact that we have to take care of kids, and, all this thing of being able to do it at home and seeing how their day's time can be spent more meaningfully. So flexibility, pay, I think a lot of people are just saying, I deserve more than this. And the sense of, like I said earlier, that sense of purpose. And that, I think, is the underlying reason. The other things are more extrinsic, pay, flexibility, hours, and all that. But fundamentally, as human beings, we all want to be a part of something that's bigger than ourselves. That's the most sustainable form of happiness, based on the research. So I think that's what we're seeing right now, how people are actually acting upon those reflections in a more positive way for themselves, but for the people they love.
Thank you so much for being with us, Jen. Have a good one.
Thank you for having me.
You know, at the very beginning, Mrs. Bouquet and Ajahn Cezanne were together in the opening session. And one thing caught my attention. We are all bound together with invisible ropes. And we've seen it in the last 2 years. And we're walking in the same path. And then comes the artificial intelligence and the revolution that will come along with robotics. But what are the potential implications of that for the future? We have a distinguished panelist who will be speaking about this aspect. The top sellers list in New York Times, Financial Times and McKinsey awards for the best business book, Rise of the Robots. We'll be speaking about potential safety risks and the risks attached to it. And we're going to California. Futurist, author, Mr. Martin Ford will take the floor.
Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be here. For the last decade or so, I've been focused on the potential implications of technologies like artificial intelligence and robotics. And I've really come around to the view that we're very likely on the leading edge of a very large disruption. And I think that it's a disruption that's really going to have two sides to it. On the one hand, it's going to bring enormous benefits to all of humanity. We're going to see a jump in innovation across the board. We're going to see breakthroughs in science and in medicine. Businesses are going to become more efficient through the use of artificial intelligence and robotics. But on the other hand, there is another side, which is going to bring some real challenges and some risks and dangers with the rise of artificial intelligence. One of the issues that I've really focused a lot on in my career is the potential for the job market to be disrupted. I think that a great many jobs are likely to be automated, are likely to disappear, or to change radically as the result of these technologies. And that's certainly going to cause disruption to society. It's going to cause a need for transitions within organizations. And I think there's a real risk that it's going to make our economy and our society much more unequal. There are also other important issues associated with AI. We've seen algorithms that in some cases are biased on the basis of race or gender. There's a potential for artificial intelligence to be weaponized into, truly terrifying weapons. There is potential risk to privacy and security and so forth. So I think our objective going forward has to be to embrace this technology and leverage it on our behalf. But at the same time, we have to be very much aware of the risks that come with this and find ways to adapt to those and minimize those. So what I would like to really do today is first give you kind of an overview, a big picture view of what artificial intelligence is and what it means for society and the economy. And then toward the end, I'll try to tie it more specifically to the human resources profession. So to begin, what exactly is artificial intelligence? Sorry, can we stop? I'm having trouble advancing my, okay. What exactly is artificial intelligence and what makes this technology different? AI, in essence, means giving machines and algorithms cognitive capability. It means building machines that is, at least in a limited sense, can think. And by this, I don't mean science fiction level artificial intelligence. It's not about robots running around acting like people, but rather it's machines and algorithms that can take on cognitive tasks in a very narrow, specific sense. And these algorithms can, in many cases, outperform people at doing very specific things, but they're in no sense more generally intelligent. What this is really being driven by is a technology called machine learning, which is about having smart algorithms churn through data, and based on analyzing that data, these algorithms can learn to do specific things. And this has become a very disruptive technology that is really transforming the nature of computing. It used to be that computer programs were written step by step to do specific things, but we now have these algorithms that can actually learn by themselves, in essence, kind of program themselves. And that is leading to an entirely new way of approaching computing, and it's going to be very disruptive. Now, a second important point about artificial intelligence is that it is becoming ubiquitous. It's going to touch virtually every aspect of society and the economy. It's going to scale across every industry. It's really going to impact every aspect of our lives. In many ways, it's becoming a lot like electricity. So you can think of what your life would be like if you lost electric power for just a single day, because we rely on electricity for almost everything that we do. And the same will eventually be true of artificial intelligence. And you're already seeing it become much more ubiquitous all around us. So it's going to touch everything. So the comparison to electricity, I think, really captures the kind of the scale and potential reach of the technology. But on the other hand, there are really important differences between AI and electricity. Electricity is a very stable commodity. 10 years from now, the electric power that you access is basically going to be the same as what we have today. But that certainly won't be true of artificial intelligence. It's going to advance dramatically in the next 10 years. So AI is going to become kind of a utility, sort of like electricity in terms of its scale and its reach. But at the same time, it's going to be vastly more dynamic, more unpredictable, and I think probably more disruptive. So it's really, truly going to evolve, I believe, into one of the most consequential technologies that we have. It's truly going to be a technology that literally shapes the future. Now, the key innovation that really underlies all of this is a special type of machine learning known as deep learning. And deep learning is really the latest implementation of an idea that's been around for a long time called a neural network. And what this means is building a software system that in a very kind of rough, rudimentary way simulates or operates the way that the brain works in terms of the way the neurons in your brain operate and are connected. But it's at a very kind of rudimentary level compared to the brain. But these systems have been known for a very long time, since the late 1940s, to be able to do basic tasks around areas like pattern recognition. But it's really only in the last decade or so that this technology has really taken off and become disruptive. And that's happened basically for three reasons. The first is that there have been some important breakthroughs in neural networks and building, more elaborate versions of these technologies. But perhaps even more important than that are two other things. And the first is that computers have been getting faster and faster across decades. And we have finally reached the point where computers are now fast enough to really deploy these systems and produce useful results. I mean, in the decades past, that really wasn't the case. We're finally at that moment when we can truly implement this technology. And the other crucial thing that has happened is that we now have available to us truly massive, incomprehensible amounts of data, much more data than we could have ever imagined in the past. And it's the availability of all this data that is really becoming the training input to these algorithms. It is what allows these algorithms, deep learning systems, to learn and to figure out how to use useful things and to do, to perform useful functions. So it's the confluence of these events that has really led to the rise of this technology and the advances that we've seen in the past decade or so. Now, deep learning is the technology that underlies all of the amazing things that you see around you, things that maybe just a few years ago we would have considered to be science fiction. For example, you can have a rudimentary conversation with Amazon's Alexa or with the smart assistant on your smartphone. You see self-driving cars beginning to develop. Teslas can drive autonomously on highways, for example, and that is because of the deployment of deep learning. We see deep learning deployed in facial recognition, these systems that can recognize people, identify criminals and terrorists and things like this. And this is something that's becoming, more and more ubiquitous around us. All of this is powered by deep learning. Google's Translate feature, which allows you to get a workable translation of hundreds of languages almost instantly. All of that is powered by deep learning. So this has become an incredibly important, consequential technology. All of the big tech companies are relying on this technology, and they're all competing to advance the state of this technology. They're building it. Companies like Microsoft and Google and Amazon are building deep learning into their cloud computing offerings, which many companies, most companies around the world are beginning to rely on. And that makes artificial intelligence widely available to organizations of all sizes. So it really is becoming a ubiquitous technology. And although we see amazing things already with what deep learning can accomplish in many, many different areas, it's clear that there's enormous potential for more innovation in the future. Although these systems are very powerful in terms of doing things like recognizing faces and so forth, they are extremely narrow. They do very, very specific things. These systems don't have anything like what we might think of as human type intelligence. And so the main thrust of the field, what's happening in terms of innovation, is to drive these networks to becoming ever more capable so that they do eventually begin to get closer and closer to what we might think is much broader human intelligence that incorporates, for example, things like understanding of common sense, or the ability to learn in the way that human beings learn from a lot less data without the need for all of this explicit training and so forth. So there's enormous potential for this technology to move forward, to get better and better over time. And it may be a very long time, decades and decades, before we can ever have a machine that can really think like a human. But during the course of that progress, we're going to develop innovations that are enormously powerful. And so we can expect that in the coming years and decades, progress is going to be relentless. Now, one of the most important applications of artificial intelligence and specifically deep learning is in the field of robotics. And we're seeing a lot of innovation there. The photograph that you see here shows what it looks like inside an Amazon warehouse. Now, inside one of these warehouses, you have actually thousands of robots, as you see here. And also you have, of course, a great many workers, and the workers and the robots are working together. Now, you see a worker on the left standing next to an inventory shelf. And what's happening in these warehouses is that the robots are actually moving these shelves around the warehouse and taking them to workers. And the workers then interact with the shelves, and they perform one of two functions. Either they take new inventory that's arriving into the warehouse and they put it into a specific place on the shelf so it can later be retrieved, or they retrieve an item from a place on the shelf and then they fulfill a customer order. They put the item in a box to send to a customer. So before the advent of these robots, things would have kind of been reversed. What you would have seen is all of these stationary traditional shelves throughout the robot or throughout the warehouse. And the workers would have had to run around taking items to put on these shelves or retrieving items from these shelves and then going back and fulfill the orders. The robots have essentially reversed that process. So now it's the inventory shelves that move around carried by these robots, and the workers stand in one place and simply either place items on the shelf or retrieve the items. Now, the important thing to understand is that the reason there are lots of jobs for people in these warehouses is that these workers are doing things that so far the robots are not able to do. So, for example, they're doing things that require visual perception, human level dexterity and hand-eye coordination and so forth. And, for example, reaching into one of these shelves and being able to grasp all kinds of objects of many different shapes and sizes and weights and textures and so forth. So far, this is something that robots can't yet do, and that's why you have so many jobs for people in these environments. However, it's really important to understand that that is going to change over time. In fact, it's already changing. What you see here is a photograph of two robots that are built by a company called Vicarious in Silicon Valley, a startup company. And these robots are beginning to exhibit human-like visual perception and dexterity. They're getting better and better. And eventually, they will be able to do many of the things that those workers in that warehouse are doing. In fact, recently, Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon, said that in about 10 years, he thought that robots would begin to match human-level dexterity. So once we get to that point, it's going to be the case that there are probably going to be a lot fewer jobs in those Amazon warehouses for people because robots are going to be a lot more capable. And of course, this won't be just limited to warehouses. These robots are increasingly going to be deployed in many other environments, in retail stores, in restaurants, fast food locations especially, and so forth. So this is definitely going to be a very important disruption in businesses and also in our economy as a whole in terms of the kinds, many routine jobs of this type are likely to disappear. Now, the other thing to really understand is that this is definitely not going to be limited to just physical robots doing jobs that manipulate the environment, or what we would think of as blue collar or manual type jobs. There is also going to be a very significant impact, perhaps an even greater impact in some ways, on what we would think of as knowledge jobs or white collar jobs, the kind of jobs that involve the manipulation of information. What you see on the graph here on the right is a chart showing the headcount, the number of employees in the corporate finance department of the largest American corporations. So this would be jobs like accounting, financial planning, accounts payable and receivable, and so forth. And what's happened over the 10-year period you see here is that about 40% of those jobs have disappeared as the result of software automation. Now, this period is going from 2004 through 2014. So, this is a while ago. This is not the kind of advanced artificial intelligence that I'm referring to here. Rather, this is rudimentary, step-by-step software automation of truly routine tasks. So the disruption from advanced artificial intelligence, deep learning, still really lies in the future. And we're beginning to see it already. We see systems, for example, that can write news stories, that take on basic journalism, systems that can do many of the basic functions that lawyers do, like reviewing documents, analyzing contracts, and so forth. There are systems that can do some functions that doctors do, like looking at medical images and analyzing those images to see if there's cancer present. In some cases, these systems can outperform human doctors at doing that. So what we're looking at is a future where really any kind of a more routine job that involves perhaps sitting in front of a computer, manipulating information in the same way, analyzing information, all of these types of tasks and jobs are likely to be susceptible to automation going forward. So a lot of those jobs are going to disappear. Many jobs will be consolidated. The nature of many jobs will change, with certain tasks being automated and employees having to move to do other things. So this is one of the things that is really going to create a need for a lot of transitions within corporations. And certainly this is one of the roles of HR to help this to happen. But it's also going to have a disruptive impact on the economy and on society as a whole. So given that these disruptions are occurring, one obvious question is, well, what kinds of jobs are likely to be relatively safe from automation and from artificial intelligence? What kinds of tasks can workers transition into? And I think there are really three categories that we can focus on. The first category is what we might think of as skilled trade jobs. This would be jobs like electricians and plumbers, for example. These are jobs that require lots of mobility and dexterity and problem solving in unpredictable environments. So if you think of what an electrician does or what a plumber does in terms of the new kinds of problems they are constantly facing, it would be currently impossible to build a robot to do what that kind of a worker is doing. That would still be science fiction. It's going to be at a minimum, I would think, decades before we have the kind of robot that can take on these kinds of jobs. So they're relatively safe for the foreseeable future. The second category of job that I think is relatively safe are jobs that are genuinely creative, where you're thinking outside the box, building something new, coming up with new ideas, or jobs that are fundamentally non-routine in nature. So this might be more, creative jobs in scientific and engineering fields. It might be developing a new legal strategy, a new business strategy. It might be jobs with a more artistic nature and so forth. These kinds of creative jobs, I think that for the foreseeable future, artificial intelligence is going to be a tool that amplifies the capability of workers in these areas rather than replacing them. And then the final category involves jobs that really require complex interactions and relationship building with other people. The kind of jobs where you're building, sophisticated relationships. So think, for example, of a nurse, which has, a nurse has to have relationships with people. You need to demonstrate empathy for people. You need to truly understand people on a very human level. Think of some types of business consultants, for example, where you really have to have a deep understanding of a client, for example, and the needs of that client. These kinds of jobs, I think, are relatively safe for the foreseeable future, because it's going to be a long time before machines can really build truly meaningful relationships with people. So although we're seeing some rudimentary progress there, it's going to be a while before we really see machines that can do that. So these are the areas where I think people are still going to be safe in their jobs, and these are the areas that people need to transition into as technology, unfolds. So finally, what does this mean for the HR department? I think there are a number of challenges that are going to come along with artificial intelligence. Certainly, one of the main ones is going to be, as I've been talking about, undertaking these job transitions within organizations, helping employees find new roles as automation impacts and in many cases, causes existing roles to disappear, helping people transition from more routine, predictable work into other areas. And in many ways, this will be a challenge because not everyone has the necessary talents or personality traits to, for example, transition into a more creative role or to transition into a more interpersonal, people-oriented role and so forth. So it's going to be a real challenge for HR departments to help employees undertake these transitions. Another area that's very important that has come up recently is that many of the algorithms, the AI systems that are used in organizations and specifically in HR, have been shown in some cases to be biased on the basis of things like race and gender. For example, there are systems that are used to screen resumes to determine should a job applicant be brought in for an interview based on a resume. And these can be very powerful, useful systems that save a lot of time. But in some cases, they have been shown to be biased on the basis of gender, for example. They've shown to be biased against women. So this is an important consideration. If you're going to utilize these systems within your organization, you need to be very sure that they've been appropriately audited, that whoever is developing these systems has carefully implemented safeguards to make sure that there's no bias. And this has become a hugely important issue within the industry. So it's certainly getting a lot of attention. And then a third area involves the deployment of AI in organizations and the potential impact on privacy and on the quality of work. AI can provide a lot of useful, very powerful data in terms of what your employees are doing, how efficient they are, how effective they are. But in some cases, this does involve some measure of surveillance, having algorithms actually look over the shoulder of people. And this can, lead to people feeling like they're really working under the control of algorithms, that they're being treated like robots. It can lead to privacy issues and quality of work and life issues. So it's very important for HR departments to be aware of these issues and make sure that these algorithms are deployed in a way that's ethical and which really enhances the work quality of employees. So my final thing I want to say is that although I've discussed here many of the challenges that are going to come along with artificial intelligence, I absolutely believe that it's a powerful and indispensable technology. It's something that we need to embrace and fully leverage. The reason being that we're going to face a number of challenges in the future in areas like climate change, for example, that are very, very difficult challenges. We will need all kinds of innovation and scientific breakthroughs to solve these problems. And I think that artificial intelligence will be one of the most powerful tools that we have at our disposal to solve these problems. So we absolutely cannot afford to turn away from this technology. We need to embrace it with open eyes, but at the same time, we need to be aware of the challenges that come with it and adapt to those and work to minimize those and make sure that this technology makes everyone better off. Thank you very much.
So we'll continue with our flow for all connected. Another important topic with the change during the pandemics is about the teams and the leaders, what the teams should do, what the leaders should do, because we are just trying to move apart from the traditional way of leadership, and it's all about the team. The teams are also evolving. These are the common questions that we have, and we have very distinguished panelists, and leading at a distance on the verge of a new future, especially who is the leader, because in this new era that we are transforming and trying to find a meaning, we'll be finding an answer to these questions. Şalen Aktaş, HR consultant, will be and the moderator. We have EVP in charge of strategy and control, Şebnem İpekçi from Garanti BBVA Technology, and Burak Ekşinat, executive consultant and trainer. The floor is yours, Mr. Aktaş. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone, first of all. Actually, I would like to first congratulate 50th anniversary of PERYÖN, that I'm a proud member too. Now, especially, we have quite a nice motto, and the future begins when the people talk, which is actually a nice theme. And we will be discussing different topics during this panel. We have very distinguished speakers, one being Şebnem İpekçi, and from Garanti BBVA Technology, EVP in charge of strategy and control. Burak Ekşinat, executive consultant. We are going through some times, and as you all know, there is so much uncertainty, and at the same time looking at our customers, and so it all creates some anxiety. It is quite interesting. I mean, there is so much uncertainty, and it creates some anxiety. And it is actually mostly the problem. And as you all know, it is just like a baby that is on our lap. And so how is it possible? I mean, the baby is, for example, so enthusiastic and would like to jump up and down on your lap. Especially the psychosocial, especially dimension is important. We mentioned volatility, uncertainty. Now, in terms of leadership and in terms of, again, a business, what we can say about the work life. In such an uncertain environment, especially in such era of pandemics, I'm sure that you are so enthusiastic with your works, and same for your customers, especially after the pandemic. In the work life, what you're doing after the pandemics, would you please share it with us? Thank you very much, Mr. Aktaş. Well, first of all, let me start by introducing myself. I'm actually someone who devoted herself to technology. For the last 30 years, I actually worked at different parts of country. And now at Garanti BBVA Technology, I'm in charge of human resources. As you would appreciate, that's quite a huge organization. We have quite a huge number of developers, and we manage all our infrastructure. And of course, especially this actually brings too many, we assume so much huge responsibility on this. But of course, we started the pandemic so quickly. With regards to the pandemics, İdil said something so nice. That's been a renaissance. That's really so correct as a term. That's actually a deeply rooted transformation, a change that we have. And I consider this actually as a gain for the work life. what we've been through, what we're going through right now, looking at this. With actually the start of the pandemics, as you all know, we've just started distance working. And we just thought to ourselves whether we can continue remotely with the works that we're doing. But as you all know, at the beginning of the pandemics, we were at homes. And we devoted ourselves to work. But of course, the production increased, and so we actually had some question marks whether this is sustainable or not. But for the last 2 years, we've been working hard. And our production performance continues to increase and improve. And we can say that this could be sustainable in terms of work-life balance. It's rather than 5 days a week, we actually work. Of course, we have some gains, I would say. Especially the borders between the home and the office, there are no more borders. And as you all know, we are, as the people working in the field of technology, are open round the clock, 24 hours. And at the same time, we should actually set a balance so as to actually have a balance. So what we are doing, 2 days in the afternoon a week, we actually have no meeting, and our colleagues in particular are, for example, we do not have any meeting during the lunch. After 6 o'clock, we have actually no meeting, and on the specific days of the week, this is dedicated to education and training. And we just would like our colleagues to make use of their downtime. Thank you very much. Now, it reminds me of a saying with regards to communication. As you all know, uncertainty may result to anxiety on all of us. And whatever does not come out of mind will have some results on the body. And therefore, that's also the case for the leaders. Now, it reminds me of something also related to you. For a bank, about the digital transformation of a bank, they mentioned that the person who is in charge of digital transformation said, it doesn't matter what you're doing. There are 2 core competencies that if you do not improve, you'll be out of the game. Technology and digital competencies and the human psychology. So this is actually high touch what they mention. As Garanti BBVA technology, I think these are the things that you combine. And so what are your practices in terms of leadership? Now, thank you very much, actually, Çağlayan. I can continue answering that question from the answer of Şebnem İpekçi, how we are motivated on this. I think the most clear thing is that actually, in particular, the teaching, for example, ambition is something that you cannot teach. And for example, you can guide people so as to go after their ambition. Therefore, for each and every position in the work life, maybe the sacred question is, who is going to motivate me? And as you would appreciate, that is the leader. Leader actually should find the answer to that question. So the first thing is that you have to find a purpose or try to have a meaning for what is going to be done. This is just like the book about the quest for meaning. I think this is something that would also make it fun. So meaning, ambition, and ambition comes if you give meaning to the ambition, then you at the same time will go to your target and reach your target. Of course, sometimes the river can be so blurred. So what the leader should do is to be at the spring, but you have to be energetic yourself as a leader. Once you are energetic, then you can give energy to the other people. And of course, you would be much more inspirational for the people around you. At the same time, you can very well encourage them. You have to be again so attached to the purpose. If you believe on your purpose, then the other people will at the same time follow you. So it's very important to be clear about the vision. You have to be decisive about your vision, and at the same time you should be able to deploy the vision to everyone. These are the places that you can actually create that motivation. Now, as we are discussing the verge of a new future, so as to get better prepared for the future, I think we can have a couple of suggestions, if you allow me. The first thing is that we have to be fit, and we have to be fit about your agenda, about your habits and behaviors, about having the meeting, about revision of the strategy. You should always be fit and ready for this. You have to be very quickly adaptable. I mean, it could be about planning your day, or even can be, for example, getting prepared for a presentation. I mean, simplification, to be simple. And of course, without having a strong team that's actually all connected and speaking the same language, it's not possible to be a good leader. And therefore, you at the same time should try to have a good team, and it will help us to be much more productive, and we can have actually better focus on what we're doing. On the other hand, once we said the leader should be a global citizen. As Şebnem stated, diversity has increased so much that different spaces, different cultures, different tools, artificial intelligence, it's actually virtual reality or the digital planet. It all increased a lot. And so I think the leader of the future should not use the term, as I would say, and will the institutions, for example, the organizations, same for the people. I think the biggest enemy is their own successes. Once an organization is successful, they always have the assumption that it will continue forever. The success will continue forever. But once you are actually good at this diversity, and if you're aware of the fact that diversity will enrich you, then for the leader, the leader can find an opportunity to improve not only himself, herself, but also the people around him or her. People can have different talents. One could be a great cook, another a great driver, a chauffeur, and so what does that mean? You have a lot to learn from each other. So I have to be open to learning. I have to be a curious person. I actually should have the desire to learn, and I actually should have a self-awareness about what I want to learn. Because mostly people do not learn the things that they assume they know. Therefore, I think we should be permanent students, and at the same time encourage other people for lifelong learning. Sometimes on our journey to the uncertainty, this desire to learn new things, and these are the things that facilitates us to reach our purpose, or at least on our journey we can find new purposes. If you would remember, Robin Williams is actually acting as a teacher in the movie, and on the desk telling to the students that change your perspective and try to see the entire world from the height, and then ask all the students to sit high on the desk. So you should be able to have a different perspective towards the things that you think you know. In sports and science, in the personal lives, in the entire world, there are one of the most important success factors is that for a skill or a capability, the ability to learn it quickly, which I believe which be a much better competitive edge for the future. Because it could be the people, the businesses, or the digital world, the technology, and so on, their own dreams, and especially this desire to learn or the desire to know about the new things would help to take people steps further. And the leader actually must give hope and should be positive, and also encourage people to be positive, and should convince the team that they will reach to their targets. And should actually have always the ability to convince and to be decisive. I do not want people to give me only hope. I would like to be a part of the hope. I would like to be among those that are silver lining. So the leader is also the person who help other people to be silver liners, and maybe those who are encouraging them. And when necessary, should be a person who knows to step down. Rumi also said, I'm actually a river running wildly. I just set the barrier in front of me. So the leader must be a role model, and it's not something to be listed down one by one, but if you ask me to make a list, then I probably would put at the very beginning of the list, and it's important for the leader to raise hope and also to sustain that hope in front of the eyes of the other people. Once you believe that you can succeed in doing something, you will have bright eyes. And I think as for the leadership of today and the future, there are a couple of topics that I mentioned, Mr. Aktaş, and of course, while discussing things about transformation and change, there is one thing we should keep in mind. There are some of the things that should keep changing, and things the leader must be sincere, authentic, must be fair, consistent, must be a master of communication, emotional intelligence, knows how to have connections between people. These are the important characteristics of the leaders. So there are two magical words about leadership, one being trust and to believe. And on our journey to leadership, I guess it will always be together with us. And in the course of time, in people who actually, for example, work together next to each other, and the managers and the teams that I had the chance to talk, distance is actually something that's only in our hearts. I think it's important to keep everything good. If you're okay with your target, and especially the people, the stakeholders, the people around you, when you care about achieving something, I believe there will be no point about the distance. So for PERYÖN and PERYÖN family, I would like to congratulate your 50th anniversary.
This has been a wonderful summary. Uncertainty will either trigger anxiety or will pave the way for curiosity. Now, the feeling of curiosity opens new doors. Emotional intelligence and managing emotions, and curiosity intelligence together will make the best. This is the pure wool, and there are many fibers inside. And just imagine these are, the employees of a company, how fragile it is. And the same fiber I'm holding, I'm bending it in a way that will make it strong, and it's incredibly strong. So also solidarity, depending on each other, will help us overcome challenging times. There is a study conducted with the gorillas, and sometimes they're even more smarter than we are. This is my suspicion all the time. And one gorilla stands in the center of a circle, in the center of the team, just staring in the eyes of the other gorilla, and is checking whether the rest of the gorilla group is happy, because it's the leader's responsibility to check for the safety, whether they are anxious or not. And it brings the entire team together, is checking in the eye of them whether they're anxious, happy, or safe. More interestingly, once every 30 seconds, he gets in communication with the baby gorilla. And they are checking if the leader is happy. If there is no panic, if the leader is relaxed, they get it relaxed. But if the leader is in panic, they will panic as well. They will take down the leader and find another leader for themselves. So we understand that the level of this relationship in between the two ends is extremely critical. You're working in a sector where the leadership really matters, and what do you do to overcome the leadership problems and to overcome anxiety in such a challenging time, in times of turmoil? And would you have some recommendations for that? Actually, Burak referred to important things. Distance-free leadership is a challenge in itself, because we're learning all the time. We're trying ourselves, trying to discover. Leadership with no limits or without distances is firstly about the qualifications of a leader. What are the qualifications of a good leader? Let me share with you my definition. There are two important features, in my opinion. Number one, it's important that a leader is a role model. Positivity, objectivity, hardworking, fairness. These are the characteristics that are quite critical. Another thing is that he should be devoted. But this devotion, how will it be created? If the team members are proud to work with him, and if they believe that the leader is devoted to them, is just caring about them, it happens. The third thing is the ability of the leader to reveal capacities. Everyone would have their self features and characteristics, and it's important to reveal that potential. And the leader can do that. But in the new world order, especially where we are working remotely, how can we achieve that? Being a team, to be a team, as you know, people have to overcome challenges together. Having fun, but going through challenges at the same time. Being away, I'm losing voice. I cannot hear you. Okay, let me continue. Therefore, these are the fields that we're having difficulty when working remotely. How will the leaders make it happen? And it's also critical that the people cannot be observed by the leader in these times of challenge, whether the people are working in a planned way, how the team members are overcoming their conflicts, where the dialogue helps there. So these are all the methods that would influence the team dynamics. These are all the challenges of the pandemic, but I think there are also gains of the pandemic as well. Like, for instance, we've been guests to each other in this period, getting to know about each other's families. We got anxious for each other when someone is sick. We got concerned for him or her. So, emotionally speaking, it helped us bond together. Maybe we can evolve around it further so that we will have the chance of succeeding in these challenging times. Of course, the leader has a big task here. The leader should spend efforts for further communication amongst team members, listening to people objectively, in empathy, making conclusions out of what he or she listens. So there is a very critical role on the shoulders of the leader in all these aspects. As for the qualifications of the leader that I've just listed, being a role model, revealing potentials, is it really easy to do that in this setting? No, absolutely not. It is indeed difficult, but doable. There are very good examples to that. We always discuss what our bonds to the work is, what is the meaning of working. We are all working for a purpose, but I mean, it's about the meaning that we're in search of that will bind us to our workplace. Thank you very much, Şebnem İpekçi. Working remotely, we start to appreciate how important these relations are. In leadership, my favorite motto is impact without authorization. This is an intermingled relationship. A friend of mine has a daughter at the age of 4. She started kindergarten. I asked her how the school is going. There are, do you have good friends? Yes, there is a nice friend of mine, but I'm not in love with him. But there is another boy I'm in love with, and I asked her, what is he doing to make you in love? At the age of 4, she said, he makes me feel good. And doing what? I asked her. She said, when playing a ball, if I am to fall, he holds me. So, as a leader, you should know what you make others feel. It's extremely important. We have 2 more minutes. I would like to ask a very critical question. One of the biggest problems in leadership is that the leaders are out of control in times of challenge. Like as if monsters are coming outside from within. And you wouldn't believe how they are doing so unlogically. And in relations without a distance, as the leader or the track goes, offline or off control, things started to become a mess. For leaders, to stay on track? What kind of initiatives can we take to keep them on track? And I'm asking both of you if there are ways to avoid leaders from losing track. May I answer? First, let's have Şebnem speaking, because probably this is going to be a possibility to get off track, especially on financial domain, because you know there is an incredible uncertainty. Yes, to be honest, everything starts with trusting each other. So before the pandemic also, we were speaking about how to adopt an agile organization. Our teams and our leaders were all together making the planning, and according to the tasks of the leader, it's rather to observe, to monitor the team, and to make sure that the system functions properly. Therefore, between the team and the leader, as long as we have trust in between them, I think these problems can be overcome. Thank you. Burak, just a few, or just one or two sentences. If you give too much water to a flower, it'll die, but too little will also make it die. So a healthy, well-balanced, and the modest relationship, I think, is the essence of everything. So as we go off track, as we lose our purpose, I think we may lose our path as well. As the leaders will make himself or herself unnecessary by creating a perfect or automatically flowing system, I would be there to support the team, and the team will be there to support me if I'm off track. So the balances really matter. If we put our people in the center of everything, I think the tracks that will go off will not be that problematic. Thank you very much for the diagnosis. So thank you very much for your contributions, and would like to conclude with a little story. One dervish answers a man who asks what hell and what paradise is. He takes him to the labyrinth, and they come to a room where there is incredible food, but everybody is about to die, starving. But people are trying to eat with the spoons which are burning, and this is hell. The same labyrinth and the same chamber, the same food, but this time everyone is happy, is well fed, because everyone is feeding each other with the same spoons. So it's all about how much food we can give to each other and how good we can resolve our disputes. Thank you very much for your contribution. Well, thank you very much for this discussion that has been quite useful. On the occasion of the 29th Congress, we are proceeding with the rest of our guests next. We will have the Deputy General Manager of AGESA.
There is one other topic discussed a lot since morning, that is the corporate culture. So the importance of employee engagement and recognition is going to be the title of our session. And Human Resources Assistant General Manager Burak Güzgül from AGESA would provide us with the details, especially engagement is of importance. Yes, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Very distinguished participants, and I would like to say hello to the PERYÖN family, and I at the same time would like to thank to all who contributed for the broadcasting of this event. So the theme of the Congress is the future begins when people talk. So in the next 10 to 15 minutes at AGESA, what we've done in our journey of change, and we put the people at the core of the change and how we succeed in doing it, and what are the things that we consider, and so I will go through it. First of all, we talk. I would like to open a parenthesis about we talk, especially recently as we observe more the actually people when start not to talk, although people talk for thousands of years since the beginning of history, so bad things could happen. Now we are trying to embrace the future. So thank you very much for the executive committee of PERYÖN and the President Buket in particular for getting the team as we talk, that they actually deserve a special thanks. So the change at AGESA. AGESA is actually a brand that is active for 6 months, but of course there is actually a history that is supported by decades. 6 months ago, Aviva, the stocks transferred to AGE. And of course, the change that I'm just going to speak about, the transformation and our decision for employee engagement started earlier, and it actually has a rapid pace. What is this change that I'm talking about? A cultural transformation program. Let me start with what we succeeded in doing and how. First, what are the deliverables out of this? Very recently, I would like to say something which is so important to us. That is the loyalty and satisfaction of employees. For many long years, we attached so much importance to this topic, and we had a local benchmarking. This is something that we've been doing so far. I mean, we've been measuring it for a long time, but for the first time we did it at the local level. And as you all know, the actual jury is the employees that we have. And of course, at the same time, thousands of white collars in Turkey, they had a survey. And we were awarded the best company to work by the white collars all around Turkey. And they have recently been notified of this, and we are very happy to hear that. Right, we had employee engagement, and we reached the loyalty score to 91 from 64 after we have employee engagement, and we succeeded in also getting this award. Is it only this loyalty score that leads us? No. At the same time, we have the advice score of our customers. What is also so extraordinary is that we have very good financial tables, and therefore for the customers, we actually satisfy our customers and the investors as much as we satisfy the employees. But it is all thanks to putting the employee engagement at the core and the employee satisfaction, which is also reflected as good outcomes also for our other stakeholders. As I told you, we put employee engagement at the core. We actually knew where to go, but we decided together how to do it with some major participation. We designed everything together, all the plans, activation plans, and then we set up a team composed of the leaders, and other than HR and the leaders, we had a team of cultural spokespeople. and deployed all around the company. Of course, we are very proud to do so, and we get so many other benchmarks in particular while planning for this. There are some of the critical points which I'd like to share with you because these are the things that are known by my colleagues working in other companies as well. We set up our team of cultural spokespeople, but we assign them the task of listening rather than talking, because we have to be able to understand what's going on. I mean, rather than a couple of writings on paper, we just wanted to hear the voice of everyone. We want engagement of everyone, because we always talk and talk, and we thought that when we talk, people understand. But what is important is to listen, to understand what the actual requirements are. Now we have selected the 5th cultural spokespeople in the company, and we are just trying to involve other people as well in the team, but the people are really very much enthusiastic about being a part of this group. It is volunteer to participate. We get so much insight from the employees as well, from the surveys, from some by way of different tools and processes. We get insight, and we identify the areas for improvement, and we set up innovation teams for this purpose. Innovation teams are just addressing the areas that they want. They actually have some action plans, and then they're in charge of implementing those plans. Therefore, we do 2 things at a time. First of all, you have an area for improvement, you identify it, and at the same time, it contributes to the personal improvement and development of the employees as well, because they assume responsibilities other than their own functions and tasks, which I believe is another important innovation teams. I mean, in the design of the, for example, rewarding plans that they will be subject to. So they actually do the action plan themselves and implement it themselves. We also have some activities at the central level, but in all decisions, of course, depending on the magnitude and the size of the decision to be taken, but we always talk to the representatives of the groups that will be affected from that decision. And we just try to find what they'll be comfortable with. And also the personas are identified by the employees, and the contact we're doing, I mean, they are also a part of the team that decides for what should be improved. There are so many technical details, of course, but before, for example, we offer the products to our employees, again, we test them with different groups. I mean, before even launching the product, we ask them whether we're on the right track or not. And if they said yes, okay. If no, then we continue to revise it. It's not only limited to the volunteers for employee engagement. For example, we have structured meetings that enable all employment of engagement of all employees. For example, we have a business partner at the same time for all. We can hear the voice of everyone, and sometimes the employees are knocking on our door, and then we have the open door meetings. We discuss everything all together, or from time to time they want to share something with us. Sometimes, for example, there are some topics that they want to be anonymous, and we call it closed door meetings. So we also have the chance to engage them in the process. It's all about the engagement of the people. These are the examples that I'm telling you about people engagement. But of course, the things that we hear also covers the people who doesn't want to talk, by way of some surveys and questionnaires. This is what all HR professionals are doing, and as you all know, that's where we get the big data, the annual loyalty, for example, surveys that we perform, and we're just trying to understand and try to catch up with the feedback that we get from the improvements that we have made. For example, if we go down a couple of scores, we're saying that this action we took, we have to revise it, and so on. Loyalty, again, annually and quarterly we do it, but also we have employee engagement on a weekly basis. We have a questionnaire every week that we apply. If there is something new, for example, a new action taken, we try to get their insight and some feedback. And if there is nothing, for example, specific for that week, we even ask the question, what is the TV series what's your favorite TV series, or what's your favorite movie, and so on, just to understand their trends and insights. We work hard so as to know better about our employee, and so find some solutions appropriate for them or to make surprises. We also have some daily or instant, better to say, at a mobile portal from their own mobile phones. For example, they can use an emoji so as to express their mood. So we understand the mood of our employees for that specific day. Like, for example, are anxious, happy, unhappy. If they, for example, select the same emoji, something, another good emoji, 2 days in a row, then we ask them, what's your problem? Is there something going on with you? And then sometimes, for example, the employees told us that we did it just on purpose to see whether the system actually works or not. But these are maybe minor things, but effective steps taken for employee satisfaction. And the daily moods in particular is also considered overall. Try to understand the fluctuations, so try to understand whether, for example, the announcement, the communications made during that specific day, how it is reflected on our employees. So we actually measure their reaction and feedback all the time. There's so many other activities that I can mention about, but rather than going into the details, I would like to say something else. It's all about people. I mean, it is not the topic of human resources. I mean, as it is the core, the topic that is at the responsibility of the human resources department, but in the organizations, these are the topics that the leaders should pay utmost attention. Therefore, it is very important to well-define leadership. Especially recently, I think there are so many teachings as well, but maybe in the definition of leadership, we forget something. Sometimes we invent the wheel. It's just to be the one that is listening rather than talking, not answering but asking questions. Such a leadership that we are trying to establish. And what is important is to ask the correct questions at the correct time. Different, for example, types of leadership. It's important to actually have a certain style of leadership at certain times. And of course, with regards to leadership, maybe one of the most critical points is that I guess once we said leadership, it's about decision-making process. But I guess leaders are not trying to make decisions, but try to engage others for taking decisions. And we have our own way of decision-making process, which actually helps a lot in terms of applying that decision as well after the decision is made. And also the role of the HR, but I'm going through the end of the time given to me. How about the role of HR at this point? Let's go through it. This is something generic, I would say. As I guess that we have already adopted this, myself and my team, and the entire company is positioning us as such. Rather than putting the rules, just like in the past, we're trying to be not the one putting the rules, making the rules, but rather trying to manage the rules that are made at the ecosystem and communicate and manage it properly and try to give the tools for everyone. That's what we're doing, and it is important to us. Why? Because everything is much more complex, and the economic situation, the complexity of the products, and digital revolution, and so on. These are the things that make it much more difficult to make daily decisions. I mean, there's not only one single decision anymore. Complex decisions are taken every day. So how we can have an individualized, a tailor-made decision-making process for each employee, and how we can have actually a leadership, understanding of employer that will be acting properly. And at the same time, we try to have different sets of approaches to make their work life better and improve their lives. Thank you very much for dedicating these 15 minutes to me, and at the same time for giving me this opportunity once again, with my best regards to PERYÖN family.
Okay, we get to move towards the end of the Congress, of course, keeping still people on focus. But the last topic is an unfortunate topic. Unfortunate that there is migration and talent gap around the world, not only in Turkey. There are some imbalances in terms of employment after the pandemic all around the world, but the brain drain is really important, particularly with the start of the remote working. Technology companies start facing problems in finding quality employees. I think this is the most critical problem today. Our moderator will be Mrs. Evrim Kuran, and the guests will be from de facto head of HR, Yeşim Çokeker, and Berfin Karaman, data analyst, and leaving the floor immediately to you. Hello. Yes, people in focus. People, but every person is a talent in himself or herself. Yeşim Çokeker, the first speaker, welcome. And dear Berfin, would like to introduce Yeşim and Berfin briefly. Yeşim has been an HR leader for 25 years, has been working in de facto with more than 15,000 employees in 30 countries, and she is the head of HR. Actually, she has been providing contributions to her enterprise as well as the society. The second speaker of the session is Berfin Karaman, a young talent, and every time I meet her, I ask her, where are you around the world? Now, Berfin, where are you? Exactly, in Istanbul, at the studio, to be precise. The first time she is in Istanbul when I ask her, and now is connected to me at a studio. After born in Balıkesir, Edremit, and she continued her education, and in 2017 went to San Francisco-based Minerva University. 6 different countries she attended throughout her education, and she also had the chance of experiencing different working environments. Data analysis and economy double major she completed her school. Currently, she is in Turkey physically, but now is working remotely in 3 different positions in countries other than Turkey, and she'll be elaborating on that. She is a young mentor always, so glad to meet her and to get her feedback so quickly. We will get into our very topic, which is the critical agenda. Actually, one of the burning matters of the day is migration for Turkey, particularly in the sense of brain drain. That is also paving the way for talent gap, bringing it to the highest level in the last 15 years. Actually, it's a problem of not only Turkey, but it's a global problem, and we are just at its peak. Actually, with the 69%, we are closing off this year with a talent gap, and Turkey had an 83% talent gap in 2021, mostly because of losing our young people to career opportunities abroad. By 2030, more than 85 million talents will be needed, roughly the population of Germany. Now, the first question I'm asking to Yeşim, we have a big job. We really have our hands full. Really, we must be busy. In today's world, where do you see the biggest challenge in talent management, particularly in the retail business, where you are working as an HR leader? What is the evolution of your sector? Can you please react to that? Thank you very much, Evrim. I would like to start by saying that the PERYÖN has been a critical association for our country. 50 years, easy to say, hard to do, and congratulations on your 50th anniversary. Actually, we have our plates full already, including talent management, but with the impact of the pandemic, we are feeling critical levels according to figures. 2030 projections of McKinsey indicate that by the year 2030, Turkey will be experiencing an employment of 33.3 million, and almost 6 million will need a change in jobs. In other words, they will be doing other jobs. 3.1 million additional employment is to be provided, but 1.8 million will be doing non-existent jobs now. What can we say in a nutshell? It's critical. In Turkey, 1/4 of the people in employment will be doing a different job than what he or she is doing right now. This takes an improvement of existing skills or will need to acquire new capabilities. This is critical, and it's neither the job of a single corporation or NGOs to be able to manage that. Together with the government, the public sector, all companies, the entire private sector should be triggered in a social movement, because it's about 8 years' time. In another report, McKinsey stated that these talents will not be completed in 5 years. Therefore, in talent management and in this talent gap, particularly speaking about the damage caused by migration, I think essentially the talent gaps will become the major problem that we will have to provide a solution for. This is number one. Number two is actually the way of working has changed, working modes. With the pandemic, we are discussing about hybrid, remote way of working. Plus, we've been talking as to how the location-dependent working can become true. But according to a survey by PwC in the States, and it's in the States, but the trends are always flowing in because there is a boundaryless world we are living now. But according to the survey, again by the year 2030, actually the ratio of full-time workers will only be 9%. Only 9 out of 100 people will be working on a full-time basis. Therefore, remote working or location-free working, I think, will also need to put the strategic planning for a mixed way of working. You know, half a day, part-time, these kind of different modes of working will need to be involved in the picture. I am quite excited to hear about the experiences of Berfin. But now the third place goes to, at the end of the day, it's people we are speaking about, megatrends such as AI, digital transformation. On the focus of everything, there lies people. In a world without culture, in a world that you cannot structure culture well, it is impossible, unfortunately, for the companies to grow sustainably. Of course, on the culture, there are many sub-items. It would probably take hours and hours to discuss all of these sub-items, but the first line is the culture for leadership, employee expectations, and with the involvement of the young people in the work life, more inspirational leaders are expected. Mentorship and coaching are quite significant strengths for that. And from the eye of the corporations, we need to position the leader to such a point that it would create a multiplier effect in the eye of the employees. It is a matter of managing this potential. Therefore, we need leaders who would be competent enough to provide that management. As you would know, recently we are going through some circumstances that the companies may first make the budget cuts in training. So sustainability is essential. If you truly want to create a transformation, there is a big role to play for the leaders. And of course, there are different factors in terms of the expectations of the employees. Diversity, inclusion, sensitivities, and we want to see the sensitivities of the new generation in the practices, transparency, less bureaucracy, autonomy, and they all want to have a say in management. What happens if we don't do it? As you have rightfully said, the new generation, the young people, look around and unfortunately they have some anxiety for the future, and at that point they will think that they will not be able to find these practices or opportunities within Turkey. Now, as the boundaries are disappearing, they get to seek career opportunities abroad. So what shall we or should we do? Actually, we need to have a more structured way of thinking. Together with NGOs such as PERYÖN, we need to look into more corporate solutions to these problems. As the HR professionals, I think we do a lot of things, but maybe we need to be eager in redesigning our practices and processes. We need to explain more to our people, to young people, what we do, what kind of opportunities we create here for them. And turning back to you. Yeşim, thank you very much. It's been really important what you said. Actually, this transformation is not to be defined merely as a digital transformation, because it's actually a cultural transformation. And what culture is about how you do things, everything. Therefore, we need to look at organizational culture and how flexible we can be there. Only then we can become organizations who will be those created again and again, over and over again. And about talent such as Berfin, maybe we can confirm this, double check it with Berfin. Berfin, my first question to you is, as Universal, we've been working with 61 countries, but in Turkey surveys, we clearly see that young people are anxious about their careers, about the career management. They have some concerns about the qualifications, especially in young graduates. We do see it. Actually, the definition of career has to be made again. What is career? I mean, we need to rediscuss around career. My question to you, Berfin, You have an interesting career path, but according to whom or what interesting? Maybe it's not interesting at all. Maybe I'm biased about it. Is it you that who has designed your own career path? I mean, did someone come in and advise you about the future professions? Yeah, this is something that has been going on. I mean, people keep asking what I want to become, what the future professions are. We are putting each other in boxes. But personally, no one came to me saying, okay, this is the scenario ahead of us, because as I said, I was born in Edremit. I am the daughter of 2 teachers working in public schools, and the biggest support my parents gave me was a good high school as territory. And then I started thinking around with my peers, observing around. Maybe experimentally, I've just reached this conclusion in my career path. I'm 23. Career journey or path is an absurd expression because it's just started yet, but I think this is my perspective for career. The career journey is somehow like education, because there is no ultimate destination I'd like to reach, and we want to learn things in education, and I will be existing in this world only for a limited time. My ultimate goal is to help others with what I've learned from others, maybe to make the world a better place. So it's a learning-based career path that I've chosen. Therefore, I prefer to live in 6 different countries, and you can live in Turkey forever without any problem whatsoever. But I was curious how people were living in different places, what work culture is like. Oh, what is that? I mean, the foreigner concept. What is it like? I mean, when you put it in boxes. And by the end of this journey, I probably will find a career path with zigzags on my own design. You said something interesting. I mean, it's not an ultimate goal. And this, I think, is the perception of your generation. This is a learning journey, and by no coincidence, as the global survey in Turkey is getting into the 10th year, and all these years, young people keep telling me that they expect learning and self-development in their journey. Now, Berfin, would you like to be employed in a company as Turkey? Which countries are you working at? Can you just tell us what you're doing currently? I am holding 3 part-time positions, 2 based in the United States, and 1 is about mentorship. I am providing mentorship to high school students in different fields, and the other one is a Silicon Valley based company, has a trend report on the technologies of the day. I'm working on it. And the more regular job is Kenya and Canada-based NGO I'm working for with a data analysis. My reports are sent to the World Bank, Danish Refugee Council, and Partner Africa. So 3 different hats, 2 different countries. As you have seen, dear audience, we keep saying the economy, the future, get prepared to it, but it has already arrived. And please put on the table the gig economy. Berfin is a live example. Would you like to be employed in a company in Turkey? No. In the short run, because I'm happy with what I'm doing now, because I'm learning and working in different areas, and I can be in different places. I was in Amsterdam until Monday, and before that I was in Berlin. It gives me this flexibility, but in the long run, of course, I'd like to be a part of the labor in Turkey, because career is a learning path for me. But unless you do nothing with what you have learned, it doesn't matter what you have learned unless you're touching the lives of other people. So in the long run, I want to ultimately come back to Turkey. And the short run, though, I would say no. And Yeşim, turning to you, how shall we address this problem and how to manage talents like Berfin? And do you have any practice in place to employ people like Berfin? Maybe Berfin would change her mind after she hears me speaking about de facto. The survey by Universium, as emphasized, is our essential basis for our debates. And we've seen that grade 3-4 students or young professionals having recently joined the work life put learning and development in top ranking of their priorities. So learning is something in our DNA. And for that, de facto Business Academy has been serving for a professional or competency development with some schools. And on top of that, we want to create employment opportunities to young people. We have young talents programs, and in these programs, basically, we are aiming at providing them with a learning experience, hackathons, ideathons, and at the end of the day, we want to question what they learn before they leave, and we want to provide employment opportunities to those who would like to join our team. And currently there are many young people who are making data analysis, data synthesis, fashion, retail business, e-commerce, IT expertise. And for that, of course, we've been making that investment for many years. A stable growth matters for us. De facto has been growing in average 40% every year, and with the pandemic the growth rate is up to 60%, and 90 countries. When I first told you, it's 93 countries now we are present, and by 2023 we will be present in 180 countries, and where it wouldn't happen without the presence of youngsters. Of course, for the learning of young people, and if you check for the career mobility, why young people change jobs more frequently, if they will not find a method of learning within their company, they would switch jobs. And in that, of course, by offering a model for talent management, we want to provide a 50% business enrichment, vertical, horizontal movements. I think the answer to the first question may be a continuum of this, because new competencies are given or the existing skills will be enhanced. Therefore, we provide flexibility in their careers, not only for our own purposes, but for the purposes of their future dreams. This is an important strategic focus point for us, but the new generation's approach to career must be considered. In 2013, we've started Agile Management, and we are totally agile, including the headquarters. What does it mean? Starting off with the expectations of Berfin or the young people, I can easily say that transparency and visibility, responsibility taking, walking away from autonomy, or being a part of the self-performance and the team performance by staying away from hierarchy. I think these will be the cultural transformations for us. On top of it, involvement in decision making is also critical for the young people. For that, we are making platforms. As your process with Berfin, there are reverse mentorship processes within our company. And also we are supporting the decisions of the executive board as well. Actually, all these are quite critical within the journey, global career journey, we call it. Young people go abroad, but being present in 183 countries and this fast development The first store was opened in 2011 in Kazakhstan, and now the Berlin store is about to be opened, and online platform our colleagues are working. Therefore, we really have extensive opportunities within de facto that has already started in 2011. Happiness management is again is about employee experience, engagement, and loyalty. It's not only about employee motivation, but also well-being. Therefore, a sound company is about the well-being and soundness of the employees. Here there is an emphasis in your question to retail, but in the retail, of course, the consumer behaviors and habits have been changing. Also, we want to appreciate what kind of changes there are there. Digital competencies are being integrated beyond putting the consumer to our focus. I think we want the customer to fall in love with us, which is synonymous with the employees falling in love with us. And for that, we need to emphasize the experiences of our employees. And now, Berfin, do you think you can start working for us? Great, because in a vast industry, it's not only de facto, but in all the companies, we need higher qualifications, performance management systems, learning, development journeys will be revisited. But the practices you've been speaking about is quite required. I mean, it's a must, Berfin. You've heard really wonderful things. Are you really decided? I mean, if you would get an offer from such a company, would your mind change? Tell us why or why not. My answer remains the same. As Yeşim Hanım said, since 2011, it's an international company that yours has been growing. It was in 2017 I decided to go abroad, and I was aware of the process I was going through, but one of the main reasons I've decided to go abroad was the practical outcomes. What I hear from my peers is that this is not the way the working life is. You can work remotely, but you must be in the same city all the time. Remote meaning you don't need to go to the office. 1 hour in the weekend is okay, and 1 hour early you would wake up. You would work extra between 7 and 9. It's just 2 hours and nothing happens. But in return, we don't pay you overtime, but we'll send you lunch from a very good restaurant, and it wouldn't be up to you whether you want to work overtime or not. This is what I hear my friends speaking, and I feel really terrified with it, because previously during my internship in Istanbul, I've seen all this happening. Although there is a promising, stance, and it's just being in this talk also shows us how promising the situation is. So I'd like to thank PERYÖN and you maybe as a young talent. I'm quite happy about it. No, in the short run, yes, in the long run, because it's really promising and maybe it will come true. And if it does, I would like to join de facto. Why not? From one emotion to the other, I hear young people speaking.
Of course, in the studies that we are just doing with thousands of young people, that's what they're always saying. But I heard you again, Berfin, without having any company experience, from the reference groups, from the friends, the feedback that she received, she's saying no in the short run. We are speaking about, for example, work life in Turkey. It doesn't matter how agile we are, she's always speaking about the walls that we hit. And she actually put me and from one emotion to the other. She just wants us to be authentic and saying, if, for example, you just start flexible work models, new generation work models. We also revise how you're integrating it into your culture. Thousands of people listening to you also hear what you're saying. Thank you very much for this. So Yeşim, I'd like to give the floor to you. What would you say about what Berfin said? We are all very sincere about our efforts. Why? Because we did our best so as to understand. And at the same time, we are ready to forget about what we know. I mean, probably that's what we are trying to do. I mean, traditionally and conventionally, what we know, we abandon them. Now what we're doing is trying to understand the new generation, the new requirements of the new generation, and try to implement it as a part of a company culture. And trust me, we strive our best efforts for this. Hybrid would live, yes, also on our table, just like Berfin said. We have all this. I mean, also trying to be location free, remove all these borders, and try to supervise for work-life balance. That's what we are really working hard for. But we have a way to go. There's so many things on our table, I should say. Perfect. And we are all have good intentions about this. It doesn't matter from which generation we are. For a sustainable world, for a sustainable society, we all work hard with good intentions, but we will learn from each other. And thank you very much for sharing your views with me in such a short period of time, like a coffee break, and I would like to leave the floor to Zeliha. Thank you very much. We listened to Berfin and enjoyed a lot. Thank you very much. So now, as you know, we started at 9:30 in the morning, and this is the 29th Congress that we are congratulating the 50th anniversary of PERYÖN, and very, very distinguished speakers shared very invaluable views and experiences with us, and we listened to all. Just a couple of words and sentences I would like to underline. One, the words of Rumi is what does not come out of mind would result in the body. And the other thing is, said that Turkish people are doing business, as Tony said, as intimate, sincere, and in an agile manner. So we're about to come to the very last So since morning, we've just continued with this Congress with the nice words of distinguished speakers. I once again would like to congratulate PERYÖN on their 50th anniversary for organizing such an event. I would like to leave the floor now to Açıl Sezen. And thank you very much, first of all, and for your anchoring, and at the same time for all who participated in the Congress. We just reached to the end. President of PERYÖN, Buket Çelebi-Öven, is together with us, and at the same time, the award winner of leadership, Bahar Baysal, Human Resources Director of ESPAŞ. Let me just move to the table. Now, especially, of course, in all this volatility, if you're asking me, maybe we've been through the most inspiring thing. Within the award ceremony process, I would like to welcome Bahar Baysal, first of all. And dear Buket, we've been together since morning. Maybe this is the 13th time PERYÖN is giving the, let's talk about the award given by PERYÖN about the human value. Why these awards are valuable? I mean, what you are just trying to award. Would you please tell me about this? Thank you very much, Açıl. Now, PERYÖN, as you all know, the human value, the award is actually not like a contest to us. This is the 13th PERYÖN award, and I can say that human resources companies in particular meet PERYÖN, especially so as to appreciate the good practices, to have more best practices and trying to learn from each other. Of course, in speaking about the future begins when people talk or all connected, saying all these things, human values, and so we just remind everyone about these things once again. But at the same time, of course, the PERYÖN Awards has a special role. We are just have awards at several different categories, and the companies competed with each other, and we actually have a new category that is creating value in the work life of the future, especially developing new work models, leadership and digital transformation, learning organization, and about employer brand and creating corporate culture, and at the same time practices supporting the quality of people. And this is the 13th time that we are giving the awards, and ESPAŞ received the award, and it's very important for us that ESPAŞ received the award. Why? Because also this award is accredited by European Association for People Management as well, recognized by European Association of People Management, and therefore it's also very important that the successes in Turkey are recognized internationally as well. Thank you very much, Bahar, by the way, for being with us today. You actually have to be proud of yourself because you are the owner of the biggest award. Maybe you can tell us about this process, just with a few words, what you've been through. Why? Because the actually, as a person who witnessed the awards process and closely, and I know at the same time how this process is as a person who witnessed one by one. Would you please say a few words about your journey to the award? First of all, thank you very much for hosting us here. PERYÖN is so important to us, and we are really so happy to be a part of this organization. Why? Because as there are so many, again, human resource companies, but there could be benchmarking companies. Not an easy task to make such a benchmarking among them or to make a comparison, because we learn together and we share what we learn. We experience together because information and knowledge grows if you share. Our journey, of course, we've been in the PERYÖN for a long time, but in 2018, about satisfaction and loyalty award that we applied for. And of course, there are so many practices that we have, and we're working as a team spirit with our employees, but we thought to ourselves, let's try it. And we started writing a book. And in writing the book, you can understand the team spirit, working in collaboration. But of course, what is important is that with that award about satisfaction, our success is crowned. And then we are just having employee satisfaction questionnaires and so on. And we thought to ourselves, it's okay, we are in a good position, but how about the biggest award? And the book itself is a journey on its own, and it is so good. Why? Because it's about the leadership, not only the human resources actors. You touch everyone. You have to communicate it to everyone, and so important to get the feedback. So it was an actual teamwork. Yes, we did it all together. We wrote all together. We had so much fun. We enjoyed it a lot, by the way. And the award ceremony of PERYON. I'm not just going to call it like a competition or a race. It's a learning process. Of course, that is perfect to receive the big award. But as I told you, we actually joined with very few number of people. But actually, our heart was with the ESPAŞ people. And the next day, everyone watched us on the computer screen, and they came to the airport at the same time to welcome us, and by playing music. And so that's a great adventure. I mean, in particular, as I told you, it's a learning process all on its own. And I believe I really advise all my colleagues to be a part of this process and to experience this together with PERYON. We were so proud and we enjoyed it a lot. Thank you very much, especially for the reviewers, by the way. Thank you very much for them, because whole day, it was the pandemics, nothing isn't physical, and it was online and so on. But we just wanted them to be with us. Why? Because we wanted to show them the free zone. In particular, we want them to visit, as you know, it is in the free zone area, the two spice camps in the world, one of them being there. So as a team, we discussed also, this is actually my advice to you, what you did differently. I mean, what makes you different? Maybe more importantly, would you please tell me what you did so your employees feel more valuable? Now, for our human resources policy, ESPAŞ, of course, the employee is so important. We invest on our employees for sustainability because we want them to be happy. Because you need to have happy employees. What we did differently? We have so much data in hand, first of all. Saying what I did differently, first of all, we manage the process by way of boards. It's okay, we have a human resources department, but at the same time, we have human resources board, sustainability board, change and leadership board at the same time. We have boards that are in charge of projects, 12 in total, and also human resources is, we have representatives from everywhere. Yes, we have a colleague who is in charge, but we have representatives from each line. Try to get the feedback thanks to it, and we take actions and make action plans. It's in a way individualizing. And therefore, it's much easier to execute them. If we don't like the, for example, plan, we do not execute it. If you're asking me, it is very important to be managed by these boards. And the other important thing is that we have X, Y, Z generation all together. And I thought to myself that's important to have. It's okay. It's important to know about the Z generation, but it's important to communicate all together and try to move to perfection all together is important. So talent exchange project that we started. At least, again, there will be a age difference of 10-15, and then we will have people from different units together, and they all have their own topic. And we found out that we are actually taking the same steps, but by way of different means and tools. And at the same time, we try to, again, internalize health and safety at work by also gamification. And for example, we have, again, internal communication questionnaires about the public perception with our suppliers, together with the customers. We have questionnaires, so important. I mean, all the answers to the questionnaires and the feedback provided us the information about what we are going to do next year, what actions we should take, which are the areas for improvement, and so on. About recruitment, it is at ESPAŞ, as for the candidate, the time that we shake hands, that person is actually a part of a family of Aspash. What we wondered the most, for example, when we start, for example, a job, where am I going to get coffee? Where is, for example, the car service area is, and so on. I mean, how is my manager? Whether like a family or so. I mean, I know it from my team leaders, and we get the data, especially for the new recruits, for example. We introduce them to the entire Aspash family. So on that single day, we were all together, because without you, the team was missing, actually one person missing, and now we are complete, thanks to you. Pandemics did not stop us. I think this is something that I enjoyed the most. Social activities, social clubs, we continued with them. But the only difference, it was physical in the past, for example, with some folk dances club and so many other things. But now it's online. For example, we have Such as Yours club for hours in the online platforms. We talk as if we are together, and we laughed and had yoga and trying to have the culture of well-being, and we did not postpone anything. I mean, and as Spash, we did all the training that we have done, internal training program. We also have not only internal trainers, but external trainers, only for 30 hours per man of training in 2020, which is perfect if you're asking me. And of course, all training is online. And yes, okay. We have, for example, those working on the field. They cannot, due to their shift, cannot, for example, follow the training, but they were all recorded. So they, again, followed them later. And yes, it's okay. We pay attention to the people, but what is important is people also should have self-value. I don't know, it could be, for example, get a certificate as a yoga teacher or like English teaching and so on. It's about putting and giving value for yourself. And in particular, yes, it is the we really find our employees so valuable, but everyone should find himself or herself so valuable, and they should improve herself, himself. We try to do everything together with our stakeholders. If you're asking, this is one of the most important things, because the more that you share knowledge and information, the better it gets, for example. And for example, sometimes we do some nice things anonymously, and again, anonymously. For example, let's assume someone is sick, for example, they can get a herbal tea. Or, for example, a colleague of us is feeling sad on that day, can get a surprise, and so on. We actually have a wall of, again, good things. It was in the form of a billboard, but a wall. Now that we have, we try to find new things. By the way, what I enjoyed the most is that you have great names, and in particular, for example, a project about, for example, beyond imagination, or for example, the wall of goodness, and so on. Anonymous, again, goodness is the one that I enjoyed the most. Yes, that's so nice. I think people must be inspired for this. Great to have such actually activities. Social corporate responsibility is a must to us, and especially in the last 3 years, this is also a criteria for our employees. Do something about social responsibility, for example. We ask them. And for example, there are reading books for the elderly, and we at the same time, for example, have playing again band of Aspash. They play music, but social responsibility is important. It's not at the corporate level, but also at the employee level, because it is something totally different. I took down some notes about what we did differently, but trust me, we have so much. But it's all for human, it's all for people, and it's all for giving value to people. We have learning groups, for example. If we learn something, that we share all together and have fun at the same time. what we're saying is that we are a company that have fun while working and work while having fun. That's the reason also why we make a difference. Congratulations for your award, but at the same time for sharing such goodness with your employees. Thank you very much for your contribution and for your participation, by the way. Maybe we should do the closing. Let's actually say goodbye to Bahar Baysal. Thank you, and then we'll have the closing. Thank you very much. Now, together with Buket Çelebiören, we will continue. Now, we're just getting to the end of the Congress, so all together. Let's just go through what we have heard today. Why? Because we started at 9:30 in the morning, and we received so much good contribution and so good content that we listened to. Whoever actually followed us had so much gains. Maybe just let's go through a couple of things. First of all, let's just go through the messages that we would like to convey out of this event. First of all, technology changing the way of doing business, changing workplace, changing organizational models, and happiness, especially the definition of happiness after the pandemics, as we said, Jen even said, after the pandemics, what people actually need after again the pandemics, it is flexibility and financial well-being. Of course, the corporate culture and the leadership at the same time is to be changed. How about you? What are the notes you would like to share with us? The new work culture. There are so many innovations that I've found because it's not an easy task, really. And by the way, it's a brand new. Thinking about the cultures that we got used to, how different they are now. And actually the changes has penetrated into all ways of doing work. And so many technology and innovation and so many contribution at the same time, the change in the organizational structures. It is actually, as we discussed in the morning, it is not about the fact that or the perception that the companies are for people. And without people at the core, at the basis, it doesn't matter you try hard with some strict rules or so, not possible to be successful. These are the notes that I have. Also, especially the fish tank and fish analogy, great. If inside the fish tank there is an environment that is possible, then it means that it gives you the opportunity to be anything, to become anything. But if there is no water tank, then you cannot survive. Therefore, both the fish is important for the water tank and vice versa. So these are just some of the highlights that I have. A great, summary. Let's say a couple of words about the future trends. Why? Because we actually heard a lot of experiences and have about the human resources trends that will evolve in the future. Let's actually talk about this changing and learning organization. This learning organization sounds like a cliche. It was discussed 25 years ago and discussed now, but especially learning without learning organization in the past and trying to survive. You had the chance to survive and to be away from competition, but this is not the case. What has changed? What we should do and what has changed? I think culture is the most important thing that I observe in here. I mean, also the companies should allow for this learning agility and to try to gain the hearts of their employees, not only their minds, and motivate them to do their best. That's the culture that the organizations should create. We discussed a lot about culture. Trust is the most important thing, and then comes transparency, and then comes inclusion, and of course innovation, being innovative. As you mentioned, things are changing a lot, and the changes inside us, and so the companies should be innovative. We have also listened to much important disruptive technologies coming. So we somehow also should adopt to the change. How is it going to be possible? Diversity and inclusion is also going to be a part of our corporate culture. Some nice words I heard. Diversity is something that should be on, the diversity is giving someone a seat on the table, and inclusion is giving that person on the table a word to say. And that's what the young people are expecting. They would like to be engaged on the discussion over the table, as we discussed. About organizational models, as we discussed in the morning with you, all the hierarchy should go down, should fall down, and the authorized teams, and with delegation of power, as we discussed about agility and all, more lean organizational structure that we need, so we can act swiftly, and so we authorize the teams for this. And I was reading a report by McKinsey, and in 2026, the 50% of corporate income will be from new products and new services. They are looking for the ways for doing so. Why? So as to survive. How is it going to be possible? Then this time by being open to innovation and with some employee engagement possible. Learning organization, we said we will learn, but at the same time, we at the same time should direct our employees in such a way. We are speaking about the competencies of the 21st century, new skills, new talents, and we are afraid that some of the jobs will be over, but there will be new job opportunities, so no need for worry. As the HR, what the corporates will be doing is actually to prepare the employees for the competencies of the new era. I don't know, maybe we have to rediscover learning thanks to the tools given by technology. I don't know, maybe we will also learn how to looking for innovation and all, because once we said learning, you can learn from experience, we can learn from each other, and then to be able to share with the stakeholders and everyone what the company learned, and vice versa. But they're saying that once we are mature, I think it's just like cycling, because you can cycle as long as you just hit the pedals. Otherwise, I think what we have to do is, as long as you turn the wheels. What is important is actually to look for different. I don't know, rather than riding a bicycle, that is going to be like have to drive a flying car, maybe. I don't know. Yes, absolutely. Trying to look for the new thing, look for the difference thing, and to wonder and be ready, actually, for renewing yourself. Yes, just like searching for things. Yes, I think they are related. And we said leadership today. We discussed about leadership, right? And the definition of leadership is also changing. And I believe in authentic leadership. All the purposes that we talk about, we discuss about values and the value for people and all. It's all about having actually a self-purpose, self-values, inspirational people, and those who are managing with their hearts and having emotional intelligence. We need such leaders rather than actually having a control type of, again, so. Of course, we discussed about corporate culture, and you mentioned about institutionalization. So 20 years ago, 10 years ago, and 5 years ago, what we understand from institutionalization is different what we understand for now. Because once you said institutionalization in the past, most of the things were automatic. And once the system established well, it's actually a structure that manages itself without much contribution from the people. But now, without making such a habitat. I mean, institutionalization does not mean anything for now from that definition. Once you said we are institutionalized, the life evolves totally somewhere else. I totally agree with you because we have to act so fastly, but all the procedures, all the rules, and we're all doing budget and how many times we actually need to revise our budgets since the pandemic, as you all know, all the budgets, procedures, processes, and so on, they are changing. They have to change so fast. And the institutionalization at the same time changes its meaning, also by giving authorization to the employees, by empowering the people. So there is an important balance for institutionalization. Dear Buket Çelebi-Öven, we are so happy to host such an invaluable event of PERYON. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. And on behalf of Bloomberg, I at the same time would like to thank the Executive Committee of PERYON and to all the participants, to all the speakers who joined the Congress. By the way, I would like to also thank to all the participants. Actually, we have quite a high percentage of views, and so happy that we actually had such a platform for this event. So in a single platform, we actually share such valuable information with so many number of people. So I would like to thank you on my behalf, and to you and to all in the Executive Committee. And final words for you. I also would like to thank you. You have opened up the path to us. As I told you, our goal in here was that learning new things. I mean, we all need to learn new things and try what is not tried before. All about learning to share and so on, and trying to find solutions to the problems all together. I hope that we have actually reached our goal and dream, and hopefully so many all hear about us, because we just wanted to do everything all together. I would like to thank to all who contributed to us, and at the same time we are ready to collaborate with anyone so as to build the future of the work life of our country. Thank you very much. Young PERYÖN at the age of 50. That's all for the People Management Congress.